To order. We're going to try that one more time. Let's see here. I think we're good. Okay, let's try again. We're going to call to order the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, January 27th, 2026. It is 9:30 a.m. All are present. Let the record show, with the exception of Supervisor Alejo, who will be arriving shortly. Are there any additions or corrections to our closed session this morning?
No additions or corrections.
We do have a closed session for the County Board of Supervisors, item number 1A through B. Is there any public comment? This is for our closed session County Board of Supervisors item this morning. We'll open that up for public comment on the closed session item. Anyone in chambers? Anyone? Yeah, so closed session is, we have two items that are conferring with our legal counsel regarding existing litigation. One is with the City of Columbus versus Robert Kennedy Jr., Lori Ann Sempek, a Workers' Compensation Appeals Board issue. A second one, Richard Calvert, a Workers' Compensation Appeals Board issue. And then item B is conferring with legal counsel regarding one matter of significant exposure to litigation. Most of our items will come later in the afternoon. Yeah, or later in the morning, I should say. Is there any public comment online on public for the closed session? I see one hand raised online. We have Martha Gonzalez. Thank you for joining us today. We've got 2 minutes for public comment on the closed session agenda for the Board of Supervisors.
I do have a question. Is it like the public comment, is it just for, it's just a general public comment that I have, right? It doesn't have to be towards the agenda?
Yeah, so general public comment will come at 10:30 when we reconvene in open session.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll welcome general public comment will be at 10:30. Yeah. Good question. Thank you. Okay, so I see no other public comment for the closed session agenda this morning. We're going to recess for closed session for the Board of Supervisors. Before we do that, we're going to call to order the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Roll call shows that all are present with the exception of Supervisor Alejo, who will be arriving shortly. Are there any additions or corrections to our closed session for the Water Resources Agency?
No additions or corrections.
Okay, we have one item on that closed session agenda, which is conferring with legal counsel regarding one matter of significant exposure to litigation or potential initiation of litigation. Is there any public comment on this closed session item? Seeing no one in chambers and no hands raised. So we'll close public comment on that, recess into closed session on that item. And so what happens next is the board will go into closed session for an hour. We'll be conferring with our legal counsel, and we will come back into these chambers at 10:30, where the rest of the agenda will begin for open session. And there are agendas in the back of the room. And I think Yuri, I just saw, is in the back of the room if you have questions about where your particular item may be on the agenda today. We do have a full calendar of agenda items today, many of which I think we're expecting public comment on. So please don't hesitate to ask Yuri if you want to know where you fit, and we'll make sure that we have we include everyone and don't miss anyone for your public comment. Thank you for joining us. We'll be back here at 10:30.
Check one. Diego, can you hear me? Diego, can you hear me on Zoom?
I don't see any. Oh, okay. There we go. Okay, yeah. So I was clicking the wrong one. Good morning. This is Diego. I'm your interpreter for today's meeting on the English channel 1-2.
You loud and clear in here, Diego. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll use this channel when they're doing the public comment on the chambers, and then
Yeah. So yes.
just turn the mic on. Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for joining us. We are going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, January 27th, 2026. It is about 10:36, and let the record show that the board is all present. And we will start with a request for an announcement by our Spanish interpreter, Diego Salas, who is with us remotely. Diego, could you make our Spanish interpretation services announcement, please?
Muy buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Diego Celis y seré su intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, favor de hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor de hacer una pausa al final de cada oración para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And Valerie, just for anyone who's in chambers who needs interpretation, they would just come to the front, correct? Okay, perfect. All right, thank you. We're going to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance this morning, and I'd like to introduce and welcome Michael Brereton, who's our Assistant CAO, who's sitting in for our CAO, Sonia De La Rosa, today. Thank you for joining us, Michael, and if you could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, we have, and I'll just briefly announce, we do not require comment cards, but we do have Yuri Anderson has some comment cards. So anyone who's here to speak, we have a number of items this morning and this afternoon that I know we have members of the public here to speak on. If you'd like to sign up to speak, you're welcome to fill out a comment card. They are not required, but, or if you have questions about where you fit on the agenda, feel free to flag Yuri down and she can help make sure that you know where you fit in today's agenda. We're going to go ahead and start today with our ceremonial resolutions. We have item number 2 and 3 on our agenda. We will open those for a motion from the, or happy to consider a motion from the board. We have a motion from Lopez. Second. A second from Alejo. Is there any member of the public who would like to comment on our ceremonial resolutions today? I have no comment cards, and I'm seeing no one approach the dais. So we'll close public comment. All in favor of our ceremonial resolutions? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? None. Ceremonial resolutions are adopted unanimously. We have 2 presentations, and we'll start with a presentation from Supervisor Lopez.
There's some incredible people who do work, often behind the scenes, that help move the needle for our communities. And today we're honoring Steve Adams. He is the retiring city manager from the city of King City, California, my hometown. For those who don't know, when Steve stepped in, the city of King was going through a little bit of turmoil, looking for hope and looking for someone to help turn around key issues, including finances. He turned around a $5 million gap for that community. With the leadership of his council, they have focused on making King City a beautiful place to call home. I now have an office there thanks to this board, and I can tell you that our presence there is largely in part due to the leadership of the city council with the guidance of Steve Adams. Steve has spent 40 years leading communities throughout California, the last 10 in the city of King. It's not easy to cut it in small rural communities and make ends meet, but Steve has found a way, bridging partnerships and community in a way that helps lift up the folks that we serve every single day. One of those is through an initiative I'm really proud of, which is Operation Santa. We fly in Santa Claus every December now for 5 years into King City via helicopter, and he delivers joy to hundreds of families and thousands of kids, and Steve was the linchpin in that. There was a lot of questions about logistics and partnerships, and Steve was able to step in and say, this is how you do it. We've done it before. We'll do it again. Keep going. That sort of leadership is why he got the nickname for my staff, money man, Steve Adams. He always found a way to make it happen. His answers were money. This is the guy you want on your side. We're sad to see him go, but we know that the legacy he's left, from downtown beautification to solid financial stability to hope, is something that we should all celebrate. And so I wanted to take this time, and thank you to my colleagues for allowing me this grace to thank Steve for his commitment and contributions to Southern Monterey County, including the development of very key programs like Pro Youth for every child in King City, that just brings so much opportunity to a place that often is just looking for that glimmer of hope. Thank you for your leadership and all that you've done for our community. And Steve, it's an honor to recognize your retirement with this resolution from the Board of Supervisors.
Well, thank you. This is beautiful. I'm very honored and humbled and appreciate this very much. I mainly just want to thank the county, really everybody at the county, for your partnership. Like Supervisor Lopez mentioned, our success has just been all based on partnerships, and the county's been our top partner. In my career, I think I've worked with at least 3 different counties, and Monterey County's been by far the best. And so we've had this really close partnership that have made so many things possible. You guys have really supported all our efforts. I definitely want to give a special, shout out to Supervisor Lopez for always being there for us. Supervisor Alejo has really come through for us, and many times for our homeless efforts we're trying to do. Sonia has been really accessible, and I know all of you have been very supportive of King City and what we're trying to do. And I don't think Roxanne's here, but I have to give a shout out to her because she's been my hero. So anyways, it's been a great partnership, and I really appreciate working with everybody in the county. It's just been great.
And we're not done. If I could bring up Isabel from Senator Laird's office to say a couple words, and Mayor LaBarre, if you want to join us as well.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Isabel Mesa, and I'm here on behalf of State Senator John Laird. I just want to echo everything that Supervisor Chris Lopez said. King City has been able to advance some great initiatives, and you've been at the center of it. Thank you so much for your years of dedication. So on behalf of the people of the California and the 17th Senate District, we proudly commend your leadership in guiding the city to long-term financial sustainability, revitalizing the community and businesses, and enhancing the beauty and infrastructure of the city of King City. Your unwavering commitment and to public service speaks volumes about your character and your legacy. Congratulations on your retirement and your years of service to the city.
So beautiful.
And I'll pass it on to Mayor LaBarre.
I don't know what to add, but I will say, when it comes to city administration, I've worked with many different ones, but what I've loved about working with Steve is when you come to him with a problem, you come to him with a constituent issue, the first answer out of him is never, we don't have the money. It is, let me think about it, and I'll figure out a plan to achieve it. That is how every city administrator should be looking at how they serve their constituents. Steve has done an amazing job doing that. We're going to miss him. He set that bar very, very high, and I hope you do write a book about it. So, thank you.
Do a quick group photo.
Madam Chair, may I say some words? Yes, before City Manager Steve Adams leaves, I wanted to just share some words because the City Manager did something really historic. As the Assembly member that represented King City back in 2014, it was a very difficult chapter in the city's history. And I didn't want you walking away without recognizing the progress that has been made since then. There was serious issues with the police department. I don't want to go into all of them, but it was very challenging, and it was a heartbreaking period for a lot of the immigrants that were targeted at that time. But when Steve came in shortly after that, and with the leadership of Mayor LaBarre, today I could say it is like night and day. The city, the police department have made tremendous changes, is way more responsive to the community, interacts in a respectful and compassionate way. And now when we see challenging times, the community, the police department, the city really come together. So somebody who has witnessed that dramatic change just less than 12 years ago, I have to commend the people who made that possible. So I just wanted to let you know, sir, that your work didn't go unnoticed here. And every time King City comes up, I'm so proud to say the change that happened there. When you talk to the people that live there, they're proud of their city. They're proud of their police department now. And that doesn't happen by chance. It happens by intentional actions, by the city, by its leadership. And so you're leaving a lasting legacy, and you're leaving the city way better than when you came to it. So, sir, I wanted to say thank you. I respect your work, and thank you for really treating everyone, including the most vulnerable, with such respect and with such a compassion. Thank you very much, y muchas gracias, and happy retirement. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just mention, I believe there may be some other comments coming for our retiree. So if those come later, we can make sure that we get those added in here. But thank you. One more resolution to present, and I'll be presenting that. All right, Patty, yes, please come join me, yes. You've got a cheering squad here with you. It's my honor as our board chair today to present you with our retirement resolution. I'm going to let you hold it. It's a little heavy. And I'm going to say a few things as well. So we are honoring Patty De La Pena, who is our human resource technician for the County of Monterey. We have the honor of recognizing Patty as she retires after 34 years of dedicated service to the workers and county residents of Monterey. Patty began her career back in 1991, and for more than 3 decades, she's been a dedicated, trusted, steady presence for our workforce, spending the majority of her career in the Department of Social Services. Over the years, she grew into a role that many employees relied on, supporting benefits, leaves of absences, and so many recruitments. Often stepping in during moments that were stressful, personal, or complicated for the people she served. What stands out most about Patty is how she did her work. She brought professionalism, reliability, and extraordinary level of care to everything she touched and everyone she worked with. Colleagues consistently describe Patty as patient, kind, and genuinely helpful. Someone who took the time to listen, made sure people felt supported, the kind of service that leaves a lasting mark, not just on our systems and our processes, but on people. This piece of paper, this resolution, is just a small way for our board to acknowledge the deep and lasting impact that you've made on our county. On behalf of the board and the many employees whose work and lives you've supported along the way, we offer you our sincere thank you. Congratulations on your well-earned retirement. We wish you good health. We wish you much joy and many, many wonderful chapters ahead. Thank you so much, and you will truly be missed. But clearly, you've got a whole crew here. Would you like to make a few comments?
Sure.
And I'll help you hold this because it does get heavy.
I wasn't expecting to speak, but...
Well, you do.
Little did I know that 34 years ago, when I started as an employee at age 21 with a 1-year-old child who's here today, um, that I would be standing here today. I'm so happy to see my director here. Thank you very much, Mr. Franks. My manager, supervisor, my previous HR manager. I'm just so touched to see everybody here. It's been a real pleasure working for the Department of Social Services all these years. I've made so many friends, and it has been my honor to assist employees and assist the public. And I take so much with me, and it was a really hard decision to leave the county, but it's time to spend more time with my family, with my kids, my husband, family, friends, and life's too short. So the first opportunity people have to retire, you need to do it. You need to do it. So again, I thank you all, my friends from far that came, temp agency, my niece, my staff, my best friend, my son, my loving husband, who I met at the Department of Social Services, my brother, my nephew, the list goes on, my comadre, very good friends, employees who have since then retired who are here to support me today. It means a lot. So I thank everybody for being here. And it's been a wonderful ride. Thank you.
And let's take a picture.
Oh, yes.
Can we invite
I love
your staff and your team and your family up?
Yes, I would love
Yeah, let's invite all those who are here to celebrate. Come up for a photo. Yeah, come join. Okay, we're going to have to continue on with our agenda here. So if we could have all of those who are loving and supporting Patty take a few more pictures and clear the room quietly. We're going to move along to our appointments. This is item 4 through 11 on the agenda today. I'll entertain, we take appointments as a whole, so items 4 through 11. Is there any public comment on the appointments 4 through 11 on today's agenda today? I'm seeing no hands raised online, and I'm seeing no one approach the microphone, and I don't have any comment cards, so I'll bring it back to the board.
Move approval.
We have a motion from Lopez. We have a second from Church. I do have one hand raised from online from Martha Gonzalez. I'll open up public comment for Martha Gonzalez. This is for the appointments, item number 4 through 11.
My public comment is not for those appointments. It's something else.
Okay, we'll get to those other items later. Thank you. All right, we'll have all in favor of items 4 through 11, our appointments calendar today.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None? All right, thank you very much. Our appointments are approved. We'll move on to, let's do additions and corrections. We're going to go back on the agenda just briefly to additions and corrections by the clerk.
Thank you. There is one addition and correction, and that's under consent agenda for general government for item number 31. We received an amendment number 2 that was revised.
Thank you. Okay, moving right along to, we will recess to some of our smaller agendas, calling to order, reconvening the Board of Supervisors for the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Let the record show that all supervisors are present. There are, let's see here, 2 appointments on this agenda. Item number 2 is to reappoint Michael Scattini to the Water Resources Agency Board of Directors. Is there any public comment on this item? Item number 2, Water Resources Agency. I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
A motion from Alejo, a second from Lopez. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, item is approved. We'll go on to item number 3, which is to consider reappointment of 1 director from a list of 2 nominees, Mike Labar from King City or Mayor Bruce Delgado from Marina. I don't show that there's a presentation on this item. Is there a presentation on this item? Okay, I don't believe there's a presentation on this item. So the Water Resource Agency Board of Directors, City Selection Committee, has a City Selection Committee appointee with the 4-year term ending in December of 2029. Mayor Mike Labar has been serving on that seat. The mayor's submitted 2 names to this board for consideration for appointment. I'll ask if Mayor Bruce Delgado or Mayor Mike Labar is present to make brief comment in support of their nominations.
Mayor Bruce Delgado submitted his comments in writing.
Okay. Is Mayor Mike Labar present to verbally make comments or online? Not seeing a hand raised. Would you like to make read off the comments from? I think I do. Yeah, it's brief. I'll read the comments from Mayor Bruce Delgado, who states, I will be giving a natural sciences talk tomorrow morning at Monterey Bay Charter School in PG, so I can't attend the January 27th board meeting. I would be honored to serve on the Water Resource Agency board at this time when resolving coastal saltwater and groundwater issues is so important. Thank you for letting me know about the meeting tomorrow. I'm sorry I can't attend. Bruce. Okay, so happy to entertain discussion.
Madam Chair?
We'll start with, Supervisor Church.
Sure. Mine's just a little more clarification on the process, because I know we got 2 names, and that isn't, usually when we're getting recommendations, we don't always get 2 recommendations in, or we get one that's a primary and an alternate. So I understand this seems to be the way it is in this case, but it seems a little unusual, and I'm just trying to understand why we have it that way.
Yep, and I believe Kelly Donlin is also available to answer any questions about the process, but please go ahead.
Yeah, the mayor's committee, mayor's select committee is asked every year when appointments are required for this particular body to make a recommendation. And the way the regulations are set up, it requests that 2 names be submitted to the board. So the mayor's committee did meet earlier this month, and the 2 names that are before you were recommended by the mayor's group.
My deeper question is, why are we asking for 2 names? I mean, if this
Supervisor Church, this is Kelly Donlin from the County Council's office. Sorry, I'm not downstairs, but the Agency Act, the enabling legislation for Monterey County Water Resources, calls out that for the city selection committee, they need to nominate 2 names, and then the Water Resources Board of Supervisors chooses between those 2 individuals.
All right, Supervisor Alejo, comment, question, discussion?
I just wanted to make a motion to reappoint Mayor Mike Labar. I think he has served on this agency board very effectively, participates in all the meetings, all the reviews that have to happen throughout the year. And frankly, I think he's one of the most effective local government representatives for South County. I served with him on many boards, so I could attest to his effectiveness and his very thoughtfulness and his collaborative participation on these boards. So I think he deserves to be reappointed again. Thank you.
I would second the motion because Mike is the type of person who, when he takes on a role, steps in and goes into it with his whole heart. And I think we've seen that as of late as he stepped into critical leadership positions, including on subcommittees, to do hard work that is more than just 1 meeting a month. He shows up, he makes the time and the space for it, showing up consistently. And I think that given where we are in the middle of some of the positions, some of the issues that he's helping us deal with, keeping that consistency now is critical now more than ever.
We have a motion from Alejo, a second from Lopez to reappoint Director Mayor Mike Labar to continue serving on the Monterey County Water Resources Agency board. Is there any public comment on this motion? And you can approach the dais if you have public comment. And we have 2 minutes set for public comment.
Good evening, board. My name is Henry Perez, and I'm a resident and a business owner in Marina. I also would like to put my bid in for Mike Labar, but I would also, encourage you guys to maybe we should examine the Marina City a little deeper, because Bruce Delgado seems to have a little bit of a monopoly on, the city practices. I know him well. I actually rented out my house so he could have a party for his little friends a long time ago. But aside from that, he's been the mayor for about, 15 years, 16 years? That's almost a quarter of the time the city of Marina has been established as a city. So, I didn't even come here for that, but I just wanted to let you guys know maybe we should examine some of these smaller cities around this county, because an unfiltered Martin Luther King Jr. reminded us that a white moderate, or in today's day and age, a brown moderate, is more dangerous than a Ku Klux Klan member. So just remember that.
Thank you for your comment. All right. And I'm going to just go through a couple of our codes of sort of how we go through our public comment here at the county. But thank you for your comment. We have a motion on the floor. Is there any further board discussion? Seeing none, I see no hands raised. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. Thank you to the mayors for putting forth 2 nominations per the Agency Act. We appreciate Mayor Labar's service and appreciate Mayor Delgado's willingness to serve. We can recess and call to recess the Water Resources Agency Board and call to order the Baranda County Sanitation District. Let the record show that all supervisors are present. We have 1 item on the consent agenda for Baranda County Sanitation District. Is there any public comment on the Baranda County Sanitation District consent agenda? I have a motion for approval of consent from Alejo, a second from Daniels. I didn't see any public comment hands raised or anyone approach the dais, so we'll close public comment, bring it back for all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. Consent for Baranda County Sanitation is approved. We will. Hold on just a moment. Okay, so technically, Verona County Sanitation District also has a general public comment item. That would be for items within the general public comment for Verona County Sanitation District. For general public comment for the County of Monterey, that will come in a moment. So I'll call for general public comment on the Verona County Sanitation District. That's only for items within the purview of the Verona County Sanitation District. Any general public comment for Verona County Sanitation District? Seeing none, we'll close general public comment there and adjourn Verona County Sanitation District and move to the Pajaro County Sanitation District. Let the agenda show that all supervisors are present. Open public comment for the Pajaro County Sanitation District. Close public comment for the Pajaro County Sanitation District. We have one item on our consent agenda for Pajaro County Sanitation District. Is there any public comment on the consent agenda for Pajaro County Sanitation District? Seeing no public comment, I'll bring it back to the board.
Move to approve.
I have a motion from Church, a second from Alejo for consent on the Pajaro County Sanitation District. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. All right, motion passes. We're going to adjourn Pajaro County Sanitation District, bring it back to the Board of Supervisors for Monterey County. Let the agenda or record show that all supervisors are again present. Okay, we have now our consent calendar. This is items number 24 through 37 on today's agenda with one correction as noted earlier by the clerk of the board. And if you could just remind us, Valerie, what item that was corrected.
That was for item number 31, and that was a revised amendment number 2 that was received.
Okay. And so on your calendar, if you're holding an agenda, the consent agenda is towards the back of the agenda packet, and this is items number 24 through 37. I'll start with the board. Are there any questions or comments? Sorry, I'll start with the board. Is there any questions or comments on any of the consent agenda items today? Any items to pull or comment on? Any items to pull or comment on? No. Okay, let's take it out to the public. Any items to pull or comment on? If you have an item, if you could approach the dais, and there actually are a few here. I'm going to start, and I'll call on those that I have cards for first, and then anyone else who has an item that you'd like to comment on, if you could approach the dais, state the item number that you'd like to comment on, and then make your comment. And I'll just, for the record, we do have a timer that is up on the front up here. We do provide 2 minutes for public comment. The timer will walk its way down the time at the top. When the timer runs out, there's a little dinger that goes off. And then the microphone will turn itself off, and then I have to interrupt whoever's speaking. I really prefer not to interrupt anyone, so I'm going to ask everyone to monitor the time and help us manage the room today. We do have some code of conduct in the chambers per county code or county ordinance. I'll defer to staff on county council on that. These are our chambers. These belong to all of us, and we do ask that in addition to monitoring the time, our code doesn't allow for displays during public comment. So if you're holding signs, we ask that you put your signs down. And we also ask that there not be any clapping or stomping while people are engaging in public comment. So just wanted to be really clear and upfront from the beginning of public comment here. So we're going to start with Robert Reyes, who has a comment on 33, followed by Carl Paradox, who has a comment on item 33, followed by Chris Barrera, comment on 33, and Peter Sazali with a comment on 33.
Yes, I'm here to speak on the arch, on the $100,000 that the office is going to be voting on here today. When I take a look at the $100,000 and I take a look at the budget that the county has and the forecast, and this is under discretionary income or a discretionary type spending. When I take a look at the budget, there should be really no word in your budget that describes discretionary. You are not set to have a good budget moving forward. If each and every one of your offices has $100,000 as discretionary funding, that's $500,000. Do you know how much you are scheduled to raise when you raise the taxes to the county folks of this county? You're scheduled to bring in between $2 million and $2.5. Now, if you spend $500,000 on things that are not necessary, that means that you're spending almost $250,000 or 1/4 of the percent that the taxpayers paid you when you asked for funds saying, this county needs your help. They weren't trying to help you to build an arch. They weren't trying to help you to build some type of statute for you to put a plaque and say, I'm going to live in infamy or live forever. That's not what it was about. Now, there is somebody that looked at the budget very carefully and voted not to approve it. But 4 of you said yes. But I am here to tell you, give it a second look. Because when the public when they begin to understand the real numbers, that you are nickel and diming them, and then behind doors, you're asking for your arch, things that are qualified as unnecessary. You know, we have necessary items. You could build on the civil, we are going to be able to we will need more money for the civil rights office. Let's put those $100,000 to work there, Luis. You are a big advocate of that, right? Let's also build some lights. Have you driven down East Salinas? It is dark.
Thank you. And again, if we could just withhold from displays during public comment. Thank you. We'll go next to Carl and then to Chris.
Cal Paradox, yeah. Good morning, my name is Cal Paradox, and I'm from the east side of Salinas. Nobody that I know refers to our neighborhood as the Alisal or El Alisal. Okay? Our city budget is projected to be in the red by millions these upcoming years. Should we really be spending money on a symbolic structure? I feel it would actually be a symbolic gesture telling us Eastsiders that we're not even from Salinas. We're from Alisal. It's symbolic segregation is what it feels like to me. The only people who seem to think it's a good idea are Council Member Jose Luis Barajas, who's my council member, and his campaign supporter, Mr. Luis Alejo right here. For reasons I and many residents, we don't even understand. The East Side needs real investment. Youth programs are underfunded, small businesses are barely surviving, and our roads are falling apart. And we have people sleeping in the streets right now, Mr. Alejo. People are sleeping in the streets, and you want to build an arch. If you truly want to invest in the east side of Salinas, invest in our infrastructure and our people, not a ridiculous idea that our arch is going to act like some magic wand and deliver economic prosperity and growth on the east side, because we all know that it's not. And we all know that it's a giant waste of money. Thank you for wasting our time.
Thank you for your comment. Next up, we have Chris Barrera, followed by Peter Cesali.
My name is Chris Barrera, President of LULAC Council 2055, and I'm here today to oppose the LSL Arch project. Let me be clear from the start. This is not about culture or pride. It's about priorities, transparency, and respect for the East Side community. I want to acknowledge the real work that has gone into the LSL Vibrancy Program, the residents, small business owners, advocates, and city staff who have spent years building trust, listening to the community, and focusing on meaningful, on-the-ground improvements. That work deserves respect, which is exactly why this process raises serious concerns. Have conversations actually taken place between the LSL Vibrancy Committee, City of Salinas staff, and the City Council about this project? If they have, the public hasn't seen them. If they haven't, then this process is fundamentally broken. A Monterey County Supervisor is now asking this board to approve $100,000 in taxpayer funds for a decorative arch. His idea, his request, while bypassing the Salinas City Council without a formally approved partnership and with an invoice already issued before the community has ever had a real opportunity to weigh in. That is not collaboration nor transparency. That is and that is the top-down decision-making. What is especially disturbing is the idea that deals are being made through the Community Foundation of Monterey County and a Monterey County supervisor, using public funds while real Eastside needs go unmet. That same $100,000 could have funded SUBA for another year, continuing its critical work advocating for East Salinas small businesses, the backbone of this community. The East Side doesn't need symbolism. It needs safe crosswalks, traffic calming, high-speed internet, and direct investment that improves daily life. We urge this board to reject this request. The East Side does not need an arch. The East Side needs action. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We have next up Peter Cizali.
Hi, I'm Peter Zalai, Salinas. I'm here to urge you to not approve $100,000 from District 1 to build Alejo's Arch in East Salinas. With all of the fiscal turmoil of the past year, with yet again an increase in taxes while managing deficits by rationing essential services, you're about to approve a vanity project for one supervisor's re-election campaign? Seriously? There are serious underfunded needs in county facilities, infrastructure, services, in the Sheriff's Department, in road maintenance, in homeless issues. Diverting county funds to seed $1 million 6-lane arch in East Salinas is not needed. When facing budget pressures, you focus on needs. A community landmark, a civic feature, is on not one Salinas resident's list of top 10 priorities. Alejo's Arch is supposed to celebrate the history and culture of the Alisal community. What about the history and culture of the Rumsen-Ohlone Native peoples, or of the Spanish, Japanese, Filipino, Danish, Swiss, Italian, Portuguese immigrants who also contributed to Salinas? Why are we ignoring Chinatown, or our many veterans, or the North Salinas Shopping District? Heck, Costco should get its own arch, considering the economic activity that one business generates. And please note from the Salinas City Manager, quote, "We have had no involvement nor have engaged with the county on this Alejo's Arch in any way," unquote. No, we don't need any additional arches in Salinas. The one we have is fine, unifying, representative of all. Don't give a skeptical public another reason to be disgusted with government wasting our money. Vote no on Alejo's Arch.
Thank you for your comment. Is there any other public comment from anyone in chambers on consent agenda today? I'm seeing no one else approach the dais. We're going to move. Okay, please approach.
Real quick, I wasn't because I'm here to speak on a different matter, but my name is Jeffrey Mata, and Supervisor Alejo, I was taught as a young person, look, you're not even looking at me. How is that a sign of respect? When someone is addressing you, everybody else here is looking at the person coming up top. That's all. You can at least have the decency, integrity to look at someone in the eyes when someone is talking to you.
Thank you for your comment. I'm just going to, again, ask respectfully, we discuss a lot of issues at this dais. We don't always agree on things, but we work really hard to focus on the policy and to disagree respectfully. And so as we're in these chambers, we may have comments that disagree on policy, but I do ask that we maintain decorum with the county ordinance. So displays of cheering or personal attacks, you have the right to your public comments when you have the microphone, but to respect the decorum of this board, and I'm just going to ask for that respectfully. So the timer, and if you would like to show support, find ways to do that silently, but we would like to have the continued decorum and respect in these chambers. I just respectfully ask for that. Thank you. Next comment, please.
My name is Eric Peterson. On item number 33, Mr. Barajas really needs to start doing the basics of his job instead of doing all the fluff around what he's doing. He's got unfilled committee assignments, and he's been having that all through his short reign. We really need to get him to do the basics of his job instead of all other things. Thank you.
All right, any other comments in the room? If you would approach the dais. Seeing no other comments in the room, we're going to go online. There's one hand raised, the phone number ending in 436. We welcome your comments on the consent agenda this morning.
Okay, good morning. This is Eloise Shim calling. $100,000 for the LSL Arch is frivolous spending for the Salinas taxpayers. To get the Nortinos off the street at Acosta Plaza in East LSL cost them $100K times 10, and that's a conservative estimate. You have an arch in Salinas on Main Street. You don't need a rival arch in East Salinas, clearly dividing the competing cultural values. Again, it's frivolous, divisive, and the money can be spent for affordable housing or homeless transitional housing so that the increasing numbers of people don't need to camp out on the railroad tracks or at the creek bed at Creek Bridge. It's like buying a vintage car when you can't pay your rent. Bad priorities equal unbalanced budgets. The Community Foundation of Monterey County has not considered the citizens of Salinas. There's 160,000 people. If they want the arch, they haven't asked them. People didn't want the mental hospital, and they spent a lot of money developing it before they had to check in with the public who did not want it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We see no further public comment on the consent agenda. I'm going to bring it back to the board. I did have a question specific to the contract on item number 33, specifically how the contract was drafted with the Community Foundation, and wanted to check in with our CAO's team about the specifics of how contracts with the Community Foundation would be executed. The way that it appeared to be written to me was unclear as to whether it was a contract with the county or a contract like when the funds would, how that would work exactly. I also was hoping to get clarification as to whether or not, like what the status of the cities, where the city was at on this particular project, if the CAO's office had information on that point.
Thank you. Great question. As far as the contract goes for the $100,000, we do have an invoice in hand. From here, if the board does approve this item, we would work on effectuating it through our contracts and purchasing department to do the agreement if needed. We do believe that with the board approval, we can approve just based off the invoice attached, and we would just send the invoice with the funding to the Community Foundation of Monterey.
Okay, and any other information about the city, if the city's taken action on this item or this issue, this discussion? My recollection is when this came to us as a board referral, that it was left with a process that the next step would be that the city would be discussing it and then it would come back to us. But I could be misrecalling the details of that.
Apologize, we will have to definitely inquire with the city as I do not have the current update.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it will be coming to the city council agenda in the next few months. Back in September, it was announced as a request from Councilmember Barajas that this item be agendized and be discussed at a future meeting. In that meeting, if the public was there, would see that numerous council members expressed support during that request for the item to be agendized. But I did want to let the public know, because I wanted to counter some of the arguments that were made here. This request for the arch did come from the community. If people were involved, from about 2016 to 2020, the city of Salinas held dozens of meetings, and I mean dozens. I was at many of those. I wonder if the people who made those comments even attended one of them in East Salinas. But they gathered a lot of ideas. And in that plan that was finalized in 2020, this is what the idea came from. In fact, if they look at the LSL Viability Plan, I believe it's page 88. It's not properly paginated, but it's LU 7.1 1E. It says, create gateways to mark key entrances to the LSL. It's a brief paragraph, and it has an example there in the document. It gives it Fruitvale in Oakland as an example. It says, well-designed gateways help create a sense of place and let travelers know that they're entering a special area. Gateways commonly include signs as well as arches or other type of large public art displays. But even they input potential locations for an arch. It says potential locations in the LSL include intersections at the 101 and East LSL Street, East Market Street and Kern, East Laurel Drive, and North Sanborn Road. So that's where it comes from. But people mentioned why the LSL. The word itself, El Alisal, came from original land grant, Rancho El Alisal. And in its earliest beginnings, even before it was incorporated into the city of Salinas, it was the most diverse place in all of Monterey County. It included Mexican, Filipino, Chinese, then a lot of migrants who came from Oklahoma and Texas and other southern states. They made that their home because it was the most affordable place they could make a future here in California. And we all know that the Salinas Arch on Main Street is iconic. If you look at all the marketing by our Convention and Visitors Bureau, our county documents, all the police recruitment, Natividad doctors recruitment, everybody is using that as an iconic symbol of our city to promote the community. In fact, I go there often, whether it's a quinceañera, whether it's a car show, whether it's a festival, everybody is using that arch as on their flyers and in their advertisement. I think the East Side deserves the best. This is not discretionary to the board. This $100 is from our particular offices. We get to use that as we want to. And this is not the end, this is the beginning. I'm going to continue to raise money from the community, from philanthropic groups. It's going to take several years. We hope that the city will also be a partner. That's how the Rotary Arch on Main Street was accomplished. Half of it was raised by Rotarians and the community. Half of it was paid by the city of Salinas. There was no question there when they put it on Main Street that why the city was putting it up. But as soon as we want to put it on the east side, heavily Latino, the most immigrant zip code in all of Monterey County, now everybody makes a reason why that neighborhood, why that part of the city doesn't deserve it, even though it has a unique, rich, and vibrant multicultural history from its very beginnings. And so, and we are addressing those. We are addressing those. Please stop shouting.
I'm gonna call the meeting to order.
It's not one or the other.
I'm gonna call the meeting to order.
It's not one or the other. It's not one or the other.
Luis.
We're addressing
Supervisor.
everything. We are addressing all the needs.
We're gonna call the
We are
meeting to
addressing all
order.
the issues. We are addressing it, sir. Come attend our Lead Me Home Leadership Council where we talk about homeless.
Supervisor, hold on a second. If we need to call a break of the meeting,
I
we will
invite people
call a
who
break.
shout like that
Supervisor,
to come
hold on.
to our homelessness meetings.
Supervisor, could I please?
It's my time. I was talking.
Hold on. If we need to call a break of the meeting, we'll call a break of the meeting. And again, I just ask for respect. My colleague is speaking, and I'm just going to again ask for respect so we can continue to hear everyone.
The people
when
who
it's their time.
shout like that never come to the meetings where we are planning. This is hard work. We're realizing projects to address homelessness, not only in Salinas, not only on hotel conversion projects. They didn't come help when we built the Share Center, where we were getting yelled at public meetings because people didn't want it there. We took the brunt. Me, late Mayor Joe Gunter, Council Member Scott Davis, we all took the brunts and once we built it, there were never any issues. We got almost 100 people, mostly women and children, sent to Share Center. We're doing projects in Pajaro on homelessness, Soledad, King City. We worked on the Casa Nochebuena in Seaside, all parts of our county, and there's more to do. What do you mean we're not addressing it? Yes, we would like everybody willing to get services, but that's not the reality. But we are definitely trying, and we do recognize that there's a lot more work to do. I don't shy away from the issues. I roll up my sleeves. I put in the work. I don't back away from the toughest issues. But when it comes to East Salinas, I think they do deserve beautification projects, revitalization projects, projects that could be a source of pride for the youth of their community. When I first became a supervisor for 92,000 residents out of 160, I used to get frustrated when people, all they would talk about at that time, talk about the homicides, talk about everything negative going on in our community. I said, my approach is never to do that. Don't focus on it. Focus on what's beautiful in our community, uplift the families, uplift the youth, uplift the workers, uplift the immigrants. I want every young person who grows up in Salinas to be proud of their hometown, to want to come back and work here and be a leader here. And that means along the way, we do these projects that are sources of pride, that are beautify the neighborhood, that tell the story of the people that grew up in that neighborhood. That's what this is about. I could take the hits. I could hear disagreements with whatever I do. I try to explain it and articulate it. But I've been doing this for a while, and I said I know how to take criticism, and I appreciate it. The good, the bad, I could take it. But in the end, I know this is going to be something that is going to be a source of pride. I know it's going to be a lot of work. It's not easy. This is the beginning. But I'm going to keep working on it until I get it across the finish line. And I know one day when that arch is up there, the community is going to be proud to have something like that on the east side. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the additional information. I think it more than answered my question. At this point, the further question that I have is regarding the contract with the Community Foundation as it's currently drafted, speaks about distributions of the fund and speaks to the agency. It's currently drafted to represent one individual, not the county, which I think would need to be corrected. And I think that some questions for me exist about review of the board discretionary policy. So I'm not in a position without knowing the position, having the city having taken action and having comfort with the currently drafted draft attachment to the way that it's written. So I'm not comfortable approving item 33 as it's currently presented to us. So I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda items.
There are other comments.
Are there other comments? Oh, okay. We do have other comments. Well, I'll just make a motion for item number 24 through 37 with the exclusion of 33, if there's, to move us along. But we can go to other comments.
I'm happy to jump in.
Are we going on 33?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Just want to make sure.
Well, I put a motion out to move the rest of the consent agenda forward.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Move the rest. Okay.
So we have a motion and a second for the remainder of the consent agenda with the exception of item 33. Any further discussion on the remainder of the consent agenda? All right, all in favor of the remainder of the consent agenda with the exclusion of item 33? Aye. All opposed? Or any opposed? None? All right, the remainder of the consent agenda is taken care of, and we'll go back to further discussion on item 33. Supervisor Church.
Just a question understanding, what is the total cost of the arch? I know 100,000 isn't going to cover that.
Like as we said at our last meeting, there's early estimates. We're using the numbers that the total cost of the Salinas Arch that the Rotarians raised for, that was just under $600,000.
And so I know this has got to go to the Salinas City Council, and this money would go to the Community Foundation to be held into there. If the Salinas City Council, and I'm not sure what the contract covers on this, the Salinas City Council decides not to go ahead with this, does 100,000 come back then?
Glenn, my intent is to continue the effort, fundraising, whether they're a partner or not, to raise the money to realize the arch.
Yeah, there's a few things in there that were raised by the public I want to make sure to address. One was I heard a number that the budget's $2.5 million. Our budget's $2 billion from the county. So just in terms of clarity, I think that number's important as a percentage. It's not 25% of the budget that gets put out there. I just think that's really important so the public understands the types of numbers we're talking about when we're dealing with county government. The other is like why this discretionary opportunity exists. Context, for years as I sat as a staff member to a supervisor, we would get up here and items would come back 6, 7 times and eat 2 to 3 hours each time. And the staff time alone would number into the hundreds of thousands of dollars to address those items and whether or not we were going to proceed. And often it was a question of, are you going to spend 20 grand here, 30 grand there, yes or no? And it wasn't worth that. You'd spent that in staff time already. And yet, as supervisors, we represent very different communities with very different priorities. And obviously, we're elected by those people to sit up here and make those calls. And so that's where that discretionary concept came from and why this board has supported that so that we can not have to go through these large contested public debates. That's why we had this, because the timing alone, you think of every hour, how many staff members are sitting in the room today, how many are sitting watching, wasn't worth the amount we were putting in. So that's the reason why these discretionary funds exist. We're not unique. A lot of counties around California do this so that for these very issues, we're not having political fights over very small amounts of money. I think this question about whether or not to build an arch, the last mayor of Salinas was very clear with me about the importance of the vibrancy plan for the east side of Salinas. As I said on the Solid Waste Authority, it changed a lot of the initiatives, including removing the solid waste facility in that side of town. Right? That was millions of dollars spent of public tax dollars to create this future opportunity and an investment in the east side. And the components of what that is come through this plan that was generated by the community, including this wayfinding or mile marker signs, right? This idea of creating a sense of place is an important concept when you try to draw people to a community, to show off what it's doing and get people invested in it. That's part of it. A lot of people don't know, we just finally executed on a plan of over $1 million to put these tiny signs all over unincorporated Monterey County that mark bike lanes, right? And my community got upset. They're like, over $1 million to put these tiny signs all over unincorporated. It came through a grant through TAMC, took layers, the county had to approve it, there were easements. It's a complicated, long process, over $1 million for tiny little signs. Again, we're talking about investing in a place. And I get that right now folks may be frustrated with the city of Salinas and how they're investing their dollars. That's what I'm hearing. And I get that there's a lot of weird politics happening on that board right now. And I've seen all the great videos about this online. Folks are really invested in this. But at this point, the question that I'm hearing is, am I willing to overstep the wishes of a colleague who's investing in a plan that was generated by a community, put into a plan and put forward and approved by a full council, understanding that this is what the community has called for on that east side? That's it. That to me is the important piece. Following through on those steps, showing up at the end and screaming doesn't do it. The lack of respect for the decorum of the room takes away the oxygen in the room. It just does. So we're sitting here today with $100,000 as a down payment and investment, and maybe it doesn't pan out and it comes back. But this marker is a placeholder to say, we're investing in this community in this way. And I get that everybody may not agree with that, but again, the community through that process elevated this and put it forward. If you read that plan, it's part of that. It's why the Solid Waste Authority is no longer in that same facility, why there's an empty lot there. And what's coming for that community is all part of that vision the community created for itself. Now, that is the basis for this particular piece and why I'm willing to support it today and hope that, again, if it doesn't work out, it comes back. But again, that would go back to Supervisor Alejo to decide. But I'm hearing that that's a bigger concern is who has control, right? And that's why, going back to why we have a discretionary process, we're here today. And I just wanted to share that context and the size of the budget to help frame that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Daniels?
Yeah, I just wanted to express just some discomfort with us deciding where or making decisions about where a supervisor places their discretionary funds. And I think we got a pretty good description here about how those funds came to be part of the budget. Just looking at a tally of what I've spent this year, I spent $5,000 on the Commission on the Status of Women, $5,000 to the Village Project, and $5,000 to a photo history project so we can maintain the history of Monterey County through photographs. It's a project someone's working on. But last year, I gave the full $100,000 to a housing, a project to develop attainable housing. The total cost of that project is going to be in the hundreds of millions of dollars, right? But it's to get it moving. And I would be really distraught if my colleagues told me where I needed to spend that money and how I should spend that money. That said, everything that happened here today is what's supposed to happen. When it's over a certain threshold, we're supposed to have a meeting in public and hear from you and get the feedback. So this is how it's supposed to go down. But to my colleagues, I just really caution that, you know, I wouldn't be as calm if you were expressing a concern with how I was going to invest in District 5 or on the Monterey Peninsula. And I just want to say that because I would feel very differently if this were being directed at me.
Thank you. Any further conversation about item 33?
One thing I want to add into there is and I agree with all the comments that are made here, and I think I've made about 9 9 discretionary contributions and have 4 in line, and most of them are like in 2,500 to 5,000 for senior center, youth activities along this line, animal welfare. And I agree, there, it's a lot more efficient than tying staff down on some of these. The only thing on this one, because it's going to be a capital improvement in the city of Salinas, I wish the city of Salinas had weighed in officially ahead of time. And I just would throw out whether or not any consideration on tabling it until the city of Salinas is weighed in. That would be the only thing I would feel a little more comfortable with. But I'm going to leave this to Supervisor Alejo to kind of make that call onto that, because I don't really like to jump in on and interfere with another supervisor's decisions in the districts on how to spend, because that's going to ultimately rest with the voters. And if they don't like how it's spent, they're going to express that onto them.
Yeah, and colleague, Supervisor Church, it's not. I don't want to delay because it's not contingent on whether they decide to participate or not. We're inviting that, but whether they participate or not, we want this project to go forward in the long run. And just have us take.
It's going to take Salinas approval though, because it's going to be a infrastructure.
Yeah, but I'm talking about whether they're going to contribute towards a project or not.
I was speaking whether just to give their blessing officially.
Yes, but I can tell you,
Just for
the remarks
sake
have been positive.
For sake of maintaining our meeting, so we'll go. We've heard from Supervisor Church. We heard from Supervisor Alejo. Any final comments? Don't hear anyone else speaking. I'll just be clear. I continue to have concerns, and I've stated my concerns since we started the discretionary funding process. The first year that it was $200,000 per office. The current year that it's $100,000 per office. I think the policy that we have in place does, for the purposes of transparency, bring all those decisions over a certain amount of money back to the full board, because these are taxpayer dollars that we're spending. I appreciate that we know our districts well and are able to invest those dollars or make recommendations about where to invest those dollars in our districts, but ultimately that the public weighs in on that, and then as a full board, there is a fiduciary responsibility to make decisions about the timing and how and where those investments are made. As I said, I do have hesitations, being that the city of Salinas, I've read the ALSA vibrancy plan, and I believe maybe I have some different interpretations of how I'm reading it. I think the city of Salinas has had the opportunity to weigh in. I would feel more comfortable also moving forward if there was city action or engagement at this point, and I have concerns about the way that the community foundation contract is drafted. So I'm not able to support the draft contract as it's currently laid out. And I'll just be, again, clear about concerns that I have about the way that the discretionary funding policy exists in the county of the past 2 years. So those are my comments. Is there a motion?
I'll second it.
A motion from Alejo, a second from Lopez. All in favor, let's do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo, Supervisor Church.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Daniels.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Rudowski.
Nay. All right, motion passes. Okay, we can now move on to our general public comment, which I believe is what many individuals are here for today. And thank you for your patience. We typically adjourn for lunch at noon. And have tried really hard to hold to that this year, but we do definitely want to make sure that we're allowing for public comment. So with the will of my colleagues, I'd like to proceed to hear public comment for as long as we can here today. So general public comment portion of the meeting is reserved for people to address the board on matters that are not on the agenda today, but are otherwise within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors. We don't engage in dialogue during general public comment. You may ask questions of the county, but we're not able to answer those questions in the portion of general public comment. If you have questions or information that you'd like to request of the county, feel free to take a card or email the county at the email address listed on the agenda, or Yuri, my staff is here in chambers, as well as we have staff throughout the room. I think somewhere you guys, or we have staff out front, and feel free to get information and contact us so that we can provide additional information and answer questions outside of the meeting, outside of general public comment. I did also just want to take a moment to acknowledge publicly what I know so many of you are here to comment on. Our community has been just covered in this blanket of grief for the past week. And the tragedy of the officer-involved shooting that occurred on Sunday night that resulted in the death of Ronald Tinsley is one that is felt and has been felt by not just those that knew and loved him or members of his family, but is felt our Marina police and it's felt by everyone in our community. The ripples of grief have they spread and they touch all of us. And I want to offer my deepest condolences to all of those who are grieving. I think it's important that we continue to hear about not just the need to have transparency and what transpired and what happens next, but that we continue to hold space and engage in dialogue about how we look at our systems moving forward. And so I just want to say thank all of you who are continuing to use your voices and keep those conversations going. So thank you for the personal privilege of being able to just make those comments before we begin public comment. And I thank you all for being here. So again, public comment is 2 minutes. We have a list of names. I'll call them up if you could just come through. Again, I'll ask that you monitor the time, help me monitor the time so that we don't have to interrupt anyone. And thank you all for being present with us today. Okay, we will start public comment. I have Chris Bunn, followed by Bill Doros, and then Robert Daniels, Jr. Chris, are you with us in chambers? Did we lose you, Chris? Okay, we'll move on to Bill Doros.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The comments you just made, Madam Chair, about the shooting in Marina, as we've all been seeing what's gone on in Minnesota, is a very tragic and painful time. And the subject I want to talk about is very different than that. But as Supervisor Alejo was alluding to, there are also times where maybe we got to think of other things as well, right? Other positive things. And so I'm a resident of Carmel, and my comment is to ask the county get involved and exercise leadership along with others, TAMC, the city of Monterey, the city of Carmel, to promote the development of a bike path or pedestrian path that links those two cities. It's probably something that's been thought of and planned and talked about many times, and yet there's nothing on the ground. There's nothing I can find on anybody's website that explains what that looks like. It is not just a District 5 issue. This is a county-wide issue in that the counties and the cities and the chambers of commerce and businesses all try to promote bringing people here to these counties. All of these jurisdictions have climate change adaptation plans. There are employees that would like to cycle to work or walk to work. And it's really dangerous to do that. I've made the walk several times in the past year just to find out, is it doable? And Obviously, I survived. I'm here. There are terrifying aspects to walking along Highway 1 or crossing freeway off-ramps in order to get there. And I ask that the county become involved with that, help lead an effort. I'm making the same plea to the city of Carmel. I've already done that. Monterey, I'm going to try to talk to TAMC tomorrow. I think it's long overdue and something that would really benefit the community on so many levels. In the community, I mean Monterey County. I have a letter addressed to Supervisor Daniels, but it's relevant for all the board, and I'll pass that up. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We have up next Robert Daniels, followed by Lavisha Franklin.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and support staff. I'm here as a community advocate to demand accountability, transparency, and policy reform following the killing of Ronald Tinsley by the Marina Police Department. This case raises three basic questions. Was the law followed? Could this death have been prevented? And are this county's oversight systems doing what the law requires? California Penal Code Section 835 is clear. Deadly force is lawful only when it is necessary to protect human life. Necessary does not mean dangerous or chaotic. It means there is no reasonable alternative, and it requires officers to continuously reassess as circumstances change. The video evidence raises serious questions about whether that standard was met once Mr. Tinsley's vehicle was stopped. Officers remained in close proximity rather than disengaging or creating distance. That moment is legally decisive, yet it is largely absent from the district attorney's preliminary statement. That omission undermines confidence in the conclusions being presented. Section 835 also requires consideration of officer-created risk, whether officers' own actions increase the danger later used to justify deadly force. An officer entered the vehicle and remained engaged during movement. The preliminary statement acknowledged that conduct, but does not meaningfully analyze whether it escalated the situation. That is a failure to apply the statute as written. The Fourth Amendment similarly requires objective reasonableness under the totality of the circumstances. Fear alone is not enough. The video shows continued close quarters engagement after the vehicle had been stopped with no clear effort to disengage or contain. Once again, weapon possession alone does not justify deadly force. The video does not clearly show Mr. Tinsley independently aiming or firing the weapon at the moment deadly force was used. Ambiguity requires transparency, not assumptions. This is not only a district attorney issue, the Board of Supervisors is responsible for the county's accountability structure. When major legal questions go unanswered, that is governance failure. The ask is simple. Require a full written public analysis of how Penal Code Section 835 was applied, and ensure future reviews explain legal reasoning, not conclusions. This community is not asking for sympathy, it is asking for accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next we have, and it will have, if I could just have people line up so that we can, so we have Lavisha Franklin, followed by Julie Altman, and then Henry Perez, and John Doe.
Hello. I stand before you today not just as an active community member, but as a mother of Black sons. And like so many Black mothers, I live with a fear that never sleeps, a fear that my children were born into a society that has never fully seen their humanity, a society where Black men are too often treated as threats before treated as people. The killing of this young man, Ronald Tinsley, during a traffic stop in Marina has shaken our community. What should have been a routine interaction escalated into a tragedy that cannot be undone. And while investigations and procedures may follow, the loss once again belongs to the grieving family and the traumatized community. This pain does not exist in a vacuum. For generations, Black people in this country have endured dehumanization, harassment, torture, and violence, first through slavery, then through Jim Crow, and now through systems that continue to over-police our bodies and under-protect our lives. We have never been given time, space, or safety to heal from the legacy. Instead, the trauma is being compounded. As a mother, I teach my sons how to survive encounters with police before I can even teach them how to drive. That alone should tell you that something is deeply wrong here. So today I'm asking this county to move beyond the statements and sympathy and to take intentional solution-based action. We need accountability that is transparent. We need policies that prevent unnecessary escalation. We need investment in alternatives to policing, in mental health response, in community-led safety, and we need meaningful partnerships with the Black community.
Thank you.
Good morning, Julie Altman, Acting Chair of the Department of Social Work at CSUMB. I want to start my comments by thanking each and every one of you for your leadership. I know how difficult the roles you play as leaders in this county are. I also know how important those roles are. So thank you for listening. I also want to now encourage you as leaders of Monterey County to affirm the freedom and democratic ideals that this country and this county was founded upon, including privileging empirical truth over bias and assumption, upholding the integrity of law and the ethics of care and respect in everything we say and do. Following this, I ask that you, 1, move to appoint a truly independent investigation of Ronald Tinsley's murder. 2, encourage in every way possible a narrative about this horrific tragedy that is in keeping with what actually transpired, not the sort of blame the victim, the dominant blame the victim narrative that we see so in vogue across our country today. And 3, affirm the dignity for Black lives in both life and death. Heartbroken. Thank you.
Timer's not on. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jeffrey Mata, and I'm here to speak about the killing of Ronald Tinsley and what I personally observed. What I witnessed was not a routine traffic stop. It was a racial profiling followed by unnecessary escalation that ended in a man losing his life. The sequence of events suggests that alleged traffic issues were used as a pretext to justify stopping a driver who had already been known to law enforcement, raising serious concerns of racial profiling and selective enforcement rather than a routine traffic stop. The officer was driving through Marina Heights Drive when he recognized Mr. Tinsley, a person he had previously arrested in June 2025. You can see the moment the officer realized who the driver is. He turns around and follows him. Only after that, the recognition the officer begins justifying the stop. First is the front license plate. Then it becomes expired registration. The reasoning shifts, but the decision to stop him had already been made. This was not about traffic safety. It was about who was behind that wheel. I also observed the officer tiptoeing and leaning into the vehicle, peeking inside as if searching for something. That behavior is not consistent with a standard traffic stop. It communicates suspicion and intent to find a reason to escalate. Then the officer asked to see the driver's phone. This is a traffic stop. This is no lawful reason to demand someone's cell phone. When Mr. Tinsley says he was talking to his mother, the officer treats him as if he is lying and tries to verify it anyways. That is not enforcement. That is interrogation. Then the officer says, "I think I'm familiar with you," and brings up a restraining order. That has nothing to do with a traffic violation. At that moment, the stop shifts from addressing a citation to targeting a person based on prior contact. Throughout the interaction, the officer's tone is aggressive and dismissive. He talks down to the driver, puts words in his mouth, and frames him as an uncooperative when he is simply asserting his rights. The officer escalates at every opportunity instead of de-escalating. The registration was 6 months expired. That could have been handled with a citation. Instead, the officer uses it as a justification to order Mr. Tinsley out of the vehicle and threatening towing. That escalation was unnecessary and avoidable. You can hear the driver says he feels targeted. He asks, "Why are you doing this?" He says the situation feels excessive. The officer does not respond with care or explanation. He does not slow things down. The escalation appears intentional. The officer also contradicts himself at first. He tells the driver that he only thinks he's
I'm sorry to interrupt. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments.
It confirmed this stop was never neutral
Thank you.
Not a traffic
No,
violation.
it's okay.
That is racial profiling.
It's okay.
At one point, the officer drives.
It's okay.
I don't like the driver says, officer,
Thank-
I'm coming. I don't like the aggression.
No, I know. We hear you. We hear you, and I need to end the comments now.
Back of the head. No one should ever hear that from
Thank
law
you
enforcement doing a traffic
for your
stop.
comments.
When the officer acknowledges that he has a gun, it
We
feels less
we
like
need to end the comments now. Thank you.
expecting and waiting for. Officers
Thank you.
Officers cite fear of another weapon as a reason.
It's-
Life-saving measures were delayed. This was racial profiling. Looks.
Thank you for your comments.
Recognition, suspicion, escalation, and deadly force was none of it had to happen. I'm asking this board to take
We-
this seriously,
we-
to demand accountability, and to acknowledge that racial bias and policing is not abstract. It is real and it is deadly.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much for your comments. And I am just going to, again, ask everyone to help us monitor the time so that we can maintain the room. And I will also ask for those who have written comments, if you wouldn't mind sending them in writing so that they can be documented as well to cob@countyofmonterey.gov. We do want to make sure we have everything on record. Thank you. You can send it whenever it's convenient for you. Okay, we're going to go next to Henry Perez, then John Doe, then Lisa Stewart, then Catherine Finot. And if you can just line up so that we can keep comments coming through. Thank you.
A proud resident of the Monterey County, and I'm here to demand transparency, accountability, and justice following the killing of Ronald Sharon Tinsley II. Let's say it one more time, y'all. Ronald Sharon Tinsley II. We are here to speak out about the killing and false narratives being promoted about Ronald and to demand accountability, transparency, an independent investigation and autopsy if possible, correction of false narratives being promoted, and an end to racially biased policing practices and policies, the last of which will take some time, but it starts today with y'all. Accountability and transparency means disclosing that Officer Dillon had a past with Ronald and that Officer Dillon was a member of the Brady List, a list for overzealous police officers with shaky past, lack of credibility, multiple offenses, and disciplinary actions on their jacket. He too had, quote unquote, and made it past the cracks to keep a badge and stay on the streets in this county. I'm wearing red because there's blood on his hands, just like a lot of people's. Correction of false narratives means telling an unbiased story and humanizing Ronald for who he really was, not painting him to be a gang member or an addict. Ronald's business was making music and detailing cars. He was a talented writer and a great caring father and friend. We worked together on countless works of music, as I too am a seaside rapper and producer, as well as a mechanic. More importantly, he was the only friend of mine that helped set up my wedding, making sure I had support and love from a real friend in the biggest moment of my life. You feel me? We are tired of the lies. We are tired of being treated intellectually inferior. The unfiltered version of MLK reminds us that a white or a brown moderate in today's day and age is more dangerous than a KKK member. Censorship and false narratives is a sign of that and what's to come. Think globally, but act locally. I'm sure Alex Purdy and Renee Good would also agree with all of these points. In closing, we reject the criminalization of Ronald Tinsley. We reject the distortion of facts and remind the council that a person's does not justify their death. Criminal history is not a death sentence, and silence will not be our response. Power to the people. Side up, baby. Straight up.
Thank you for your comments. All right, next up, I think I said it, Lisa Stewart. Is Lisa, followed by Catherine Finot, Renee Young, Rosalind Green.
Hi, thank you. My name is Dr. Lisa Stewart. I'm a wife, a daughter, a sister, a mother, and a social worker, as well as a longstanding community member of Monterey County. I live in District 5 and work in District 4. The death of Ronald Tinsley deeply impacted me both personally and professionally. As a former crisis response social worker, I am trained in risk assessment, de-escalation, and proportional response. From both a professional and community standpoint, I'm compelled to ask a fundamental question. How does a traffic stop end with another Black man's life taken? I reject the criminalization of Ronald Tinsley II and the distortion of facts that followed his death. Based on my own review of the footage released to the public, I observed escalation rather than de-escalation from the officers. The actions taken by both officers appear to have increased risk rather than reduced it. I did not observe circumstances demonstrating an imminent threat sufficient to justify the use of deadly force. I am deeply concerned by the speed of which public narratives emerged that focused on alleged wrongdoing by Ronald Tinsley II rather than on the conduct and decision-making of the officers involved. Criminalizing a person after their death to redirect attention away from law enforcement actions undermines public trust and compounds harm to families and communities. I also have serious concerns regarding the officer who discharged the fatal shot. Publicly available information indicates that this officer transferred from the Salinas Department of Police shortly after being hired. A review of available records raises concerns about whether this officer may have had a history of implicating was on a Brady file, which suggests disclosure obligations on the part of the county. If such concerns exist, I'm asking why this information has not been proactively.
Thank you.
My name is Catherine Fano, and I'm a resident of Monterey County. I've been working pretty hard on all this ICE stuff happening, and I'm coming today at 1:30 to be here for that. But I heard recently that the Monterey County Black Caucus asked people to show up for Ronald Tinsley, and I realized that this is something this community has been dealing with for, hundreds of years, and that, we got so caught up in ICE that sometimes we forget the other communities in our county, and I want them to know that we haven't forgotten them and that we want accountability for them. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Renee Young, and I'm a resident of Seaside and organizer with the Monterey County Black Caucus. I'm here following the killing of Ronald Sharon Tinsley II to demand the termination of officers Dillon, Severs, and Rose, and for criminal charges to be brought forth where their actions violated laws and policies. Officer Dillon racially targeted Sharon and was hyperfixated on him from the moment the DA says he recognized his face and busted a U-turn. Officer Dillon made 3 different comments at times where he pretended safety was a priority. First, when a bystander pulled over to check on Sharon and he ordered them to move their car out the road. Second, when he used safety as an excuse to take their convo from the driver's side door to the sidewalk. And third, when he told Sharon that this was how he removes everybody from their vehicles. Sharon was compliant. He immediately pulled over, provided ID, provided registration, put his right hand on his head and left hand on the wheel. He opened the door. All this while the car was still on. He instructed Sharon to do all of that, provided all that instruction, but neglected to have him put the car in park? If he was as concerned about safety as he pretended to be earlier, he would have had him turn off the ignition or even toss the keys out the window. Aware of Officer Dillon's history of unethical behavior and being on the Brady list, his partner, his instinct was to partially cover his body cam with his hand the second the officer reached inside the car. The car was going to roll down the street regardless. There was no outcome that would have kept anyone safe as long as that ignition was on, and Officer Dillon made sure of that when he chose to abandon his training and take matters into his own hands. Terminate and charge the officers. You have a responsibility to uphold your systems accountable, because when this becomes a pattern, and when it happens again, you'll be the negligent ones to blame.
Up next, I have Rosalind Green, Deja Robinson, Andrea Monzo, and Kyle Anderson.
Greetings, Chair and members of the board. My name is Rosalind Green, and I'm here because Ronald Sharon Tinsley II was killed in this county. And what we are witnessing now is not just a tragedy, it's a test of political will. Let me be clear, this is not an isolated incident. This is the predictable outcome of racist policing systems that dehumanize Black people and criminalize Black life. Systems this county has power and responsibility to confront. When the law enforcement rushed to control the narrative, they did what they always do. They criminalized the victim, distorted the facts, and asked the public to accept violence without question. We reject that. Ronald Tinsley's past, real or imagined, does not justify his death. Past history is not a death sentence, and being Black is not probable cause. Defamation does not equate to exoneration. The board cannot hide behind jurisdictional language or procedural distance. You oversee funding, you influence policy, you have a role in demanding transparency, accountability, and independent investigation free from conflicts of interest. We are demanding the immediate and full release of all body-worn and dash camera footage without edits, narrative framing, accountability for all officers involved, especially Officer Dillon, a true independent investigation, and public correction of misinformation, including false gang affiliation claims that put our whole community at risk. This is also about racist policing policies that continue to operate unchecked. Check it. If this board is serious about equity, then now is the time to act, not with statements, but with concrete oversight and reform. Say his name, Ronald Sharon. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
I'm here as a community organizer with Building Healthy Communities, a Monterey County Black Caucus. I am a mother and a resident of Monterey County. Ronald Sharon Tinsley II was killed by police in this county, and what we've received since then is not transparency, but narrative management. As a community, we demand the immediate release of all body-worn and dash camera footage unedited, including all officers and vehicles involved. Again, we demand accountability for Officer Dillon, Officer Severs, and Officer Rose. Accountability means real consequences, not administrative leave and not silence. We demand an independent investigation, not one handled by agencies with direct or indirect conflicts of interest. And we demand the public correction of misinformation, including false claims of gang affiliation. Ronald Tinsley had no gang enhancements or gang-related convictions. He was a father of 5 daughters. He was a son. He was a family member and a friend to many. And more importantly, he was a business owner. His life experiences vibrated through his music, not gangs. Being Black does not automatically make you a gang affiliate. A traffic stop should still allow you to make it home safely. The lies that have been broadly circulating endanger our community and must be formally retracted. Repeating what's been said earlier, Officer Dillon's history, including prior employment with Salinas PD and his appearance on a Brady list, raises serious credibility concerns. That makes transparency more urgent, not less. And to the board, this is about public record, public trust, and your responsibility to the public, not police talking points. Once again, we reject the criminalization of Ronald Sharon Tinsley II. We reject the distortion of facts, and we reject the expectation that we will quietly accept state violence. We will continue to show up until justice does too.
My name is Andrea Manso. I'm the Executive Director for Building Healthy Communities and Action Council, and I am here today to call for transparency, accountability, and justice for Ronald Sharon Tinsley II. This is not an isolated incident, as you heard. It reflects a long and painful history in this country of racial profiling and the criminalization of Black bodies, especially Black men, where suspicion too often replaces humanity and force too often replaces care. That history demands a different response. It demands transparency, it demands accountability, and it demands systemic change. Not just in one case, but in the policies and practices that continue to put Black lives at risk. Today, you've heard, we're calling for clear action, a fully independent investigation separate from any law enforcement agency and conflicts of interest, the immediate and full release of all body-worn and dash cam footage without edits, delays, and without any narrative framing, a thorough review of the Marina Police Department of their policies and practices, and full public transparency, including the correction of any false or misleading statements shared by law enforcement or the media. False narratives and claims about gang affiliation only causes further harm, mislead to the public, and distracts from accountability. Ronald was a father, a business owner, and a member of the community. He should be alive. As a community, we stand with his family and with all those impacted, demanding truth, accountability, and justice, and stand with every other family living in the fear that their loved ones could be next. Any loss of life is tragic, but preventable loss demands change. We can and must do better. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have, I think it's Kyle Anderson, Brian Shields, Ben Nurse, Gregory Daniels, and Jago Juarez. And if you could line up so we keep, we've got a lot of comments still to go. Thank you.
My name is Kyle Anderson. From what we have, the body cam footage was a hard watch, both because of blurs and bleeps, and two, I'm used to my friend being vulnerable in his music about his life, not for his life. I'm formally asking, was a toxicology screen conducted on the officer who fired the fatal shots in this case? And if not, why was that safeguard not applied in an incident involving deadly force, a documented Brady disclosure, and a fatal outcome? If toxicology was conducted, the public deserves to know that it was done. And if not, this council needs to explain why the standard of accountability stopped short, because transparency does not end at a body camera. It includes the condition, judgment, and fitness of anyone entrusted with lethal authority. I take issue with the unnecessary escalation. I take issue with the acknowledgement of irrelevant events that were meant to justify the treatment of Sharon in disregard for protocol resulting in his murder. The audio captures the officer stating, "If you have a gun, I'm going to shoot you in the back of the head." That statement matters because it speaks to mindset before action, not split-second reaction after confirmed threat. And that definitely wasn't his experience around Sharon, or he would have did that a long time ago. The family and then the public deserve to understand whether that statement reflects department training policy, wherewithal, or at least moral compass or individual judgment. It has since come to light that the officer who fired the fatal shots, Officer Dillon, appears on the DA's Brady disclosure list. That list exposes officers whose credibility or prior conduct must be revealed in court because it may impact truthfulness or reliability. That's not a rumor, that's a legal designation used by prosecutors. So the question before this council is not emotional, it's institutional. Why was an officer with a known Brady disclosure in a position to make a life and death decision without removal from enforcement duties? And what policies exist to prevent or allow that risk from reaching the street again? This is not about hindsight, it's about accountability, training, transparency, and public trust. Silence is no longer neutral, it becomes a choice.
Hello, Chair and Board. My name is Brian Shields. I'm a field rep with Carpenters Local 646, and I'd like to offer 10 seconds of silence for all the people hurting in this room and for the part of my family that would be at risk in that situation as well. I came today to speak to you about a project that was happening at Natividad Hospital. And I think it just sort of highlights this fundamental issue that every county in California has, but that I think that we could do something about addressing here, right? And to Natividad's credit, they ended up continuing the item on for another month so that it can be investigated. And I applaud Natividad for taking that action. But this was for a $4.8 million project for the, Medical Surgical 3 renovations. And in that is Angeles Construction, or Angel's Construction was given that project, or they won the bid, right? And what I did was I sent in, and what you have in front of you is both the email as well as the litigation against them, as well as the resolution, right? And I really think that there's some forward thinking that's happening in California. There's some forward thinking that's happening in Monterey County, where we can put small measures in place so it front ends these things. It doesn't end up stopping construction. It doesn't stop construction at our hospitals that we need that infrastructure. But what it does is it opens it up to where responsible general contractors are able to bid against unresponsible general contractors. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board. Luis Chago Juarez for Building Healthy Communities, Thriving Neighborhoods, Salinas team. And just want to hopefully that we could recognize another moment in this local history and take advantage of the lessons that we are experiencing at this moment. Saying this, speaking as a Salinas born, East Salinas raised resident, that I'm blessed to continue to live in my community today. Between 1999 and 2022, there were 18 police killings of residents, majority of which took place on the east side of Salinas in the 93905. What comes up for me as you drive down Sanborn, turns into Blanco, turns into Reservation Road, and becomes Marina, the community of the peninsula, that we have this shared experience with law enforcement. But what are we learning? And how are we applying those lessons? Are these lessons being learned? The value of transparency, what that means for the neighbors of Ron Tinsley, the family, the community, and the rest of us who have experienced this trauma collectively. I want to recognize that this moment, and thank you.
Do we have Ben Nurse, Gregory Daniels, John Silva, Miriam Smith, and Maria Turner next? All right.
Good afternoon, Board. Thank you for this opportunity. Dr. John Silva, District 4. We're in the midst of a tragedy. My prayers go out to all involved, and I applaud the bravery of all of today's speakers. Thank you. My concern, based on initial reporting, is that the Marina Police Department acted over-aggressively by profiling, among other things, and then released too much privileged information about Mr. Ronald Tinsley. This is prejudicial for any future departmental investigations or actions. This is important to you, Board, because we all owe it to each other to be concerned about the loss of a human life at the hands of the state. especially so when some groups are affected more adversely, more than the norm. My ask is that you use the influence and power that you have to ensure accountability within Marina Police Department and more transparency going forward. And at the same time, make a referral to the District Attorney's Office to investigate this very sad officer-involved shooting. Several before me have as well mentioned some other improvements that could be done within this police department and others. It would be nice if there could be some county-wide, interdepartmental way to see that these kind of improvements in police care do happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. So next up, we have Miriam Smith, then Maria Turner,
Yeah, can you hear me?
Tamisha Smith, and then Vanessa Hill.
Good afternoon to the board and hopefully friends to the community that's coming before you today. I am Miriam Smith, and I'm here for the senseless killing of Ronald Sharon Tinsley, number 2. I'm a co-founder of Pause the Cause, which is to reduce harm in our community, created to reduce harm into our community. He was killed by, of course we know, the Marina cop, but we demand that also that cop is fired and the other cops that were there. They no longer work on the force. He was racially profiled on a traffic stop, escalating it to deadly force, unnecessarily deadly force, clearly violating his rights, stepping into his car and telling him to get out the car, creating an oxymoron where he could not even get out the car or follow a command. Yet we have him grabbing him and grabbing for the keys. All these things were a violation of his rights. It started off violating his right by profiling him. The DA sends a narrative out in our community that the officer was trying to reach in and only get the keys, and that he refused to get out. He kept trying to get out. He clearly knew his rights. He didn't give up his cell phone. He clearly knew his rights, and he knew the officer was overstepping his bound, wasn't even letting him get out. He didn't tell him he was under arrest, but yet he did a search to his car. He didn't give him permission to do a search to his car. None of that happened on the video that we've got so far is showing that Tinsley was doing anything wrong but being profiled by the police officer. And we demand transparency. We demand an individual investigation. The investigation has not been fair into his killing and into his murder.
Good afternoon, members of the council. We are here today to formally request accountability and transparency regarding the death of Ronald Tinsley following an encounter with the Marina Police Department. When a life is lost during a law enforcement interaction, the responsibility to open, thorough, and timely is paramount. The community deserves a clear, factual account of what occurred, including a complete timeline of events, the release of all relevant body-worn camera footage, dispatch and incident reports, and clarification of the actions taken by all officers involved. We respectfully urge the City Council to ensure that an independent investigation is conducted and that its findings are made fully available to the public. Transparency is essential to maintain,
Transparency is essential to maintaining public trust, and accountability is necessary when policies, procedures, or the use of force are called into question. This is a request, not an attack on law enforcement, but a call for integrity, fairness, and adherence to the principles of justice. Accountability protects both the community and those who serve it. We stand in solidarity with the family of Ronald Tinsley and the residents of Marina in seeking the truth, responsibility, and meaningful action. The community deserves answers, and justice requires no less. Thank you.
Greetings, Council. My name is Tamisha Smith. I'm a longtime Monterey County resident, and I didn't personally know Ronald Sharon Tinsley II, but what I do know is being Black is a probable cause to a racist, biased police force. Those 3 officers acted on behalf of the department, and no one in Marina PD can wash their hands of his blood. I stand here because I know what he means to this community. He was a young Black man, and like so many before him, his life sits at the intersection where police brutality, selective policy enforcement, and the absence of truth is too often met with people who look like us. This is not speculation. This is a lived experience. This is history repeating itself in real time. And we're not here to attack, but we are here to demand what should have already been standard: transparency, accountability, and integrity in the performance of duty. Silence, especially from institutions responsible for public safety, is unacceptable. When information is delayed, obscured, or withheld, trust is broken. And broken trust doesn't just damage families. As you can see, it damages communities. Let's be clear, being Black is not suspicious, asking questions is not disrespect, and holding systems accountable is not anti-law enforcement. It's pro-justice and pro-democracy. We expect leadership that tells the truth, even when it's uncomfortable. We expect systems that value human life over institutional protection, and we expect actions that align with the values that this county claims to uphold. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Vanessa Hill. I'm from Seaside, and I wanted to say we're demanding transparency. We are demanding independent investigation into the murder of Ronald Tinsley, killed by the Marina Police. And you said your deepest condolences. Wouldn't you demand the same?
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go through our next. Next up, I have Michael Bayer, Nancy Zwang, Chris. We'll go Chris Bonnigan, Ben Nurse, and Gregory Daniels.
Nancy Zwang and I are doing a joint presentation. I'd ask if she could go first, please.
We're just gonna. I've got to roll through comments today, so if we could. We've got 2 minutes for Michael and then 2 minutes for Nancy.
Right. So we have, my comments are based on, that she gives you the background, but I'll just give them to you anyway. Preserve. Yeah, it would help us,
Yep,
but you
please.
can't do it. So,
If she'd like to go first, go
yes,
ahead. We've
thank
got
you.
2 minutes
I
for each
appreciate
comment.
that.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Hi. This year, our country celebrates the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. This was the beginning of what was then a unique experience in politics. A nation of the people would be governed by the people, for the people. It was such an extreme idea to break away from the ruling monarch that the instigators felt compelled to put down on paper their reasons. In publishing their Declaration of Independence, our founding fathers listed the history of repeated injuries and usurpations. In the spirit of our Declaration of Independence, concerned citizens are promoting the issuance of proclamations by local and state governments to express disapproval of the actions of the current federal government,
23 resolutions have been adopted in 8 states. 13 additional resolutions have been submitted in 4 states. Santa Cruz County and West Hollywood, California, have passed them. Defending our Constitution is not a partisan issue. It is required in the oath of office sworn by you supervisors. You are also meant to listen to the concerns of your constituents, protect us from actions harming others. So far, 32 died in ICE custody last year, the deadliest in over 20 years. 170 U.S. citizens were detained by ICE. 5 have been killed by ICE this month. As you will see in the resolution that I've sent to you, it's tailored to the circumstances of this area. We have a high percentage of unauthorized residents who provide essential services to the people of our county and our nation. Regardless of party affiliation, it is in the interest of Monterey County to protect all our residents from illegal searches, seizures, detainments, and deportations. I urge you to agree to put this resolution on the agenda of your next meeting for discussion and a vote of approval. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Michael Baer. I live in Pacific Grove, California. Preserve, protect, and defend. It was in your oath because it's an essential part of your duties and central to the functioning of our country. The Constitution is not a partisan issue. It is not polarizing. It's the foundation of our democracy. It's the bedrock, which is why you swear that oath to defend it when you assume office. Now, we've submitted this declaration informally. I have spoken with Supervisors Rude Askew, Daniels, and Church about it briefly, informally, at events throughout the peninsula where I've encountered them. So I'd like to take this opportunity to talk to Supervisor Lopez and Supervisor Alejo specifically. We have had a history on local issues of being on the opposite sides of our local issues, particularly around water. And but democracy, defending democracy, standing up for the Constitution like this declaration asks, it seems to me that is not a partisan issue. I would like to read the Fourth Amendment briefly. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched, the persons and things to be seized. This can protect us. ICE, I mean, what's going on in Minneapolis, we all know about, and it's a violation of the Bill of Rights. And if we have a declaration, then the county will have another bulwark to help defend its citizenry. So I encourage you to schedule this on the agenda so it can be further discussed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, I'm going to call one last time for Chris Bunn. I'm going to call one last time for Ben Nurse. I'm going to call one last time for Gregory Daniels. I'm going to call for Rosa Gonzalez. And then if there's anyone else in the room who would like to speak, if you wouldn't mind lining up after Rosa so that we can hear from anyone else in the room who wanted to speak and did not submit a speaker card. We want to hear from, this is the time for general public comment. All right, thank you, Rosa.
Hello, my name is Rosa Gonzalez. I'm a voter and resident of East Salinas. I want to thank you all for your service to this county, especially those of you who listen to and work with the communities you serve as opposed to leaning on political and symbolic actions. As you can hear from everyone who has taken their time to participate today, what we look for in our representatives are concrete, responsive, equitable actions that work to address the actual challenges that hardworking people face, such as the housing crisis, rent prices, over-policing, and police brutality that disproportionately affects Black and migrant communities. I come here today in honor of Ronald Sharon Tinsley II and everyone who loves him and is not only grieving the loss of his sacred life, I'm sorry, but in the midst of their grief, are working to ensure that this county do everything possible to ensure that another Black life is not stolen by the system to which we pay taxes and from which we should be able to expect protection, not murder, and basic human decency, not racial profiling. At a time when our constitutional rights, are being further threatened and eroded at the federal level, it's more important than ever that our county work to protect its people. All of the actions that people are here asking for today, such as transparency and an independent investigation that treat Mr. Tinsley with the human rights he and his family deserve, are the actions that will help the county to do just that. Thank you.
Yes, about Ronald, no matter what I say, I don't believe you guys can do anything anyway, or will do anything. But Ronald was a young man that was trying to raise his family. I got vans that I transport people in. He watched my vans all the time, and he was such a good man that he knew I wasn't making a lot of money, and he wasn't either. But he would watch my van and give me breaks on the price, and knowing he needed the money too. And then when I heard what they in the car, if you got a gun, I'll shoot you in the back of the head. If you got a gun. You ain't seen no gun, but if you got one. The only gun he had was the one the police brought and put in the car. That's the only gun that he had, and he didn't have that. And then they talk about safety. Somebody said up here that they let the car just run down the road without turning it off. If you are worried about safety, why didn't you turn the car off? No, you stopped to kill him. You the same guy that got in a fist fight with him, and then now you got your partner, which you gonna kill him. Y'all stopped him so you can kill him, and that's what you did. And he got girls, man. He got young girls. He got one grandson, one son. He told me it was his son that he was raising. The son come out and wash cars with. You guys can't do nothing, but now you know if you decide to do something.
Members of the board, Pastor Smith, Monterey County Black Caucus, Building Healthy Community, and Pastor New Hope in this community for the last 25, 30 years. I come before you today with a heavy heart and with a clear mind. Another one of our young men, Black men, Robert Sharon Tinsley, is dead. He's not dead from sickness, not from war, but by the hands of those that was sworn to protect and to serve. This is not just a statistic. This was a son. He was a father. He was an entrepreneur. He had a future. And because I'm a pastor, I need to tell you what the scripture says. What does the Lord require of thee but to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly before your God? Justice in this case is not optional. Mercy is not weakness, and humility means admitting when something is wrong and having the courage to fix it. We're tired of funerals replacing our graduations. We're tired of explanations replacing accountability. We're tired of policies that sound good but don't serve and save lives. The Bible also declares that the voice of your brother blood cries out to me from the ground. That blood is crying out today, and it is crying out in this room. We're not here to incite violence. We're here to demand the value for Black life. We are here because trust between our community and law enforcement is broken, and broken trust cannot protect anyone. We're hunger for righteous policing. We thirst for real accountability, and we long for systems that protect our children and not bury them. This board has authority, and authority comes with responsibility. You can choose silence, or you can choose to change. Whatever you do, please know that we're watching you, and also heaven.
Well, I don't have a script or plan. I really didn't plan to say anything, but I was sitting there and I was listening, and I was like, I ain't gonna say nothing. I ain't gonna say that. You know, so anyway, I'm a preacher. I'm an unorthodox preacher. Sometimes I push the envelope. And I was sitting there and I was thinking about C. Ron. I call him Lil C. I was thinking about him. And I don't have no script. I'm looking at the time because I really want my last minute to be as if his mother was standing here and not say a word. So I was thinking about her. I've talked with her, and we've been handling the arrangements. And my family's been in politics enough to where, excuse me, Mr. Lewis, I remember you were at Monterey County before you started wearing the Cesar Chavez hat, and cousins were council members and mayors, and actually sat in that seat right there that you sit in. I don't do politics, but I thought it interesting coming here, and the lady retired for 30-something years, and I said, wow, they got security out here for all those people, but I realized that it was for you all. That's right. I thought about that, and I said, wow. And I said, they had security here and outside the door, and it just blew me away. And I'm on his mother's time right now because she's on my mind. I don't have a son, don't know the loss, but I just wanted to come here and stand in honor of his mom and his family. And yeah, we're all grieving. I'm a pastor too in the local churches. So I'm just praying, like, Lord, your will be done. May justice prevail.
For anyone else who's in chambers, if you could line up so that we can make sure we get everyone in chambers. We have a number of hands raised online as well. We will be, I'm just looking, doing a quick time check. We will need to have a short break for the board to use the restroom and take care of just personal break issues before we continue with the afternoon. So I'm going to suggest that we continue through public comment, and then we'll take that break before we continue with the afternoon. But let's continue with public comment to make sure we hear from everyone who's in chambers. So thank you all for being here again.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Nina. I'm a member of Monterey County Black Caucus. I'm a youth organizer, and I'm a member of Monterey County. I am an educator in the community. I'm here today not only as a teacher, but as the teacher of this man's daughter. The role changes how you carry this moment. It makes it impossible to look at this distance or abstract. Every day I think to myself, and I stand in front of the student and ask them in my head to feel safe. Do they feel safe enough to learn? One of my students is now expected to navigate school without her father, actually 2 of them. She comes into my class carrying a loss that no child should ever have to explain. Being Black in America means learning early that safety is not guaranteed. It means our children are introduced to fear, grief, and injustice far too young. As educators, many of us quietly prepare to support students through their trauma that stems from systematic harm. When something like this happens, the conversation often centers on procedures, timelines, and statements. But I need you to understand that there is a child and children who now have empty seats at home. A child or children whose sense of safety has been permanently altered. a child or children who remember how their adults in power responded. Schools teach children to trust authority, to follow rules, to believe adults will protect them. Moments like this strain that trust, not just for one child, but for many. Transparency and accountability matter because children are watching what justice looks like in real life. I urge the council to act with humanity, honesty, and courage. Do not let this be another situation where grief is acknowledged but change never follows. Commit to actions that ensure Black children do not have to grow up expecting loss as a norm. I will continue to show up for this child every day in my classroom. But what happens beyond the classroom walls matters just as much. Please consider the legacy that you're leaving for her and all her sisters, and for every child in this city. Choose justice, choose care, and choose accountability. Thank you.
My name is Paola Bertois. I wasn't anticipating speaking at this time, but I wanted to just say I support Bill Durrett's request for bicycle, pedestrian, bike path conversations between Carmel and Monterey. But most importantly, I want to support all the people who have spoken about this particular issue of Mr. Tinsley, and also all of us who could be losing all of our rights with what's happening in this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers for comment today? All right, I'm going to move to online. We have a number of hands raised. If you're with us online and you would like to make comment, please go ahead and raise your hand so that we can make sure we cover everyone and hear from everyone. And again, I'll just review we have 2 minutes set for public comment. We welcome all comment. This is general public comment and for items not on the agenda, but within the purview of the County of Monterey. We also welcome any written comment that goes beyond 2 minutes. And anyone who made verbal comment, we also welcome you submitting that written testimony so that it is clearly documented and can be further reviewed. That also gives us your contact information so that we can follow up appropriately. That email address is cob@countyofmonterey.gov. Once again, cob@countyofmonterey.gov. So we'll start with Martha Gonzalez and then move to phone number ending in 436 and then to Carla Lobo.
Hi, good evening. My name is Marta Carolina Gonzalez, and I am the only daughter and legal next of kin of Marta Guizar Medina, who was killed on May 25th, 2025 in the parking lot of Medina del Saso Church. I submit this statement as a formal complaint regarding the legal, systematic mishandling, prosecutorial misconduct, and repeated violations of victims' rights by city and county authorities in the investigation and criminal prosecution related to my mother's death. From the onset, authorities have failed to follow basic procedures. Non-family members were notified of my mother's death. I'm the only daughter that she has, and I'm the next of kin. Officer Kihan was the person that arrived first to the scene, and he told me that it was not his job to notify family members, that it was his job to investigate the incident. Initially, they said that they did not notify me because they didn't have my mother's information, but I've seen body cams and footage, and you're able to see how they're able to see her ID and stuff like that. There was also violations of Marcy's laws, rights. So I ask that you please oversight Monterey County District Attorney's Office. And that would be it for my public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to the phone number ending in 436 to be followed by Carla Lobo.
This is Eloise Shim calling about the incident with Mr. Tinsley. I saw the video, the body cam, of the shooting of Ronald Tinsley on the news. Any person of any race or any age that will not get out of their vehicle and is carrying a loaded gun and then speeding off and crashing on the side of the road is, in my opinion, asking for trouble from law enforcement. I, for one, am tired of having criminals released back into society to do more unlawful actions over and over again. What about their victims? It's really a tragedy, and it's too bad that Mr. Tinsley died. I, as a mother, would be devastated. But if I was the mother of a police officer, I would be devastated if my son or my daughter was shot by a person who had been incarcerated multiple times and released and was driving a car with a loaded gun. In my opinion, Mr. Tinsley didn't have a right to be driving a vehicle with a loaded gun. And the narrative that the police planted the loaded gun in his car to cover their quote unquote murderous intent is naive. I'm not so naive as to believe that law enforcement should be made to stop enforcing the law. That would be called anarchy, and we live in a constitutional democracy. Thank you.
We'll go next. Thank you for your comments, Eloise. We'll go next to Carla Lobo and then K Manchin.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you for joining us.
Okay. First, Eloise, you are very naive if you believe that police do not intentionally do things to people of color in this county and across the world. I'm here because the false traffic stop that caused the premeditated murder of Ronald Tinsley II was eloquently wrong. What happened was not an accident, not a misunderstanding, not acceptable. It was a failure of accountability and leadership. The district attorney's so-called independent investigation was not independent, and it was not transparent. Our community is demanding a true independent investigation, one that is from an agency chosen by community input, not one that protects the same systems that failed Mr. Tinsley. You passed a resolution declaring racism as a public health emergency, but a resolution without action is just words. What we continue to see is racial profiling by the very uniform meant to protect and serve us. The video shows gross negligence. It shows an officer with a documented history of this behavior being allowed back into another department, and it cost a Black man's life. That is on the system. Instead of honoring Ronald Tinsley's humanity, his character was attacked. Do you hear the last person that spoke? That is what the character of people think because of what was printed, lies. That is disgusting. A man was murdered, and the focus became justification for that murder instead of accountability? You gotta be lying. You gotta be. Leadership is not silence. So Wendy, while you sitting up here trying to tell people you have sympathy, none of y'all came out and said anything. No leadership ever even spoke until now. And the fact that you all are sitting here acting as if we don't know decorum, that you have to read it out, you know why they doing that? It's because we Black and we in here. That's why. No condolences is needed, no acknowledgement, no action. That speaks volume. We elected you to protect all of us in our community. Now prove it.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go next to K Manchin and then Ramisha Smith and then Caroline. K Machine. Okay, we're gonna go next. Oh, there we go.
Sorry.
Okay. Are you able to? We can hear
Hi,
you.
my name
Thank
is,
you.
yeah, my name is Nellie. I'm here today to demand the full weight of the law to be brought upon Lucy Ramos, who negligently caused the death of Mrs. Guisar on May 25th, 2025. So tragic, but what's more tragic is to see how the Salinas Police Department will not fully execute the law upon this lady who has prior incidents on her driving record, driving recklessly. And now we have to live without the life of Ms. Guisar. And we demand that, they shine the light and revise her case to be brought to justice. I personally was able to meet Ms. Guisar, and she was a God-fearing lady who was a widow, who worked very hard, had loving grandchildren, and unfortunately her life was taken in such tragic way, and 100 days of home confinement is a slap in the face. I hope that everybody who's here today does not have to go through any of this, and that also can see that the law is not being diligently placed upon Mrs. Ramos. Thank you. Or Mrs. Rios. I'm sorry.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Romisha Smith, followed by Caroline.
Hello?
Yes, we
Hello?
can hear you. Thank you. You're up.
Okay. Good morning, or good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My comments to you are directed towards the District Attorney. My name is Romisha Smith, and what's happening in this case regarding Sharon Tinsley isn't confusion, it's avoidance. The role as District Attorney upholds the responsibility of seeking truth, applying justice fairly, and holding those in power accountable, not protecting officers by defaming the deceased. In this country, Black citizens are treated like suspects first and humans last. Sharon Tinsley was judged by his past, while the officer who killed him is excused for every reckless decision he made. We hear the officer feared for his life, but fear does not explain choice. He chose to jump into the vehicle. He chose not to ask Sharon to put the car in park. He chose to wrestle for the control of the steering wheel. He chose to escalate a situation that began over registration. Fear doesn't explain that. Bias does. A traffic stop turned into an interrogation. The interrogation turned into a confrontation. The confrontation turned into a death. In the 3 articles published about Sharon Tinsley's death, there are 3 different scenarios involving the handgun. In the district attorney's statement, it was said that the officers performed CPR immediately. But what we saw from the body cameras, that is far from the truth. So again, what version are we supposed to believe? Since when does having a felony strip anyone of their right to live? If past mistakes make a life disposable, what is the point of rehabilitation, parole, or second chances? This wasn't justice, it was targeting, rooted in prior contact, personal vendetta, and a culture that sees certain lives as disposable. And let's be clear, Officer Dillon is on the Brady's list, meaning there are known credibility concerns that your office is legally required to consider. Yet, instead of centering that fact, Sharon Tinsley's character has been attacked to protect the officer, which is backwards. We are not asking for a special treatment. We are demanding equal treatment, equal scrutiny, equal accountability, and equal value for Black life. Until that happens, justice is not being served. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello there, Caroline Carroll, Marina resident and mother. I just wanted to ask that we respond with accountability and transparency and justice in the form of action in the wake of the death of Ronald Tinsley. So aside from the independent investigation and aside of also releasing the unedited version of the body cam footage, I'm asking for the Board of Supervisors to please offer the community grief support in the response to the shooting, because it has been offered with a well-known agency. First Five offered to provide childcare, provide food to any sort of circles or hubs that we would offer. And that was mentioned at the Marina City Council meeting. So I'd like to ask that independently from them, that you may use some undiscretion or some funds that have no discretion towards that. So we do have some sort of community justice aside from what has been aforementioned. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your comments. We're going to go next to, we're going to go next to Janae and then Kiara and then Catherine Crockett and yes.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your comment. We're going to go next to, we're going to go next to Janae and then Kiara.
Janae, can you speak? Your voice is not very clear. Is there any way you can speak louder into the microphone?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you better now. Thank you. We'll go ahead and restart the clock for you.
Thank you. I would like to also comment on the issue that we were all talking about with Mr. Tinsley. And I noticed that Supervisor Alejo has been supporting the community with the ICE agenda that's been going on across the country, particularly focusing on our community. He's handing out no ICE placards at this point. I know that if you can do that for ICE, that you can definitely step up to the plate for Mr. Tinsley. The limited video that I watched on the news regarding this incident, I saw multiple times where Mr. Tinsley's hands were free without a weapon in his hands and did not show that there needed to be deadly force. If anything, this officer premeditated his murder by targeting him, not even asking him to turn off the car, put the car in park. The car was going to move regardless. You asked him to take everything out of his pocket, let alone you didn't ask him to turn off the car and put the keys out the window on the dash regardless. This officer needs to be indicted for murder. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go next to Kiara and then Catherine Crockett and then Dean Janae.
Members of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, good afternoon. I ask you to imagine this moment not as elected officials, but as people entrusted with the power to protect life. Imagine receiving a call that someone you love did not come home, and that when you seek answers, they're given partially, delayed, or shaped to protect institutions instead of truth. Imagine being told to be patient while accountability feels out of reach. My name is Kiara Hayden, and as a Black woman and a member of this community, this is not an abstract exercise for me, as it may be for you. This is the reality many Black families live with, and what happens next will define this county's legacy. Say his name clearly, Ronald Sharon Tinsley II. Will Monterey County be remembered as a place that protects power or a place that protects people? I'm here to place clear demands on the public record. First, we demand the immediate and full release of all body-worn and dash camera footage, including footage from all involved officers and vehicles. Secondly, we demand accountability for Officers Dillon, Severs, and Rose, including termination and criminal charges where actions violated law or policy. Third, we demand an independent investigation, fully separate from agencies with conflicts of interest, with oversight the public can trust. Fourth, we demand the public correction of misinformation, including false and harmful claims of gang affiliation. Ronald Sharon Tinsley II had no gang enhancements or gang-related convictions. These narratives are false, dangerous, and must be formally corrected. Finally, we demand clear timelines and transparency commitments for evidence release, investigative steps, and public updates. Ronald Sharon Tinsley II was human, a father to 5 daughters, a son, a friend, not a headline. You have the power of choice in this moment. You can choose to set a standard that says that this county values Black life, truth, and justice. Just know this, history will remember what you do next. Please do the right thing, fix this now, and make sure this never happens again. Thank you.
We'll go next. Thank you for your comments, and thank you for sticking with us all morning. We'll go next to Catherine Crockett and then to Dean Janae.
Thank you, and good afternoon, supervisors. I'm with the Monterey Peace and Justice Center, but I'm speaking for myself today about the killing of Seaside resident Ronald Tinsley by officers from the Marina Police Department. After watching the video and listening to families and community, I'm deeply unsettled by how different the official story is from what's clearly visible on the footage. The discrepancy between what we're being told and what we can see for ourselves is chilling. It's chilling because it mirrors what we're seeing nationally, including in Minneapolis in the killings of Renee Good and Alex Pretty, where police accounts fell apart once video was released. Here at home, we've seen escalation where de-escalation was possible, shifting public statements, callous disregard, and leaving Ronald Tinsley's lifeless body exposed, delays in notifying the family, and a framing that focuses more on criminalizing the victim than examining police actions. I ask this board to publicly call for a full, transparent, independent, and impartial investigation into this incident, including the release of all relevant footage. Secondly, I ask that you support real accountability for Officer Dillon and any other officers involved based on the findings of that investigation. I'm asking you to use your voice and influence to help address the harm, to restore trust, and ensure dignity and justice moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go next to Dean Jana.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody who's present. I want to second everything that I've heard outside of the woman who called based upon the hearsay and the information that she got that the world has heard, anyone who has a television. I'm from the San Francisco Bay Area. I lived in the Monterey County for quite some time. My father worked at Soledad Prison. That's how I landed there. And I was privileged to know Saron's father, Ronald Saron Tinsley II. I met him when he was a young child. I would say like baby stage, maybe 3 years old. I don't know clearly, but he was very young and I knew him well. He was somebody that I loved and cared about. I'm deeply hurt, and not only my knowledge and proximity to him, but the fact that I have 3 children. I'm an African-American, Black human being, and this is something that needs to change. Everyone spoke on the situation very succinctly and clearly, and I'm calling for clarity also. It's clear that the man was very unprofessional. I just heard about the Brady situation today. I was not aware of it until I tuned into this Zoom, but it was very clear that he was highly untrained, and if he was trained, he had thrown all of that out of his car window before he decided to bust a U-turn and harass this young man. Even if he did not have a front plate, nothing that he did was justifiable. For one, not putting the car, asking him to put the car in park, using his loudspeaker or anything of that nature. Thank you for your time. God bless everyone involved. Please pray for his family.
Thank you for your comments. We have one final hand raised from iPhone. iPhone, you're up for public comment, for general public comment now.
Hello?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Yes, this is Pastor Lusk, Bethel Missionary Baptist Church, Seaside, California, lifetime resident in Monterey County, was born at Community Hospital. My comments will be brief, but I must say from the very beginning, the night that this incident, this tragedy took place, I was present And what I'm asking of the supervising board to basically take a look at the lack of humanity in our police force within our county. There were things that were not done correctly, lack of information, false information given to the mother directly. There was a lack of humanity towards those that were present, that were family members just there to see what was going on. I have seen the cams, I've seen everything. It is a lot that has been said here today, and what must be heard louder than anything is there is a problem with our judicial system. There's a problem with the governing and the responsibility of those that have the power to do as they see they need to protect those that they choose to. This young man, I've known him since he was born. No one is perfect, not even those that sit up on the dais. We all have things that we have allowed people to know about, and we have things that we don't want people to know about. The bottom line is this: what shall you do? Yes, it is elected official. Yes, you are put there by the people, but we, the people, are speaking loud and clear of what must be done. And I am asking that you would see yourself in the same situation as this mother, have lost a child. Lastly, I have 2 young black sons, and I have specifically told my son, based upon the tragedy, do not drive through Marina. That is something I should not be saying to a black kid, a white kid, a Mexican kid. It should not matter. Our youth should be protected by our police force.
Thank you.
Please.
We're out of time for the comment, but thank you so much for your comment today, Pastor Lusk. All right, there's a few more hands raised. I'm going to do a final call for public comment. If you're with us online, could you please raise your hand so that we make sure we don't miss anyone? We're going to go to Bridget Allen Murray, and then Anita, and then a Zoom user.
Good afternoon to the Board of Supervisors. You as supervisors play a crucial role in shaping the police policies and procedures. We expect that. The responsibility for implementing the departmental guidelines and ensuring compliance with laws and fostering a culture of accountability among police officers, we demand that. A right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, we are owed that. Sharon Ronald Tinsley was denied that. How are you all going to start correcting this great injustice? We will be looking for that. Dr. King said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We asked that you do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Anita and then to Zoom user.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Anita Crawley from Carmel, District 5. My comments will be short. I think everybody who has heard and knows about the situation and the response to the situation knows how heartbreaking it is. I see this as an opportunity for Monterey County to do the right thing. We need an investigation that is independent, fair, and results in all of us growing, because all of us are harmed. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Zoom user next, and then Martha Lobos.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Zoom user?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Spencer Stewart. Sean was my brother, my friend. I knew him my whole life. Grew up with him from childhood until adulthood. We're both dads. And this is all I got to say. So members of the Monterey board, we need answers about the killing of Ronald Sharon Tinsley II. I just found out about the Brady's list and the officer that killed my brother. And it sounds to me like he had a personal vendetta. Yet he's still out here policing our communities. Why was Ronald pulled over? Why did the reason for the stop keep changing? Why did the officer try to forcibly remove him when he was clearly cooperating? We all saw the video. We heard the officer on the video say, "If you have a gun, I'm going to shoot you in the back of the head." If this was before he even confirmed he had a weapon. This isn't alleged. It was on camera. Instead of accountability, the news covers the articles. They try to make Ronald look like a criminal and deflect from what really was the issue, the officer. That's not okay. We as a community demand full transparency, the independent investigation, the officer's history and prior misconduct, and a review of the policies that allowed someone like that's on the Brady list with the vendetta to have deadly authority over our streets. That's all I got.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go next to Martha Lobos. And this is the final comment.
Thank you so much. I have been advocating for the homeless community for a number of years, started in Houston, and now I'm here back in California. And I have found through my work coming back here to California that unhoused community in different parts of the Monterey County have said time after time they've been getting harassed by the police department. In some situations, they've been beaten up and have landed in jail. And I really recommend that the police departments be investigated thoroughly, all of them. They work for us. We don't work for them. We should feel safe. I'm a mother to a teenager. I'm having to tell my son to be careful as he's out in public. I don't feel well now, especially what happened to Mr. Tinsley. My thoughts and prayers and a lot of love to his family and his friends as they're going through this tough time. Thank you.
All right, I see no further hands raised. We're going to close general public comment for today. Again, I want to express my appreciation to all of those who took their time out of your day to put your voice on record. I think it is important that it's documented. Again, if you have written communication that you'd like to make sure gets included in our county public record, please do send it to us via email at cob@countyofmonterey.gov, and or you can hand it to the clerk at the office right here. And it is important that I believe it's important that we have those communications for the record. Before we break for lunch, which we normally would do at noon, we have a full agenda for the afternoon. I want to just check in with my colleagues. It sounds like we have a couple items that had been scheduled for the morning. I'm going to suggest that we trail those into the afternoon, and I'm hearing from staff potentially that we can move item number 17, which was the 2026 legislative program workshop, to a later date certain. If I could ask for clarification on that point, which would free up some time this afternoon.
Yes, Madam Chair, the legislative program, the 1:30 item, can be moved to next Tuesday in the morning. We have an open spot now on the morning of the 3rd, and the lobbyists can make that time work, and our staff can make it work if the board wants to do that.
Okay, so I'm going to suggest that we trail item 17 to a date certain of the morning agenda of February 3rd, and that we reconvene back here at 2 p.m. to continue with items number 18, 19, and then 14 and 15 for today's agenda. And we'll reconvene at 2 p.m. so that we have time to use the restroom, eat something, so that we can make it through the rest of our afternoon. But thank you again for being with us today, and I look forward to continuing these conversations. We'll recess for lunch. Thank you all for your patience with our changing schedule today. We are going to go ahead and reconvene the Board of Supervisors in just a moment for our afternoon session. And just for clarification, we normally reconvene at 1:30 from lunch. It is just after 2 o'clock. We had extended general public comment this morning. So we missed our morning items. They'll be rolled to the afternoon. We are going to move what had been scheduled as item number 17, our legislative program workshop, to February 3rd. So item number 17 is being moved to February 3rd. It will not be heard today. The afternoon schedule will proceed with item number 18, item number 19, item number 20, item number 21, and then we'll return back and cover the morning items 14, 15, and 16. There should be extra agendas at the door and out front for anyone that needs a copy of the agenda. And then for public comment, we do not require it, but we do have speaker slips for anyone that would like to submit a speaker slip to make sure that we don't miss you and call on your name for public comment, or you may just approach the dais when we call for public comment on that item. We're doing our best to make sure we cover all of our bases today. We've got a lot of public comment on different items today. So having said that, we are going to officially reconvene the Board of Supervisors for our meeting of January 27th, 2026. Let the record show that all supervisors are present. Supervisor Daniels will be rejoining us momentarily, and we will start with item number 18, which is to receive a report from the Sheriff's Office related to U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement access to incarcerated persons at the Monterey County Jail. And we have a brief presentation from, I guess it would be on Zoom, Chief Tim Lindquist from the Sheriff's Office.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair Askew, supervisors, and members of the public joining us today. The Sheriff's Office recognizes that immigration enforcement is deeply personal, and for many families, particularly those with children, it creates fear, stress, and trauma. Those concerns are real, and they deserve to be acknowledged. California law is clear, and so is the Sheriff's Office role. Local law enforcement in California does not enforce federal civil immigration law. The Monterey County Sheriff's Office does not ask about immigration status, does not conduct immigration enforcement, and does not use county data or county systems to support federal immigration enforcement. Any interaction with immigration and customs enforcement is not arbitrary and is not driven by any local policy preferences or procedures. It is strictly carried out according to state law, specifically the Truth and Values Acts and Senate Bill 54, which were enacted to prevent federal immigration enforcement from being embedded in local policing. These acts which mandate this annual presentation exist because California requires transparency, which we've heard over and over today. And our community deserves transparency, not because these releases are common or routine or expansive. The law was designed to sharply limit local involvement, and that is exactly how it is applied. Our procedures are designed so the Sheriff's Office does not decide who is referred to ICE. Those safeguards are mandated by state law and built into our policies, procedures, and daily operations. We do not initiate contact with ICE. We do not hold individuals beyond their lawful release date. We do not automatically honor ICE detainers. Individuals have the right to refuse ICE interviews when requested, and many do. When interviews do occur, legal counsel is often present. In 2025, Monterey County Jail booked 9,252 individuals into custody. Of those, only 21 individuals, approximately 0.2% of everyone booked in the jail, were released to ICE under the narrow exemptions allowed by state law. We recognize that the legislature created these narrow exemptions, particularly for violent offenses, and that was done intentionally. Our role is not to question those legislative decisions, but to ensure that they are applied exactly as written without expansion or discretion. Under current California law, local law enforcement may only share release dates or transfer individuals to ICE under very limited circumstances. These include convictions for serious or violent felonies or certain what are called wobbler misdemeanors, offenses that can be charged as either a misdemeanor or a felony. These wobbler offenses must have occurred in the last 5 years, and your standard low-level nonviolent misdemeanors do not qualify. These safeguards ensure that cooperation with ICE is rare and strictly defined by law, and why only a very small number of individuals were released to ICE last year. Again, the law and the courts define who is eligible to be released to ICE, not the sheriff. For transparency, I want to share with you the felony and qualifying misdemeanor charges for the 21 individuals that were released to ICE under these narrow exemptions permitted by law in 2025. One was released for possession of child pornography. 3 were released to ICE for possession of methamphetamine for sale. 2 for felony domestic violence. 3 for driving under the influence and causing injury. 1 for criminal threats. 2 for criminal threats that were reduced to a misdemeanor under 17B of the Penal Code. Those would be the qualifying misdemeanors I talked about earlier. 1 for carrying a concealed firearm. 1 for residential burglary. 1 for criminal street gang activity. 2 for false imprisonment. 2 for robbery. 1 for assault with a deadly weapon, and 1 for felony vandalism causing damage over $400. As you can see, these cases involve serious criminal conduct, not routine or low-level offenses. Of those 21 individuals that were released to ICE, 13 were released based upon criminal convictions. The remaining 8 were released only after a judge held them to answer following a preliminary hearing. These were judicial determinations based on probable cause, not discretionary decisions made by the sheriff's office. In 2025, ICE submitted 295 requests for access to incarcerated persons, including 211 detainer requests. The vast majority of those requests did not meet California's strict legal criteria and were not acted upon. ICE requested 18 interviews with incarcerated individuals. 9 of those individuals declined to be interviewed. 6 agreed to be interviewed only with an attorney present, and 3 agreed to interviews without counsel. These protections are required by law and are respected in both policy and practice. We recognize that public trust is the foundation of effective policing. People must feel safe when calling 911, when reporting crimes, or cooperating with investigations, or coming forward as victims or witnesses. And regardless of their immigration status, they need to feel safe doing so. That trust is protected because local law enforcement is not an extension of federal immigration enforcement. We appreciate the public's continued engagement, the emphasis on protecting everyone's civil rights, and the importance of accountability. The Sheriff's Office will continue to follow California law as written, apply it narrowly, and report publicly so the community can remain informed. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick question. You rolled through a number of some data around numbers of individuals, numbers of transfers. I don't see that data in the staff report. Is that, do you have a slide that you can share that has that data presented on it? It was just hard to write it down as quickly as you were repeating it.
I believe that data was in the board report.
Is that something that you could send over? We don't have that data in the staff report. We have a list of the we have a list of the different the different qualifying charges, but it's just a list of qualifying charges, but we don't have any data about the number of individuals that you just referenced.
I think the numbers on the left on page 2 of the report, it shows how many were charged under each one of those.
That's correct. It is in the board report.
No, I'm sorry. You referenced quite a bit of additional data though in your comment in your verbal presentation. Is that provided anywhere?
I'm not sure which data you're referring to, but
How many requests for ICE access did the sheriff's office receive in 2025 was one that I heard.
so I can provide that information. That extra data that's not required for the statute, I can provide that.
Yeah, I mean, you just did provide it. Do you have that on a slide that you could put up for us?
That I do not have, but I can provide it to the board.
You do not have that. Okay, thank you. Just was hoping that we could get, or maybe could you repeat the data points that you provided in your verbal presentation if it's not available visually?
No, absolutely. So the extra data that I added was the 21 individuals that were released to ICE. 13 of those were released based upon criminal convictions, and 8 were released based upon a probable cause hearing held by a judge. There were also 295 requests for access to our incarcerated population, including 211 ICE detainer requests. And the other data that I mentioned was the 18 interviews that ICE requested. 9 individuals declined to be interviewed. 6 agreed to interviews only with an attorney present, and 3 agreed to a interview without counsel.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Yeah. And so you're saying that was data beyond what's required to be provided via the presentation. So that's why
correct.
Okay.
That's merely data for transparency.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, is there any further information that you'd like to provide for your presentation?
I do not have any unless the undersheriff or the sheriff have anything that they would like to add.
All right, we'll open it up to the sheriff or undersheriff for any further presentation information. Do we have the sheriff or I see Keith Boyd with his hand raised. Undersheriff Boyd? We are promoting Undersheriff Boyd to a panelist.
Chair, I have nothing else to add. I just have been I wanted to get in as a panelist in case something came up. So.
Okay, fantastic. And I don't see the sheriff online with her hand raised. So, okay, with that, we will thank you for the presentation.
I'm here. I'm sorry. I didn't raise my hand because you called on me, so I turned my camera on.
Okay.
And I have further to add because the report is a statutory requirement. We included the additional information because of public comment that we received before the board report, and we wanted to show that we were transparent and try to answer questions that we could. Thank you.
Great, we appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so with that, we will, I think, start by opening this up to public comment and public participation. We do have quite a bit of public comment and participation today here.
Do board comments.
Okay, well, we can do board comments first then. Yep, we can definitely start there. We will start on this side then. Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. I'm just wanting to understand the statute. I don't even know where I'm looking because no one's here. I'm trying to understand the statute a little bit better and want to find out whether or not it's a choice to collaborate with ICE. It says the report that was given was that we sharply limit in Monterey County our local collaboration with ICE, but I want to understand what sort of discretion is occurring and whether or not there is a choice in the matter, because I'm familiar with other counties that don't seem to participate at all. So I just want to understand the flexibility that we have as a county.
And we'll take that to whoever from the sheriff's office is best equipped to answer.
Hello, Supervisor. We're here to listen and take all questions, and we will get back to the board with all these answers. Because I know there are some people who think that other counties don't participate. All 58 counties have a Truth Act requirement. Some have tried to go beyond, some have tried to do less, including our county up north. I know there was like 13 incidents that they had some kind of ICE involvement that they've reported onto the public. So again, we're here to listen, and we will get back to you with answers to all the questions. Again, this is a statutory requirement, and we're taking in all the feedback that we get back to the public and the questions in order to provide a comprehensive answer to our communities.
So if I can then just follow up with the sheriff, and I really do feel like I need to understand, and then maybe if the sheriff can't answer this question, perhaps county council or someone could help me understand that of the 295 requests that we got, we decided that there were a number of individuals that had either a qualifying crime or a conviction. Therefore, the collaboration occurred. But what I want to know is if that's a decision we're making, and if there is a choice to instead let our judicial system play out as it was intended to play out, right? We have a system of justice in this country, and the reason that I'm asking this question is I'm trying to understand, really at its heart, who is better at ensuring that dangerous criminals are kept off of our streets. The system of justice that we have in place that includes the sheriff's department, it includes the district attorney, our judicial system, or the federal government. And that's just what I'm trying to, I feel like there's some flexibility here. I feel like if I remember the presentation last year, that what we are allowed to do is collaborate with ICE under limited circumstances. And I am just wanting to understand if those limited circumstances are a choice or not. Are we deciding to engage with ICE, or do we have the opportunity as a county to uphold the judicial system as it exists now, which includes charges, convictions, and time spent in jail or prison? And if someone can answer that question for me, I'd really appreciate it.
I'll go to the sheriff first. Sheriff, is that a question that you're able to answer?
Again, the Monterey County office is required to comply with California's Truth Act to the extent that it applies to us. If there are gray areas that legal counsel is saying, hey, we don't have to do this piece of it, then we will continue to look into it. But right now, all 58 counties have to comply with the California Truth Act.
But as I understand the California Truth Act, this is the presentation we're having. It's transparency. I'm all for the transparency. I'm trying to understand the policy.
And we'll just ask county council if you're able to weigh in on the question.
I can read you the applicable statute, which says a law enforcement official shall have discretion to cooperate with immigration authorities only if doing so would not violate any federal, state, or local law or local policy, and we're permitted by the California Values Act.
I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Other questions? Supervisor Alejo?
Yes, and questions and comments. And our county council is right. What we're talking about today is two different laws that were passed in 2017. What limits cooperation with ICE is SB 54, the California Values Act, otherwise known as a sanctuary state law, informally. And then the second part, and why we are here, there was a Truth Act passed and I was in the legislature at the time. That was by Tom Amiano. SB 54 was by Senator De Leon. And that what allows this, requires this annual hearing and the transparency, and it requires some notices to be provided to inmates when ICE is trying to ask about information on them. But going back to Supervisor Daniels' question, you're absolutely right. California Government Code 7282.5 is where it says the law enforcement official, the sheriff, in our case, shall have the discretion to cooperate only if doing so will not violate any federal, state, and local law or policy. But it gives three categories. One is under where an individual has been convicted of a serious or violent felony and identified in these listed subsections. Number two, the individual has been convicted of a felony punishable by imprisonment in a state prison. And number three, if the individual has been convicted within the past 5 years of a misdemeanor of a crime that is punishable by either a misdemeanor or felony, that's what they call a wobbler. And then it lists like several dozen penal code sections. And every year I check to make sure that they fall in here. The two that came to my mind were, first of all, the charge of false imprisonment, because sometimes you just list what the charge is. It doesn't give all the details. Sometimes in these cases, you can have egregious facts, egregious circumstances that merit, it doesn't really tell the public how serious that particular case was. The other one was vandalism that stood out. I didn't know, is that for graffiti, what it was? But then when you look at that statute under that third category, it's actually vandalism is listed, and usually vandalism is for $400 or more under that penal code, but it says for people with prior convictions, right? So if it's just one, it doesn't. So that was my question. In that particular case, Sheriff, I would assume that it was somebody with priors, convictions of vandalism that resulted in cooperation with ICE in that one particular case. The others seem to have fulfilled the requirements under the government code, but I just had a question on that particular case on vandalism.
Yeah, I'm going to have a Chief Lanquist answer that. I did ask him to look at every charge to make sure that it fell under that requirement.
Supervisor, you are correct. That did qualify. That was, and it was an additional charge. The vandalism was had prior convictions, and that vandalism did stem from a violent act that occurred, and they put it down to a vandalism only.
Okay. Got it. Thank you for that. I just wanted to say this law was a balance. This is when Governor Jerry Brown was president, and was governor, and we started doing these hearings. I think 2018 it went into effect, so I think it's probably the end of December. We were doing these hearings in December, then we did them in January to make sure we got the full year of data at the end of December. And we had a few audience members, and then for many years we were lucky to get one or two people, but because of everything going on, I think we have more of our community interested in this topic and reviewing what cooperation is happening, why are we complying with state law, and but I do think there is a valid public safety concern, right? When we talk about crimes, people that are convicted have to deal with the criminal consequences of their crime, their time in jail here or probation and restitution, whatever it may be, whatever is ordered by the court. But when it comes to immigrants, there's also the immigration consequences to a crime. And under federal immigration law and under the California Values Act, sometimes what we were seeing many years ago when we had the Secured Communities program in our county jails, people who were convicted of very low-level crimes were being detained and being handed over to ICE. And that's what resulted in these two statutes coming forward in Sacramento. Sometimes in those cases, somebody with driving without a license, the immigration consequences was worse than the criminal one because then they were forever separated from their families. And so going back to the issue of public concern, there is a valid public concern when people are convicted of the most serious crimes, murders, assault with deadly weapons, child molestation cases, serious drug offenses. I think that there's a duty there to also making sure that we're not releasing the most heinous criminals out into the street when they have harmed our community. We know that if we release them again, they are bound to commit serious crimes again. And I think that's why when we talk about the subject, we have to be honest and truthful to ourselves and also balance the interest of protecting immigrants and not separating families unnecessarily, but also in those, recognize that when there's serious crimes that are committed in our community, and we've seen many of them, and I've been dealing with crime victims since I was 19. We also have to understand that it's imperative for us as elected officials to do everything possible to keep our community safe as well. Thank you.
Yeah, one of my questions answered here already, but on the list of people who were being interviewed by ICE, there were 3 individuals, I think it was 3 or 4, that didn't have any counsel present, and I'm just wanting to curious to make sure that we are making sure that they're understanding their full rights and are getting that proper counsel, that they have that right before they go and they have those discussions.
Supervisor, every individual that ICE requests to interview is given a form to read in their native language and English as well. And they're required to sign that they acknowledge that they have the right to either refuse it, have the interview with counsel present, or they can choose not to have counsel. So we make sure that everybody is informed of their legal right to have counsel.
So my concern there would be making sure they fully understand it, even if it is in their language, in terms of hope it's nice, clear, readable language and common language, and not too legalese in that way. It is, not having seen that document, that would be my only real concern right there.
So that was in the vein of my thoughts as well. If I could ask here on that issue, I know we have languages that are spoken both in parts of the peninsula as well as in southern Monterey County that are not written. So do we provide interpretation for those folks who need that document interpreted to them before they sign?
I can verify that translation is being done. We do have translation services, and those translation services for those verbal, not written communication. We provide those throughout the jail for other needs, especially medical, ADA concerns. So I will double check on that, Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you. And then my second question was around the interviews, just so I understand sort of what happens. These folks, the 18, were they part of the 21? Or are these 18 people above and beyond, or a mix of? And in the end, those folks, the 18 interviewed, the 9, 6, and 3, for the different decisions on either allowing with representation or without, do we know what the outcomes for those 18 people were?
Not off the top of my head, I don't know those.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. One of the other questions that I had actually before we go to the public, and I really do appreciate the additional information that was provided. I understand we have, requirements within what's required to be presented, and I think that clearly there's a desire from the public to have more information. Some of the questions that you verbally shared were questions that we had asked last year, and I don't know that we got the information shared in the interim. So having the answers provided to us is helpful, and having that information just included in future reports, I think, would also be helpful and answer questions that the public and I have as we go forward. But one of the other issues that has come up in the past year, as it relates to information shared out of the jail that may or arguably may be technically allowed within the state legislation, is the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program, also known as the SCAP, SCAAP program. And I'm just wondering if you can comment on that program and how the information shared with that program could be potentially shared in ways that how that program could be also releasing information that would be used with use in ways to release information about inmates who come through our jail.
Chair, I'm not prepared to speak at that topic. I can tell you those are two completely separate programs. But to give you a full briefing on the SCAP program, I'm not prepared to do that at this time.
And it is not agendized for discussion.
Okay, well,
I do want to make one comment, though. I do want to make one comment about SCAP, and it's not agendized, but SCAP is a federal reimbursement program for incarceration costs already incurred by our county jail. Does not authorize arrests, holds, removals, or enforcement actions. So I just want to make that clear, but again, we can have a conversation about SCAP separately because we do have to come to the board to discuss the SCAP. This is the Truth Act again, that we're looking at the requirements under the Truth Act and the Values Act in the state of California that were decided by our legislators and that all 58 counties have to follow.
No, I do understand that, and I'm as what is agendized is receiving a report from the Sheriff's Office related to U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement access to incarcerated persons at the Monterey County Jail. And as I understand it, the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program is an annual report that gets submitted to the state, which includes information about individuals who've been incarcerated at the jail that potentially shares information with Department of Homeland Security and or ICE. So I would argue that it is directly related to the agendized item, which is why I'm asking for information. And so I think it's a question that we can agendize for more discussion later, but it may not be directly related to the Truth Act, but it is one that I think there are questions about, and I would like to better understand the role that this act or program plays in regards to its impact on individuals who have been incarcerated. So that's why I asked the question. So I'll just ask the question again.
I'm sorry, Chair. Can you repeat the question? I apologize.
Yeah, I'm just asking, given the way that this item is agendized, can you speak to the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program and how the Sheriff's Office participates, or how reports submitted impact inmates in our jail?
At this time, I'm not, no.
Yeah, and again, Supervisor, I read my statement regarding SCAP. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, those were my specific questions. We can open this now up to public for public comment. I have a large stack of public comment questions, so we'll go through this. As we did earlier when we have large numbers of public comment, I just want to point out that we work hard here. We don't always agree on all items or issues, but we work hard to remain respectful in our disagreements on the policies. I'm going to ask the same decorum and respect from our public as you're here with us today. We have a timer that will be displayed up on the top. It's for 2 minutes. At the end of 2 minutes, a little ding, a bell will ding, the microphone will turn off, and then I'll need to interrupt you if you continue speaking. I would prefer not to do that, so I'm going to ask for just the shared respect of monitoring your own time as you speak. I'll call a number of names. I'll ask you to line up so that you can move through the line of public comment. And we also have a request for in chambers, no public, our county code has a no displays of loud clapping or stomping or things like that in chambers. So please be respectful of the individual who has the floor as they're speaking in their public comment, as we would have respect for one another when we're speaking here. But we do appreciate you being with us today and joining us for your comment. So with that, we'll go ahead and start public comment on this item. This is item number 18. The Truth Act hold on just a second. Just briefly announcing Supervisor Daniels needed to step aside for just a moment. She's not feeling well. She's just in the closed session room. She is listening to comments, but needed to step aside for a moment. Okay. With that, we're going to start with Tom O'Keefe, moving on to Mauricio Arias, and then Margaret Serena Bonetti, and then Melissa Finch.
Board, thank you so much for your time. I really want to thank everybody from the board, chair, and the members of the community that are here today on this important issue. My name is Tom O'Keefe. I'm the Chief Assistant Public Defender for Monterey County. Mr. Mars, who's our immigration specialist, is also here in the audience, and he will speak to you all in a little bit more detail than I'm going to. But before he speaks, I just want to say how concerned we are at our office with respect to what has been happening with ICE in our community. And we really want to make sure that we have full transparency. We feel like we can't really do our jobs unless we are getting full transparency from the Monterey County Sheriff's Office. And that's really what we're seeking. This isn't a matter of policy. It's really about dignity and rights of individuals in our community. We want to make sure, especially that our clients feel protected in that. I also want to express my sincere apologies for our Chief Public Defender, Mr. Raymond Buenaventura, who is unable to be here today due to an emergency. But with that, I will hand it over, and thank you so much for you putting this on the docket today and bringing this issue before the community. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board Chair and Board members. My name is Mauricio Arias, and I'm here on behalf of California State Assembly Member Don Addis. California stands for transparency, accountability, human dignity, and fundamental rights of everyone who lives here. This is why the legislature enacted laws like SB 54 and the Truth Act to promote transparency and prevent systems rooted in fear, trauma, abuse, and undue process. It is also why Assemblymember Addis secured $1.5 million last year to support immigrant legal aid on the Central Coast, including Monterey County, and is leading an effort in the legislature in asking the U.S. Senate to not approve new funds for the Department of Homeland Security until there is transparency, accountability for federal actions, and a full and independent investigation. Additionally, she is authoring legislation in response to the fatal shootings by federal immigration agents while advancing bills to stop local law enforcement officers from moonlighting with ICE, protect our courts, and allow Californians to hold federal agents accountable for constitutional violations such as unlawful searches or excessive force. Assemblymember Addis urges this board to protect our residents, rebuild trust, and reject tactics that terrorize our communities. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, members of the Supervisors Board. Margaret Serena Bonetti. I just wanted to come and express my, disgust at what has been happening in the United States of America. It is like we're living in some utopian place, and this is not the way we should be enforcing laws. It has become, I just have to give a shout out to the people of Minnesota. Those people are really, they're just good for them, standing up for their streets. Here locally, I also have a question regarding those who have not been given the opportunity, or I shouldn't say not given the opportunity, but have not spoken with an attorney. What is the process? Who is making that decision? Where are those forms going? Are there language barriers, as was brought up? Are there other barriers, like maybe they only have a certain grade level? Maybe they can't read? Who is actually making that decision? And I'd like to also request that maybe somebody from the public defenders be assigned to reviewing that and talking to them. We could put that in place regardless of what the law says at the state level. We could put that in place so that we are sure, and they're getting legal counsel, and then they could turn it down if they don't want it. But we're making sure that we're providing that, because right now I can, based on everything that's happening in this country, I don't see that the federal government has the best interest of all Americans or all people that are in this once they cross into this country. We all, under the 14th Amendment, have the same legal rights. A right that you have is a right that I have, is the right somebody stepping across and entering the United States, and we need to make sure that we apply that. And thank you for the questions that you're asking today, but I think that we should put more in place to make sure that those who are incarcerated are getting all of their rights met. Thank you.
Next up, we have Melissa Finch, followed by Juliet Spoon-Twani, and then Adriana, and then Alex Mares, and then Iona Tapia.
Hi, my name is Melissa Finch. I have worked mainly in South Monterey County. I was the Office Services Supervisor of the California Highway Patrol out of 14451, 735 King City. I served in that office for 17 and a half years. And what is going on in our country under the guise of public safety and law enforcement is an abject shame. It is one of the reasons why I retired myself from state civil service, because I remember my oath, and I remember the weight and duty of my oath to the public that I serve. And that requires us to not enact harm on the individuals that we serve. And it doesn't matter where people come from. It doesn't matter their legal status. They all have civil rights. They have the right to an attorney. They have the right to be taken into custody and to be charged for their crimes and, to not be murdered for those things. Just like anyone else in this country. Rights are for everyone. It's not pie. Those things aren't up for debate. And I'd just like to point out that, in section 7282.5 of the government code section, it does say, right, even though it does say shall, the language does state that federal or state law or policy, and where permitted by the California Values Act, doing so would not violate any federal or state law or policy. Right? What are we doing when we turn individuals over to a law enforcement agency who has shown that they are comfortable with executing people in front of others without due process? What are we doing when we're turning over individuals to a law enforcement agency who is literally like in the news right now? We have multiple cases from the ACLU and we have multiple cases from immigration attorneys' rights saying that individuals who are being incarcerated and held are being held without medical treatment. They are suffering abuse. We cannot be a part of turning people over. We cannot engage. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Catherine Thomas. I didn't fill out a form because I didn't know I was going to be able to speak. And I am disabled with severe PTSD. I'm retired from Social Security of 12 years. The Truth Act should be called the Lie Act. I stand with President Trump and the United States of America and our new administration. I have lived in this county for 62 years. I have been impacted by this county. They took my grandson. They lied to take my grandson. I have severe PTSD. It's very hard for me to come here and speak. I spoke to that man when he was the assemblyman, and I told him about this agency. Since that woman has finally been sued, fired, although I've done some research and she's not really fired. Linda Castillo's who I'm speaking about. $1.2 million. This county settled. It was not displayed for the public to know, because this agency, this Board of Supervisors, has some deep corruption. The same with the Monterey County Sheriff. She's been caught for speeding. Apparently she's above the law. He's been caught for a DUI. Apparently he's above the law. I have no criminal record. I served for 12 years. I was a registered process server for 8. I lived my life to be a person of integrity. And I was almost killed by what this agency, Monterey County Child Protective Services, did to my infant grandson. He also had a public defender. Do you know that man never called me? The public defender's office is a joke. And as far as I'm concerned, any illegal immigrant has no right. They broke the law when they crossed the border. They had a right to what's called asylum. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Juliet Spontumi, and I am here today to ask you, our county's Board of Supervisors, to work with the Sheriff's Office to reevaluate that entity's decision to cooperate with the optional contract with ICE SCAP program. Whether or not that decision had been reasonable in the past, I would like to suggest that we are at a new moment in time in our nation where we are witnessing federal agencies out of control, perpetuating violent and cruel practices against U.S. citizens and immigrants alike. What is happening are violations of human rights and of our democratic values, and Monterey County needs to protect our community. I support Supervisors Daniel's query for this body to discern whether or not this discretionary agreement that the Sheriff's Office has had with SCAP. Thank you.
And Adriana, hold on just one moment. We're going to just ask for our Spanish interpreter, Diego Salas, to make an announcement. I forgot to do that when we started back after lunch. Diego, if you are with us, could you make our Spanish interpretation announcement? We want to make sure that anyone who's with us who needs Spanish interpretation services can access that. We may have to switch over the English channel briefly, so bear with us just a moment. And my apologies for not having that on my notes here.
Sí, Supervisor, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Diego Celis, en unión con Kaira. Seremos sus intérpretes en español para la reunión de esta tarde. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente para que lo podamos escuchar. Y por favor, hacer una pausa al final de cada oración para así asegurarse de que tenemos la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. Okay. So many little details here to keep our meeting running smoothly. Thank you all for your patience. All right, Adriana, the floor is yours. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board and Chair. We urge Monterey County to eliminate any collaboration or cooperation between the county and ICE. The sheriff is a county department, and this means the county is collaborating. Regardless of how such collaborations are described or who they claim to target, their presence alone creates fear across our communities. As on-the-ground legal service provider, we have seen significant increase in calls from community members who are afraid to contact any law enforcement at all because they fear immigration consequences. We as providers cannot go to community and say there is no collaboration with ICE when indeed we have collaboration. Minimum or any collaboration is collaboration. The message of only turning in criminals is the same message as the current federal administration. And we all know that is not true. What is your actual message, Monterey County? Is it a yes or is it a no? It can be a maybe, depending on what is convenient politically to you. Community needs a clear yes or no. It's your discretion. It's a discretion, a decision that is a discretion. We need full transparency around everything that happens at the county related to enforcement, along with clear written policies that apply consistently, not discretionary. Our community, Monterey County, should be a place where residents feel safe, engaged with local agencies without fear of immigration enforcement at any level. Ending collaboration with ICE and committing to transparency is a critical step towards upholding the spirit of the Truth Act. We thank you for your work and commitment And please, we expect an answer because we are the ones going out to our community. Is it a yes or is it a no? We cannot be a maybe.
It has become increasingly difficult to see how the federal administration obfuscates truth and fact. It can be disheartening to see questions go unanswered and linger for years. The ICE Forum allows citizens of Monterey County to seek clarity about immigration and customs enforcement activity by our elected sheriff and its participation with them. On January 28, 2025, Chair Root, Askew, and Supervisor Daniels asked about the contents of the ICE report non-citizens turned over to ICE and biographical data. At the time, Under Sheriff Boyd stated that he can get the Board of Supervisors answers to their questions at a future date. To my knowledge, no such data or follow-up ever occurred. During the colloquy, Under Sheriff Boyd stated there are opportunities within the law where the immigration process could go forward without a conviction. You just shared that 8 people got transferred to ICE without a conviction, only based on probable cause. Thus, they were not convicted, not sentenced, but yet sent to ICE. The fact is, all sheriffs in the state of California generally say the same thing. When questioned, they reiterate that they are following the law. The California Department of Justice created a memo to law enforcement agencies about their duties, specifically stating that California law enforcement agencies are never required to respond or transfer or notification requests under the Values Act. They retain discretion to decline these requests for any reason. The discretion to work or not work with ICE is completely up to the sheriff. The Monterey County Policy Manual, the Sheriff's Policy Manual, Policy 428.6 states, in part, no member of this office will prohibit any or restrict any other member from doing any of the following regarding the citizenship or immigration status. Where is the discretion if no member can prohibit any other member? That's the written policy. I look forward to opportunities, true opportunities, to engage with the sheriff and the Board of Supervisors so Monterey County may lead on this important issue. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Joanna Tapia, and I'm a concerned member of our community. I am here today to be the voice of those who are not able to be here today. We're supposed to be a sanctuary state, are we not? And just because there are 2 laws that say that there could be communication, they clearly do not say there has to be. It is not a requirement. Therefore, it is up to the discretion of our sheriff's department. And then the assumption that the only way to keep the community safe is if we work with a criminal agency that is out there torturing and murdering people, that is ludicrous. How can we not trust our own jail to be able to keep our community safe, that we have to go and make sure that we work with a criminal agency? I don't understand that. I know my tax dollars go to pay for the sheriff, right? So to say and have an assumption that the only way to come and have a community is safe is to work with it, I don't buy it. I do not buy it. I feel like Supervisor Daniels raised some really good questions. Also, you raised some really good questions. Our sheriff's department were not prepared, obviously. We were deflected by the questions that you had and gaslighted. That is not okay. Just because other counties also have the same regulations, this does not mean that they have to work with them either. It is up to their discretion. I'm not ignorant, and neither is the community. We deserve transparency, and we deserve all of these contracts with the federal government to be cut now. No more working with ICE, with a criminal agency, a terrorist agency that we know. So for anybody here to see the news and defend the collaboration with ICE, disgusting. Thank you.
I'm going to call up the next group for comment. I have Ilona Tapia. Oh, okay. So this is good. You're good. And the cards are not required, but I just want to make sure we don't miss anyone. And everyone knows if you wanted to speak, you're welcome to fill out a card. We'll also have time for everyone to come up if you didn't fill out a card. But I have Ilona Tapia, Colleen Ingram, Mickey Welsh, Sharon Miller, and Mibbs McCarthy. For anyone who has a statement that you're reading, I would also just ask and encourage you to submit it to the county in writing so that we can have it on our permanent record as well. You can email those written communications to the county at cob@countyofmonterey.gov. So that's cob@countyofmonterey.gov. So that we can keep that in our written record as well. And if you do run out of time and as you read a written communication, please do email it to us so we can have the entirety of your comment in our record as well. We welcome your comment. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Ana Mendoza. I'm a human traffic survivor. And I appreciate every single comment, especially from Chair Daniels. I'm an immigrant, right? I have my papers, I'm working on everything, but I'm also a farm worker. I'm also a person that actually works out there in the fields, that had business and things going on, right? So you don't get to use our community only when it best suits you, right? They put food on your table, they work long hours, they work during the hot, the cold, the freezing temperatures out there, right? So how come you guys are not standing up for them? We deserve to be stand for it. We deserve for you to look into us. We're not just a thing that you can use and throw away. And like many of us said right here, right? How can we collaborate? History is repeating itself. They're killing people left and right. Look at it. It's right in front of your eyes. If we turn an eye out, we're the same as they are. We're guilty of it. So I hope you guys really look into this. It's not about let's think about it, whether we should or we shouldn't. It's a time to stand up. It's a time to protect because they're coming for you. Look at your color. Okay, so every elected official that you're brown, they're coming for you. You speak up, they're coming for you. You say something wrong in the media, they're coming for you. I've seen it over and over. They hurt people. They break into their houses. They hit them with those big old things they opening the door on their ribs, on their sides. Look at it. Don't turn a blind eye. Don't look away.
Hello, thank you. I'm Colleen Ingram. I'm here to urge you to immediately end Monterey County's participation in SCAP and cease all cooperation with ICE. There's no excuse not to be prepared for the questions that the Board of Supervisors had because I have my meeting notes from last year and they are the same exact questions. And this is supposed to be about truth and transparency. So SCAP is part of what we're talking about. The agencies we're partnering with have a deep documented history of racism. The Border Patrol has been steeped in institutional racism since 1924. ICE and DHS, despite being newer, have faced serious issues with white supremacy infiltration, something the FBI has explicitly warned us about. As recently as 2025, ICE officials have been under investigation for running white supremacist social media accounts. And right now we're receiving over $600,000 annually through SCAP, which requires us to hand over inmate data, names, addresses, birthplates, immigration information. This program is voluntary, as confirmed last year, yet we continue feeding this information into a deportation system built on discriminatory practices. And it's getting worse. ICE has expanded into mass surveillance using tools like Palantir's AI system that combines DMV records, school data, medical records, and even protest photos. They're now using this technology to target American citizens protesting federal immigration practices. We've seen it videotaped. Through partnerships with Block Safety and Ring, they can access doorbell camera footage. They can track people in real time. And we call ourselves welcoming, but we can't claim to be welcoming while we enable this. Mass surveillance state that's rooted in white supremacy. The money's not worth it. So I urge the Sheriff's Office to end the SCAP participation and stop using all data sharing with ICE and publicly comment that they are not cooperating. Thank you.
I am Michelle Welsh, Mickey Welsh.
I am a representative of the ACLU, and I'm a member of the Sheriff Oversight Coalition. And I have been coming to speak to the Board of Supervisors on the occasion of the Truth Act presentation all these years since 2021. And I'm here to remind you once again that the United States Supreme Court has held in Prince versus U.S. and many other subsequent cases that the federal government cannot commandeer local law enforcement to enforce federal law. That is true with the Truth Act and the California Values Act. The sheriff has no duty or obligation or mandate, she actually used that word, no mandate, to turn over anyone to ICE. Many county sheriffs do not. They do not cooperate with ICE at all. And so, once again, I urge you as the Board of Supervisors to do all in your power, and I urge the sheriff herself to change the policy of ICE cooperation. I agree there can be no in-between. There is either cooperation or not by Monterey County. And Monterey County last year enacted a resolution that said we will not cooperate with ICE or use any funds to cooperate with ICE. That is happening. So I request again that all cooperation with ICE through the Sheriff's Department or anywhere else cease, that the SCAP program also cease because information is shared and turned over with federal agencies, and that we ensure the constitutional rights of every person, immigrants, citizens, and every other person in our county and in our state should be protected under one system of law, where we trust our criminal justice system to deal with people who commit crimes. We do not add ICE to their penalties. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sharon Miller from Pacific Grove. I'm speaking as an individual. I'm also speaking for the majority of fellow citizens I interact with through church, educational, and social groups. I ask that the Board of Supervisors do all it can to ensure the Sheriff's Department does not cooperate in any way with the current iteration of ICE, especially in the county jail. ICE is out of control and abusive. It is acting in an unconstitutional manner. It is ignoring court orders and has even murdered protesters. Wearing another hat, I speak for the League of Women Voters of Monterey County. I also speak in coalition with other local groups. We again appeal to the Board of Supervisors to pass an ordinance establishing civilian oversight of the Sheriff's Department through a commission or an inspector general. This would increase transparency. It would also build community trust in the Sheriff's Department. This approach has worked well in other counties, and we can do it here too. Thank you.
Before we start with MIBs, I'm going to next call up Patty Fashing, Clarissa Reyes, Jan Schreiner, Marianne Gowan, and Chris Barrera to follow.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Mibs McCarthy, and I live in Carmel Valley. I am disappointed that our Monterey County Sheriff cooperates with ICE at any level. It's obvious to me that ICE, under the current administration, disregards the Constitution and the rule of law. I also understand that our state law permits cooperation with ICE. However, the Values Act does not require the sheriff to cooperate with ICE, and many sheriffs in California do not cooperate. I'm disappointed that Monterey County isn't among the counties leading in this regard. My concerns are primarily based on the lack of constitutional due process and equal protection. Of the 21 people turned over to ICE, I understand 13 had convictions. If these were prior convictions, which they apparently were since the people were in the county jail, then they had served their time and should not suffer another penalty. 8 of the people turned over to ICE were simply charged and had no convictions. Aren't people presumed innocent until they're found guilty? I supported Sheriff Nieto in her run for sheriff and celebrated her election. I especially wanted more transparency in the office, which she promised. Regardless of who is sheriff, I think we need a citizens committee for oversight of the sheriff's office. When ICE comes to our community to harass and arrest law-abiding people, and I am with my fellow legal observers exercising my constitutional rights, will the sheriff and her deputies be protecting me and my neighbors or the ICE agents? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Clarissa Reyes Becerra, and I'm here as an immigration attorney with the California Immigration Project. I quote from the California Attorney General's Information Bulletin numbered 2018 DLE 1, page 4, published on March 28, 2018. California law enforcement agencies are never required to respond to transfer or notification requests. So in answer to your question, Supervisor Daniels, yes, we are making a choice as a county. It is not a requirement for our county and our sheriff to acquiesce to these transfers, and this seems to run against our commitment in last year's county resolution to act as a welcoming county. Law enforcement agencies have an obligation to make sure all people in our communities feel safe, regardless of their immigration status. The county sheriff continues to undermine the spirit of the Truth and Values Acts, which were designed to foster trust in law enforcement and improve public safety for all through continued entanglement with DHS agencies. This entanglement includes allowing ICE access to our county facilities, transferring community members to ICE, and sharing information and resources with DHS agencies. This creates a climate of fear for immigrant communities and leaves the most vulnerable in our communities unprotected. Law enforcement agencies must be accountable to the people they protect and serve, their local communities. The concerns we are raising about the sheriff's entanglement with DHS agencies are not new, and the Sheriff's Department continues to ignore its duty and lawful obligation to be accountable to the people they are supposed to serve and protect. The Sheriff's Department is making everybody less safe by aiding ICE and DHS agencies with the deportation of our community members. Community members are less likely to call, as was noted before, our local law enforcement if they feel that they or a loved one might end up with ICE or Border Patrol custody as a result of the actions of our county sheriff. As long as the Sheriff's Department's entanglement with DHS agencies continues, the County of Monterey is complicit in the separation of families and deportation of our community members. I urge the County Board of Supervisors to call upon the Sheriff to immediately stop using county resources to aid in the separation of families and deportation of our community members. Finally, I would like to note that we should not hold our county data and transparency to the bare statutory minimums. Our communities deserve more.
I'm Marianne Gawain. I'm here today as an individual, and the perspective that I'd like to bring to you, Chair Askew and Supervisors and Sheriff's Department, is that of a resident of the unincorporated portion of the county where we are totally dependent for our peace and safety functions on the Sheriff's Department. We don't have the luxury of a local police department as they do in municipalities. So trust is completely essential. And trust, for example, something very much on our mind at all times is the need for fire evacuation. That's just a case where we would depend on the Sheriff's Department. So I see the sheriff in her white hat at community events in my community of Carmel Valley, and I appreciate that she's trying to establish trust. But when we hear about collaboration with ICE, that is completely undermining, that completely destroys the trust that we need to have between the citizens and the sheriff's deputy. ICE, as operated today, is an out-of-control, unconstitutional operation where they are getting directions from the highest levels that they can operate with impunity. We see they are offering $50,000 bonuses for people to sign up. Qualifications are low, background checks are low. I don't see that these are the kind of law enforcement peace officers that I hope we have in our county, where I think Sheriff Nieto would hold her deputies to a completely higher standard. And I am deeply concerned about the components of this process that would enable people who have not been adjudicated guilty. So I think it's a time of reckoning. Let's not look in the mirror at their end of our lives and say, in this time of pressure, I collaborated with ICE.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jan Schreiner. I have to mention that I am sitting on a board of Marine Coast Water District as well as the Monterey County Democrat Central Committee, and these comments are not coming from either of those organizations, but they're coming from me as a resident of Marina. So I was listening to the report. I was wondering how ICE knew to request this interviews and detentions, and I was told that there is this gap that $45 million are paid to California counties as recently as 2024. Through this program, Monterey County received $625,344. This program requires people to hand over detailed inmate information such as names, addresses, physical descriptions, birthplaces, and immigration status to ICE. So we are being paid as a county to feed data into a discriminatory system. We know that this relationship is voluntary, as was established in last year's meeting and confirmed by other California counties refusing participation. The FBI has explicitly warned about white supremacists embedding themselves into some law enforcement agencies, and as recently as 2025, ICE officials, I should say some ICE officials, were under investigation for operating white supremacist social media accounts. Now, ICE abuses are getting worse. ICE has dramatically expanded its surveillance capabilities and is now targeting American citizens. Through Palantir's Immigration OS, they're using AI to fuse DMV records, school rosters, medical files, and even photos from protests into a single surveillance grid. Please, the money isn't worth compromising our values or our oaths to support the Constitution. I urge the Sheriff's Office to immediately end participation in SCAP.
President of LULAC, Council 2055, and member of the Sheriff Oversight Coalition. Late last night, on the eve of this meeting, the Sheriff's Office released information related to its 2025 Truth Act reporting. While that disclosure is welcome, the timing makes the problem clear. Transparency delayed is transparency denied. This information should not come out at the last minute. It should have been disclosed clearly and proactively when this board asked for it last year. Even now, critical oversight questions remain unanswered, including participation in the federal funding programs, the cost of deputy time devoted to ICE-related activity, and the full scope of ongoing engagement with ICE and Homeland Security. And the community deserves clarity on one fundamental issue. If ICE conducts enforcement actions using force in our neighborhoods, will the sheriff protect the constitutional rights of residents and legal observers, or will deputies be used to shield ICE operations? The Truth Act exists because law enforcement cannot be allowed to define the limit of its own accountability. If the sheriff refuses to provide full transparency, responsibility no longer sits with the sheriff, it sits with this board. That authority must be exercised. When answers only come after pressure and at the last minute, accountability is broken. This is exactly why the Civilian Oversight Committee with real authority is so important, because transparency cannot be optional. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Josh Fun. I'm just a local resident. So I just want to say, we look at history and there's a lot of lessons that we should have already learned. One is the militant and humane policies that our military, and I'm a former Marine, do overseas our entire history. Those boomerang and they come back on us. I see you shaking your head over there, Supervisor Alejo. As a strong supporter of the genocide of Palestinians, I hope you've thought about that, because the IDF, what the IDF does to Palestinians, and now they train ICE, as we now know, that's boomeranging, and now that's being carried out by ICE and CBP on Americans and residents in America. And if you look at Minneapolis, and I think about these sheriffs today who weren't prepared to answer people's questions, look what the sheriff and the local police are doing in Minneapolis. Brutalizing the people and protecting ICE. while they murder people, shoot people in the face with supposedly less lethal weapons, blind them, shoot their fingers off their hand, brutalize them, hit them with tear gas, intimidate them, kidnap people, murder people on camera. And now we have a sheriff that says they're using their discretion to collaborate. I don't care what someone in a county jail has committed in terms of a crime. If you would not hand over somebody to a terrorist organization, then you shouldn't hand them over to ICE, because ICE is, and this is not hyperbole, a terrorist organization. Masked, armed thugs, lawless in the streets of the United States, acting like they're IDF in Gaza and the West Bank. That's what they are, and that's not hyperbole. Now, I don't have a lot of faith in sheriffs as it is, because I know the history of our country, and U.S. policing has its roots in slave patrols. But ICE is like a combination, functionally, a combination of slave patrols and Nazi SA, and that's just factual. That is what they're doing. And we're already giving people over. Well, I can tell you right now, I hope that our law enforcement here, if ICE comes in numbers and they start doing what they're doing in Minneapolis, I hope you think about that and you consider maybe enforcing the law and stopping them from violating people's rights and hurting people. Thank you.
Okay, I have Patty Fashing, Iohana Tapia, and then anyone else who's in chambers who would like to speak, now would be the time to stand up, form a line so that we can make sure that we hear from anyone else in chambers who would like to be on record. We only allow one public comment, so if you've already spoken, we don't allow a second comment, but if you would like to speak, we do want to hear from you. So please do stand up now so that we can make sure we take your comment. Okay, and we're resetting the timer, so have patience with us as we get the timer back working correctly. But thank you for being here, and thank you for your patience with our timer.
Can I start?
Please do, thank you.
My name is Rosie Sanchez. I'm born here in Salinas and have lived in Monterey County 68 years. I have had the privilege, and I really call it a privilege, of working with migrant families. I worked in education for 40 years, and all of those years I worked closely with migrant families. They are respectful families. They get out of work and come to school functions. They participate as part of the village, as part of our community. And during the time that I worked with them, I enrolled them in the migrant program. Never once did I ask them for their papers, if they were legal, none of those kind of questions, because the most important thing was the education of their children, and to them that was important. Their fear was being deported. For many years, that was one of their fears. Their fear today has changed. It is, I don't even want to say it, but being in the ice of hands is the scariest thing. They don't want to die. I urge you to be against, or to not cooperate with ICE. Our families deserve your respect, and I hope that you think about our community, because we need all our migrant families. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, President. My name is Alma Cervantes. I'm with Building Healthy Communities, Monterey County, one of the co-lead agency of the Monterey County Immigration Coalition, a grassroots effort to protect, educate, and empower our community of immigrants. One of the major roles is to respond families impacted by ICE within 24 hours, providing immediate resources through our community health workers crisis response model, a model that this board once funded. In just the last week, we have seen a clear increase of traveling patterns of policing, military policing, and detention in South County, particularly impacting indigenous and farm worker families. Today, we're asking the board to pay attention to these patterns and practices. The presence of military-style police in South County is deeply concerning, and we are feared that will soon spread across vulnerable communities in Monterey County. Many families have no idea what to ask, who to call, or how to get support when the loved once are detained. The families we serve are not criminals. They are parents, contributors to this community, left behind with babies, instability, and long-term lasting trauma. We urge the Sheriff Department to follow the example of other counties and publicly state they will not be cooperating with ICE. Or families deserve better, or families deserve a peace of mind. And if the police wants to truly wants to strengthen community trust, this is where it begins with actions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is George Villa. I am another concerned constituent. I live in District 5 here in Salinas. I'm also very concerned about the actions of the sheriff. With all due respect, I feel like they're minimizing their actions, and you've heard from the community how this is creating a process of fear and misery, not only with our community, with our young people. You know, and I also think about the conditions of confinement inside of the ICE detentions. We know there's no success rate there, and for every year that you're inside, you lose 2 years of your life. And that's not fair for people that, you know, don't have a due process. And on average, even correctional officers, on average, 3 in the United States commit suicide. According to One Voice United, there are a coalition of correctional officers that are saying, hey, what about me? What about my mental health? So we urge you to please stop doing what's happening and listen to the public defenders. They do great work here. We work with them in the community, so we intentionally, you know, leave ICE out of here and protect our people and our human health. Thank you, and our land. Thank you.
All right, thank you all for your comments. Thank you. Do we have anyone else in chambers for public comment on this item? Right, we're going to we have some hands raised online. We're going to move to our Zoom comments. And again, for anyone that didn't feel comfortable speaking, we do also want to hear your testimony, and the sheriff needs to hear it as well. It is the 5 of us supervisors sitting here, but this is a Truth Act for the sheriff's office, and the sheriff you can't see, but is on Zoom listening. So please do submit your written comments to the board so that they can be documented as part of this hearing today as well. Email those to cob@countyofmonterey.gov so that we can make sure they get included as part of this hearing. We're going to go online. We're starting with Joanna Gallagher. If you're with us online and would like to participate and share your testimony as part of this hearing, please raise your hand now so that we can make sure that you get included and called on for your comment. We'll start with Joanna Gallagher and go to Nicholas Creary.
May I begin?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you for hearing our comments today. Speaking to the sheriff's office, I just want to say that you all have a chance to be heroes. You could refuse to cooperate with ICE. They are insufficiently trained. They do not ensure safety. They are a threat to safety. They are terrorizing communities. They're disrupting schools. They're fracturing families and communities. They're violating constitutional rights of due process and equal protection. They are killing people. Years from now, there will be justice. And so I hope that Monterey County can be remembered as a community that refused to collaborate with terror and violence. I hope that Monterey County can be remembered as a community that stood for the Constitution and protected its residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go next to Nicholas Creary, followed by Noel Fletcher, and then Yahira Lopez.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My understanding is the sheriff's position is an elected one, and therefore, if there is sufficient concern about collaboration with ICE, we should consider a recall petition. That only requires 200 words and I believe 100 valid signatures to get the petition process moving. But I would think that in any event, with any elected official, if we are, as a public, unsatisfied with the job that they are doing, or we feel that you are not engaging in and doing the things that we elected you to do, you should be subject to a recall petition. And thank you.
Next up, we have Noel. Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Noel Fletcher, followed by Yahira Lopez, and then Murtaza, and then Magnolia.
Hi there. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I just wanted to take a moment to say that while I understand the sheriff and the sheriff's office are required to have transparency, what I have seen in this meeting is that you are following transparency only to the extent of the law. You have been asked some very good questions today that I think the public does want to know. The public that you serve is making it very clear where they stand, and the public that you serve is making it very clear that we have questions for you, and you are not answering those. So what I am not seeing from you today is that transparency that I would expect from public servants that have been called to serve and protect the people, the residents, and every immigrant who does live here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Yahira Lopez, and I'm a legal fellow with the California Immigration Legal Fellowship Program. I am a Monterey County resident, and I work in Santa Cruz County. So I see the effects of ICE presence in both counties because I work with the community directly. I also work with detained individuals, and they tell me about the deplorable conditions that they're living in while in detention. Monterey County is super diverse. We are the agricultural backbone. We are called the salad bowl for a reason, right? Because all these immigrants, these great people work the fields that feed us. And knowing that Monterey County voluntarily supports ICE, even if it's in a limited situation, honestly hurts my soul, and it hurts the work that I am doing to support our constituents, to support the people that support us by feeding us. I think that Monterey County should prioritize community safety, dignity, and justice, and not collaborating with ICE. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you all. We have up next, we have Murtaza, followed by Magnolia, and then Dalton.
Hi, I'm Murtaza Mogri, a resident here in Monterey County. I just want to say yes and to so many of the comments that people have shared. And really, like, the requests that are being made here are really table stakes. The transparency, the basic transparency that the community, our county wants, we shouldn't really need to be asking for this. What the sheriff should really be focusing on is, what if what happens in Minneapolis happens here? What is the sheriff going to do? Your job is to protect and provide the safety and security for our Monterey County community. Instead of us asking for transparency, tell us what your plan is. Are you going to be there to protect us when ICE tries to execute people on our streets? I know friends who had family members abducted from, like, U.S. citizens, abducted from LA and taken across state borders and returned a couple days later by ICE. That is what's happening across our country. We need to be protecting our community and preparing for what could happen. And I'd hope that that's where the sheriff spends their effort and not on blocking transparency. Thank you.
Hi, can I start?
Yeah, thank you. Magnolia, you're up next. Thank you. We'll go Magnolia and then Dalton, followed by Carson.
Thank you. I'm a lifetime resident of Salinas, and I urge the county to end all collaboration with ICE. I share in the concerns raised by community members, specifically about the lack of responsiveness and answers provided by the Sheriff's Department here today. I'm also deeply concerned about the 8 people who were transferred to ICE without a formal adjudication. I asked the County Board of Supervisors to require accountability of the Sheriff's Department by requiring full compliance not only with the law, but with the spirit of the law. The community deserves and demands full transparency from the Sheriff's Department. Lack of information and transparency erodes the public trust, specifically right now at a time when the trust from the public is of utmost importance. If the sheriff has the trust of the community, then together as a community, we can ensure safety in our community. Thank you.
Hi, yes, I'm Dalton Winter, resident of Seaside. Another comment in the same vein, when ICE shows up here en masse, if and when that occurs, like is already occurring in south of the county, it will be tremendously undermining to trust and general policing by the sheriff. If you turn yourselves towards the legal observers and the concerned citizens, and if you train your guns on us instead of the people committing the terror. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for your comments. Up next, we have Carson, followed by Alicia, and then Megan.
Hi, my name is Carson Fox. I'm a Monterey resident. I heard comments from one of the supervisors making justification for the turning over of criminal migrants and holding to ICE in order to uphold community safety. But I'd like to pose the question, why exactly is it safer to hand over alleged criminals to a federal agency that's breaking constitutional law instead of letting them go to the justice system already existing within this country where they supposedly committed the crime? So I just don't really understand the rhetoric. I don't really understand the argument. And I just like to say that we should be doing more, because I truly believe the end goal for the Trump regime is to bring this here, to bring this everywhere. And we are going to be one of the biggest potential targets in the country because we have one of the largest immigrant populations. And I think we should be doing more to prepare, because that's a very likely potential scenario. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Alicia Marie Ragland. I'm a lifelong Monterey County resident, and I'm echoing all the public comments heard today to end cooperation with the unconstitutional organization known as ICE. These meetings, these boards, and the processes therein are the easiest ways to affect change. What's happening in the streets of Minnesota is not the preferred way to enact change. If the sheriff is using their quote unquote discretion, which is the freedom to decide what should be done in a particular situation, and the publicly elected sheriff's decisions and discretions are eroding public confidence, then I agree with public commenter Mr. Nicholas Creary that a recall petition should be considered. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Up next, we have Megan, followed by Bev, and then Helen.
Thank you. My name is Megan Wilden, and I live in Monterey. I'm a fourth-generation resident of Monterey County, fifth generation if you include San Benito County, which used to be part of it. And I ask that our county reject all cooperation with ICE. I echo the concerns of all the speakers before me, and I especially encourage the sheriff and the board of supervisors and all communities to begin planning for the possibility of a violent invasion of our county by ICE, as we've seen happen in Minnesota, Los Angeles, Chicago, Charlotte, New Orleans, and other communities. Just today, the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors voted to establish a committee to protect their county from ICE. The time is now for us to begin serious planning to protect the most vulnerable of our neighbors. The communities and individuals of Monterey County are already working hard to do so, to protect our neighbors by making and distributing whistle kits throughout the county. Tomorrow we have one in Supervisor Chris Lopez's office, a meeting to create whistle kits. We had over 100 people in Salinas last night and many more throughout the county. So the people of Monterey County are ready to do the work, and we want you to join us. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bev Krebs. I've lived for a long time in Carmel Valley, and I moved here from the Bay Area. And so I want to keep our county and our towns as welcoming places. And I ask for two things. One is that we need some legal observers of the sheriff's office from all parts of Monterey County. And I think that that might help the sheriff also to get a variety of viewpoints. And the second thing I ask is that the sheriff stop cooperation with ICE. It seems to be causing a very large problem. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Helen Cochums, and I live in Pacific Grove. I've been here about 5 years. We need, let me think of, okay. What I want to say is we need to do the same that Santa Cruz has chosen, make a committee, start a process of learning, of deciding how to support our community instead of welcoming ICE. And I want to know if today you guys, the Board of Supervisors, can start that same process, can actually discuss it and hopefully even vote on it. I want that action now. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you all for your comments. That was the last hand raised, so I'm going to close public comment. Oh, I'm sorry. There is one more hand raised. Jasmine Topet, thank you for joining us.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Jasmine, and I am a resident of Salinas. And hearing this all going on, I want to be very, very clear that collaboration is still collaboration. And today's report shows that the sheriff's office does work with ICE despite claims otherwise. And in Monterey County, immigrants do not just work our fields and carry the agriculture economy on their backs. They are business owners, students in adult schools, caregivers, parents, and neighbors who contribute every day to the strength of our community. When local law enforcement collaborates with ICE, it creates fear that reaches far beyond just one person, leaving children afraid that their parents may not come home, or worse, that they could be harmed or killed. and even fearing that they themselves may be taken and separated from their families. If this county truly values safety, if our sheriff's department values safety, dignity, and community trust, this collaboration has to stop.
Oh. Jasmine, we lost your audio. Let's try, hold on. Yep, you're back. Okay. I'm gonna have you pick up again.
That's it. That was my comment. Thank you so much for letting me
Got
talk.
it. No, thank you so much. And I'll just say, for anyone else who didn't hear my earlier comment, we do appreciate all comment, and we also to have additional record. We do encourage folks to send written comment to the board at cob@countyofmonterey.gov so that it's on the formal record as well. There's one more comment hand raised. Deja Robinson. Thank you for joining us. You're up.
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
We can. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I echo what has already been said, and I urgently call on our local sheriff's department to end any collaboration with ICE. Our families in our community, their parents, their workers, and children just simply trying to survive and build a life here. Instead, they're being torn apart and forced into inhumane conditions that no human being deserves. Monterey County was once a place where we were proud to call home, a place rooted in dignity and compassion and community. And today that sense of safety is slipping away as ICE shows up near our schools, our churches, and our medical clinics. These spaces that should be sanctuaries, not sources of fear. And when fear replaces pride, when respect is stripped away, and when love is lost, communities begin to fracture. I want to just mention, and without being said, but saying it here, that we are stronger together, and we're stronger when we stand together. And we need our elected officials to lead with humanity and do what is right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. And thank you all for sticking with us through quite a bit of what's much more public comment than we typically receive here. And really, I'm just going to say really heavy, on a really heavy topic, on really heavy comments. So with that, we don't see any more hands raised, and we're going to close public comment on this item. And I do hope and trust that we had the sheriff and the team with us for all of that. Fully present to receive all of those comments, questions, and requests from our community.
Madam Chair, does the sheriff want to give any response?
You sure can. Yes, Sheriff, please.
Yes, I've been sitting here through the whole thing. We've been taking a lot of notes, but before you close this item, I just want to say something clearly for the record. We hear the fear, the anger, and the frustration that's being expressed here today by those who've made comments. And we acknowledge those emotions are real, and they reflect how deeply this issue is impacting our families and communities across Monterey County. Hearing that does not mean we agree on every policy solution, but it does mean we seriously take our responsibility to listen, engage, and respond through lawful and transparent processes. I also want to note that the board is aware of the new guidance issued by the California Department of Justice regarding investigations of potential state law violations by federal agents or officers. This came out of Attorney General's office, Bonta, just this week. And that guidance reaffirms that state and local law enforcement retain independent authority to investigate violations of California law, and emphasizes the importance of communication and de-escalation with California law and our federal partners. We will ask the staff to review this guidance, assess how it interfaces with existing county policies and procedures, and we'll report back to the board. In fact, we want to work with the board and figure out what's best for our county. And so we'll look at our training, our policy updates, and we can consider next steps and properly agendize these issues for public setting. Our goal has always remained and will remain the same: protect constitutional rights, comply with California law, and maintain public safety and community trust. We want to thank everyone who took the time to be here and to place their comments on public record. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Yeah, I'd have a couple other questions and comments, and I'm just going to do one more round with my colleagues, given the significance of the comments that we heard from our public and the residents that we represent. And I just want to comment that it's hard to sit here. It's hard to watch the news. It's hard to explain to my son what's going on. It's hard to talk to my mom about what's happening, and I hear what everyone is communicating to me, and the feelings that I have are the same, and to hold space for all of the fear and the anger and the frustration as a community leader right now in this time and space, it's a lot, and so I just want to acknowledge how heavy everything that was just shared that we're sitting here holding with you in this moment is, and it feels like a lot. So the community trust that we're talking about, that you're telling us about, and the fracture in that community trust is real, and from where I sit, I'm looking at the sheriff and asking for your help in how we begin to acknowledge that fracture and work to repair that locally. And that looks like transparency. That looks like being really honest about the challenges that are occurring nationally and locally. It looks like answering questions completely when we ask them. For me, it looks like I've got my requests that we put out last year from 2025, which were, for a copy of the local sheriff's office policy that guides interactions with ICE. That is attached to this staff report, and I really appreciate it. It also included a request for details of all sheriff office communication with ICE, and that isn't something that's being provided. We requested additional information about the individuals released to ICE last year, and that also wasn't provided. So I hope that we can continue having those conversations and that more information like what was verbally provided at the last minute today can be shared in written ways that make it more transparent, so that we're not trying to draft things down at the last minute. I would like to ask that we have a written copy of the consent form that was referenced, and I would like to ask, I know we don't get to direct the sheriff to do things, but I would like to ask that the sheriff immediately work with our public defender to ensure that any individual who is requested for an interview with ICE or is in any way released or considered to be engaged in any way for release with to Homeland Security or immigration officials, that they be provided with a one-on-one meeting with a public defender prior to signing any document or being presented with an interview situation. I would like to know if the sheriff, if any of the sheriff's staff engage in outside employment with ICE or Department of Homeland Security. I know that we have forms that all county employees are required to complete if you're engaged in any outside employment. From my opinion, that would be directly tied to the question of sheriff office related to U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement access to someone in the jail. So that's a question I would like to have answered. And I would also like to know what the status of the fiscal audit that's being done with the sheriff's office. That was something that we directed, I think, back in, last budget cycle. And I think there was a report that was supposed to have come to us, come to the board. And specifically, I'm looking at, what is the cost of the sheriff's office time spent on any of the coordination? What is the staff time spent on any of the coordination for any of these release of any of these individuals or any of the communication that occurs. And I'm hoping that the fiscal audit would potentially show that. I am very much interested in the additional information that's been requested about the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program. I think that was requested 6 months ago, and I would like to have that information. I think that the time that we're in today is very different than the time that we've been in the past. I think I've had strong feelings and opinions in past years, but the situation that we sit in this moment right now, somebody said, we're talking about ICE as showing themselves to be masked armed thugs. Like, I don't know how else to describe what I'm seeing. And that changes the dynamic fundamentally for me as we have this conversation. And we don't get to make decisions for the sheriff. I'm well aware of that. But we do get to tell the sheriff that we would like to have this conversation, and that I stand by the comments that have been made by the members of my public who stood here today sharing their thoughts and feelings. And I hope that the sheriff is listening loudly and clearly. And I hope that the requests that I'm making here today will be honored. And I hope that the communication from our public will be honored by the sheriff. And I hope that we can receive a written communication back that responds very clearly to the requests that are being made by our community. But I will take it back to our board. And I just want to thank all of you for being present, for staying aware of what's going on, and for caring so deeply about our community. I appreciate all of you. Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you, Chair Askew, and thank you to all of the members of the public who came out here today and shared your comments. And while the context for a conversation about ICE has certainly intensified since last year, one of the main reason why I have concerns has not changed. And last year when we had this conversation, I was a bit taken off guard and wasn't really able to think it through, especially when the conversation turned so quickly to keeping dangerous criminals off of our streets. And I have had a year to think about that. And of course, it's been a momentous year in regards to the federal government's enforcement actions. And but it has, what we heard in public comment today from several commenters were things like due process and equal protections and constitutional rights. And for me, it is really fundamental why I oppose this collaboration. I oppose this collaboration because we have a system of justice in our country that we have relied on for a very long time. And if we want to keep dangerous criminals off the streets, we have to ensure the integrity. And of course, we have a lot of work to do ensuring that integrity. We have to ensure that the integrity of the system that exists in our country, and it works when it is uniform and is applied equally to every single person in this country. And I know the 14th Amendment was addressed and equal protections was addressed. It is designed to apply equally and evenly to everyone. And what I see in this instance is a decision that's being made that says our system of justice, our legal system, our sheriff's department, instead is making a determination to shortcut that system, to short circuit that system, to say you've only had a charge, you haven't been convicted, but we're going to turn you over to ICE. You've had a conviction, but you haven't served your time. We're going to turn you over to ICE. And so they're essentially saying that the federal government is going to do a better job than we are in Monterey County keeping our communities safe and keeping dangerous criminals off the street. And once you start making adjustments, you're creating a second system. And once you have a second system, you're affecting the integrity of the original system that was in place. And I tell you, my 16-year-old son driving home from school yesterday got this. My 16-year-old son, I was telling him the dilemma that we're in and what we're facing here in Monterey County. And he said, Mom, That reminds me of the poem I heard at school, and he recited to me, "First they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me." If a 16-year-old gets that, we all in this room need to understand we have one system of justice in this country. We don't make modifications under any circumstances. When we do that, we destroy the very system our Constitution relies on. And to the sheriff, I am a huge supporter of you, Sheriff Nieto. You know that. And I just hope that you can help us understand that it's not a difference in our system of values here. We know what you want to do is keep dangerous criminals off the street. What we're saying is the way in which we accomplish that is to rely on the system of justice that we have in this country and not make any modifications to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, first of all, to all the community members who came to speak up. I want to first say thank you for standing up for your neighbors, for our community, for our most vulnerable in our community. Just in the last few days with the tragic deaths of Alex Pretty, Renee Good, an arrest and detention of a 5-year-old little boy, Liam Conejo Ramos, who took a federal court order on Tuesday to stop ICE and the Border Patrol from deporting a 5-year-old boy and his father, even though they had a pending asylum application. And it's not just undocumented immigrants. We've said it many times here that all of us are targeted because they've done this to U.S. citizens, lawful permanent residents. They've done it to dreamers, to asylees, to refugees. It doesn't matter what your status is. This level of oppression has targeted us all. But I want to say it's only because of that activism, as you're seeing played out in below freezing temperatures by everyday residents in Minnesota, and here and across our nation, that it is changing public opinions on what they see happening every day on the news out in our communities. And we always remind ourselves, we've had small-scale enforcement here, but it could be major scale any day tomorrow. But I just wanted to speak about the activism, because the death of Alex Pretty, him being a legal observer, proves why it is so important to have residents holding federal agencies accountable. Because as we saw, he was recording, and his neighbors, his colleagues there were recording. Had they not done that, had there not been any video or anybody watching, they would have easily demonized him and villainized him as they did, and nobody would have known. And it was the video that showed the world what the truth was, and why now Bovino, who started attacking our communities last January, a year ago from now, even before the new administration came in. He was the lead out of the El Centro Border Patrol office. He went and started doing raids in Bakersfield, in Kern County, targeting and arresting 78 immigrants, farm workers, and people out in their community, and they villainized them as being felons and serious criminals. And then when the ACLU did a lawsuit, along with the United Farm Workers, the federal court found that out of 78 individuals, 77 out of the 78 didn't have any criminal history. So they were, again, lying to us, and they've been doing it time and time again. I just wanted to say that I started my career at the age of 19, fighting against Prop 187 in 1994. Here I am 32 years later as a supervisor, as a previous author in the legislature of the law that gave immigrants the right to have a valid California driver's license to improve their lives. I'm glad to see, I thought we made a lot of progress since the 90s in California and across the nation, but what we're seeing today reminds us is that the struggle is never over, that this work has to always continue, that we always have to be vigilant and be there for our neighbors time and time again. The only thing I would like to end with is on this report that we're about to accept, is to suggest to the sheriff also in this report, because some members pointed out this is a minimal report, what is required by law, but it would be helpful for the community to show what has happened over the years, longitudinally, what has happened before the Truth Act went into effect and the California Values Act went into effect, and what is it now? For example, just in 2017, the year before that the California values went into effect, 213 immigrants were handed over to ICE in the Monterey County Jail under Sheriff Steve Bernal. When I became a supervisor, my first meeting in the first few days with any department head was with Sheriff Bernal and his undersheriff at the time, asking him to get ICE out of our county jail, because at that time they had an office, they had a desk, they had an every week presence, I think Monday through Friday in the jail. And he adamantly refused to do that at that time. A few months later, that same year is when they passed the California Values Act, and he changed his opinion. And I think 3 months before the law went into effect, he agreed to have ICE get out of our jail. So when the Values Act went into effect, the year before was 213 handed over to ICE. Then 2018 was 41. 2019 was 52 people. 2020 was 23. But in 2021, it dropped significantly, only to 2. In 2022, it was only 2 individuals. 2023, only 3 individuals. And then last year, we know it went back up to 11, and then this year back to 21. So just having more details tells the public what has happened since the laws have changed. And it shows us that in some years, there's very minimal cooperation with ICE, even in these types of cases where serious crimes have been committed under where that discretion is allowed. But I just think that all of us, from the Sheriff's Department to the Board of Supervisors and the community, I think it's helpful to have just more information that gives us a clearer picture of what has happened since these laws went into effect. Thank you. And I would hope the sheriff would agree to add that in next year's report. Thank you.
I look forward to the continued conversation and want to open with a thank you to the community. I put up a public statement last night that clearly states my position on what happened over the weekend in Minneapolis and before that, and the heartbreaking visual of Liam Ramos with a hand on his shoulder and his beanie pulled down over his head, and our moral compass is lost. I'm struggling. With this conversation, I look forward to continuing to engage, and here's my reason why. I get the desire to say, just stop, and I want to hear that as an option as we move forward. My concern is that, do I trust that given the list that I've not been able to change my slide on, that's on my left, that opens with possession of child pornography, possession of methamphetamine for sale, that they won't still come? And when they do and look for people in the community, are we going to have more of the type of interaction we're seeing in Minneapolis? I struggle with that. But I'm also honest about who's being tracked down now, right? Liam's father, where if you look at the DHS slide that they put up on Instagram where they debunked the rumors, the charge that they said he had was having been let in illegally by the Biden administration. So the president let him in. That's a weird law to break, to go chase a father and a 5-year-old. It made no sense to me. And so where I sat before, and the comments that I made clearly from here in years past, was the same concern about, won't these people still be the target? And if they are in our community, what will impact be there when they show up, as we've seen, in a more brutal tactic, looking for folks? What will that look like in our communities and the people I represent primarily in the Salinas Valley? I still carry that fear in my heart about just saying we're not participating, but at the same time, I'm acknowledging that those same tactics are being used on people who haven't violated any of these laws or anything that even qualifies on this list. So I'm torn. I just frankly am. And I want to hear more of this conversation as we go through this about what our options are, what the options, where that decision gets made. Is that ours? Is it the sheriff's? All those pieces as we move forward, I think, are critical. So yeah, I still fear for my community, and I'm realizing that regardless of yes or no on this, that fear for my community is real. And the people that I represent through and through, I'm worried. We're already seeing it for folks that don't know, on ground that is covered, right, that is technically federally owned. We're not seeing due process. We're not seeing the typical process. And I'm watching families from my district torn apart for having chosen to go fishing for the weekend. I went fishing that same weekend with my own son, and he's 5. And I know that a kid left behind was only 4. And the thought that my kids would be torn from me simply for having chosen to take them fishing with a broken taillight, absolutely horrendously, unapologetically heartbreaking and inappropriate. So I'm struggling with this, just knowing that process. Do I think that us saying stop this is going to say, oh, then we'll stay out of California? No, I'm worried, but I'm also realistic. So look forward to the continued conversation and options coming forward through council and conversation continuing with the sheriff. Thank you.
I'm going to try to be brief. I think with supervisors, the public, everybody's given some really good comments, raised some really good questions. This is a different time, but it's still the same Constitution. And, you know, hasn't always been applied and used throughout history equally and properly, but we all have the same rights, the equal rights. We all have the same guarantees. We all have the same protections, whether I agree with you, whether you agree with me, no matter who we really are. And that's really the issue, I think, as we've all talked about here, and I think pretty much been almost all in agreement with. And so we go forward, I think, there are answers. We've raised questions. The sheriff has said they're going to come back with some of those. My only real concern is we've had a lot of people here today, a lot online, who may not be able to hear those answers when they come back. So I don't know how long it's, I'm not sure, I'm assuming Sheriff Nieto is still on, but if you have some rough idea when you're going to be able to come back, and it really needs to be in another hearing and publicly done, not just something sent to the supervisors and distributed in limited fashion. Do you have any rough timeline when that could be done, Sheriff?
No, I don't. But what I would like to do is I'd like to figure out first what exactly the supervisors are looking for, look at my notes from the community comments to be able to incorporate what they're looking at. And that will give me a better idea of the timeline it's going to take to prepare this report.
Okay, thank you. Well, I just hope that when it does come back that we're going to be able to give it a proper notice. Obviously, there's a lot of people really engaged. I'm assume, those who may not hear about it will hear about it from friends so that we can have a good continuing discussion, because that's what's going to need to be going on with as we proceed. So thank you.
Supervisor, I am going to ask that our county council takes a look at the new guidance from the DOJ that came out to see what we can or can't do as a county. Again, I don't want to violate a law.
Thank you. So I'm just, while we're here, and while I think I hear consensus from the board that there's a desire to engage in this, get information back from the sheriff, and I really appreciate that there is. I'm looking at the advanced agenda, and I do think that we can look at a time certain to schedule a follow-up. And I'm just going to pull out.
We don't have to do that now, I don't think.
I do. We have a whole bunch of people who are online and present.
We still have a lot of items to get through on the agenda.
We have a lot of items to get through on the agenda.
And it's 4 o'clock already.
And it's 4 o'clock already, and thank you for that. Give me just a second. Sheriff, I'm looking at the advanced agenda, and in the absence of a special meeting, it looks like April 14th, there's time that afternoon available, which would hopefully give you plenty of time to review with County Council whatever information you needed to review, and provide a review of the information that was shared. Any additional information that the public wants to provide, should have information back about the audit at that point, which should have been, was scheduled for January, but that gives us extra time. And I think if I can, Sheriff, does April sound like an appropriate timeline for you to be able to have information back, and we can schedule an additional workshop for discussion the afternoon of April 14th?
And if the board desires April 14th, we'll try to get it back again. This is in collaboration with all the board members. It's in collaboration with County Council. And also the audits out of the CAO's office. I do not have control over that. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to tentatively suggest that we hold, and for all those who are paying attention, who are following up, I'm going to suggest that we tentatively schedule April 14th. We'll have official word come out, but we're going to look at holding April 14th as a follow-up with some additional information. And I really appreciate everyone and your patience with our schedule changing this afternoon, but it is important, and we appreciate your participation today. With that, there's no opportunity for direction on this. It was a public hearing. I'm going to hand this back to you, Valerie. Through County Council, is there anything more you need from us on this public hearing?
No.
And through the Sheriff, is there anything more you need on this public hearing other than we received and you're going to consider public comment? Through the Sheriff?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry, Supervisor. Yeah, we were collecting the comments, and so again, I just want to make sure that we're working with somebody at the board to make sure that we cover the things that the board feels we should cover, so we don't miss anything, and that includes the questions that the public has and the questions that the board has. And again, because you mentioned the audit, that's out of the CAO's office, that's not out of the Sheriff's office.
Okay, and I think that the board all went on record with the questions that we had. If there's other questions, they can be sent directly, and you'll work with County Council. County Council has comment, hold on. We need to take a 5-minute break to regroup. So give us 5 minutes. We will reconvene back here at 4:20, 4:25. Okay.
So when her comment that the audits with the CAO's office, yes, we have the contract. We're having a hard time getting some of the data.
Diego, I can hear you. We're still on a break. Diego?
Okay.
Okay, yeah. So please work with Kenya. She's helping us doing mic checks right now on the headsets, but there will be 10 public comments that we'll need to do consecutive interpretation.
Okay, very well. I'll let what's her name? Karia know.
Okay, yeah. I texted you guys too, that info.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's what I'm calling.
Okay, thank you.
We're working on some headsets. Thank you all for your patience today. It's been a long meeting with a lot of heavy topics. Thank you for giving us the chance to take a break.
Estamos de nuevo en la reunión. Gracias por darnos la oportunidad de un descanso. Oops.
We are looking at making one more change to our agenda this afternoon just to try to keep everything moving ahead. We just completed item number 18, which was the Sheriff's Office presentation. We're going to, in order to ensure that we have our interpretation with services with us, we're going to move ahead to item number 21, which is the Esperanza Care referral, and then go back to item number 19. So our next item right now will be item number 21, which is a presentation on the creation of a new Esperanza Care, or a new renewal of a new old program called Esperanza Care. Let me check and make sure we have all of our headsets working. Diego, I'm going to have the Spanish announcement, and what we need is if anyone who needs a headset, if we could have folks line up for a headset. Diego, are you able to make that announcement for us? So anyone else who needs a headset, if they could approach the front to collect a headset.
Muy buenas tardes. Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Diego. En unión con Kaira vamos a ser sus intérpretes para la reunión de esta tarde. Si desean más audífonos adicionales, por favor pasar a la estación donde está el guardia de seguridad para que obtengan sus audífonos adicionales. Les recordamos que si está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita los servicios de intérprete, por favor hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que nosotros los podamos escuchar. Por favor, hacer una pausa al final de cada oración para asegurarse de que tenemos la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you. And Valerie, did we have other interpretation? Anyone else to make an announcement? Okay. And is there anyone else in the room who needs interpretation services? If you could check with your neighbor, anyone else who needs interpretation services who doesn't already have interpretation headsets set up?
If I can announce, si hay personas que necesitan un audífono para la interpretación, si pueden levantar la mano, por favor. ¿Cuántos? 1, 2, 3, 4. So we need 4, 5, one back there, 5 more headsets.
Thank you all for your patience. It's hot. And while we're getting things set up, we do have speaker cards today available for anyone who wanted to make public comment. These are available, they're not required, but one way to help know when it's time to make public comment. So if you needed a speaker card, they're available at the, they're available but not required.
Yuri, there was somebody back there. I saw them raise their hand. Or maybe not.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you all. Thank you all for making sure everyone is taken care of today. We appreciate it. All right, so we are reconvening back from a short break to item number 21, which is to receive a preliminary response to board referral number 25.16 regarding the recreation of Esperanza Care. And we have Dr. Chad Harris, our Chief Executive Officer from Natividad Medical Center, and Elsa Jimenez, our Director of Monterey County Health Department, with us for a brief presentation. We'll pass the floor to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board, and good afternoon, members of the public. My name is Chad Harris. I'm the CEO of Natividad Medical Center, and I am joined by my colleague, Elsa Jimenez,
the Director of Health Services for the County of Monterey. Thank you for having us here today.
We're looking forward to discussing one of the issues that's come to the public as we've been looking at what's been happening, particularly this past year, and a little more specifically on where things are with HR 1 and things that are happening in both DC and Sacramento. And with that, Elsa is going to begin with a discussion on the impact on Medi-Cal eligibility.
Yeah, so we just wanted to kind of center ourselves in terms of some of the things we've shared and some new things that may be coming up the pipe with respect to changes to Medi-Cal. Our Central California Alliance for Health, which is our local managed care plan, anticipates that through calendar year 2028, we will unfortunately see a 27% reduction in the number of members enrolled in Medi-Cal. As we provided an update last winter, there's been a freeze in Medi-Cal expansion, which no longer provides coverage to certain individuals depending on their documentation status post-January 1st, and leaving only available emergency Medi-Cal and pregnancy-related Medi-Cal services. Other things that are going to be impacting are the asset test, reinstatement, a redetermination process every 6 months versus every 12 months, and retroactive coverage will only be covered for 30 days versus 90 days as it was in the past. And then following that, there's going to be additional requirements with respect to work or community requirements and monthly premiums for individuals that remain eligible for Medi-Cal.
Thank you, Elsa. And I thought it would be helpful to see in the general milieu of H.R. 1 those additional impacts. I've talked about these before to this body and to the public, but I thought it would be important to review again and as far as to expand on what's impacting the milieu. So this is a slide that I brought forward probably in September, October-ish, but this is from the California Association of Public Hospitals. It's important to know that Natividad is a member of that body, which really represents the county hospitals here in the state, up north in Santa Clara, San Francisco, Alameda, San Mateo, others, as well as the UCs. Those that are truly designated as publics and the backbone of the public health system here in California, including Natividad. And these are a couple of key dates, or a few key dates you'll see there, particularly in that yellow color, that are most impactful. We already talked about some of the eligibility. I'm going to start from, we'll call it the beginning, but from July 4th, 2025, when H.R. 1 actually passed, one of the key provisions was around state-directed payments. Here in California, these are supplemental related to Medicaid. These did go into effect immediately, but those states that were grandfathered in that already had programs, they were pushed out to January 1st, 2028. So if you see that on the left bottom yellow, go all across to the right, and you'll see the state-directed payments there. That item has a profound impact that would start potentially in January 1st, 2028. In the range of $2.3 billion for the public hospitals here in California over a 5-year period of time from 2028 to 2032, if it goes into effect, in the range of $76 million or so for Natividad over those 5 years. Again, a lot remains to be seen what will happen by 2028 until 2032, but this is one of the significant impacts that potentially is going to come to the public hospitals. Another more immediate, I think we're all aware, the government shut down back in the fall and then reopened. There's something called the disproportionate share hospital funds. That's $8 billion in the United States, roughly $850 million for the public hospitals in California, $8 billion to the public hospitals across the country, and it's roughly $14 million to Natividad specifically. If these funds, these disproportionate share hospital funds, were not extended. They were extended to January 30th, which is not very far off, as all of you are aware. At the moment, we're very hopeful that those will get extended. But if they were not to be in the long term, that would be a potentially $14 million impact annually to Natividad. I'm a little, and I think folks are aware, on December 31st, there were some rural relief funds that were ultimately approved by the federal government. Overall, these were $50 billion over 5 years across the United States, just to be clear. The state of California applied for $1 billion and ultimately was awarded, again, just a little over $200 million across the entire state, across all health systems. A little silver lining, but there will potentially be funding for those organizations that provide rural relief. The next one that I want to draw your eye to is in the middle. On October 1st this year, there's something called federal FMAP or federal match that the public hospitals, including Natividad, receive funding related to this. These funds were reduced. The federal match for emergency care for undocumented adults, keyword is emergency, was reduced from 90% to 50%. It could have been significantly more expansive. That's where it landed. That impact in the state of California is in the range of 120 to 300 million. At Natividad, that'll be in the range of 3 to 7 million, depending on where that ultimately lands. Again, I just kind of wanted to paint the milieu. This is under multiple years, and a lot can happen between now and 2028 and further out years. But important to know the things that we're watching very closely on keeping an eye on, so we can ultimately protect the services and the needs of those that most need it, those that are most vulnerable. Next slide, Elsa. Thank you. The next thing I wanted to talk about in this vein and the extension of eligibility, when we reduce that eligibility, what is the actual impact? You know, I think we think in the broader terms. We think and I think in this room, we think of the financial, but what is the impact on the patient? I like to actually think, let's talk about a patient. Let's talk about a diabetic patient that previously received care under programs, including the previous Esperanza care. You know, that diabetic patient typically will receive medications to take care and keep their glucose or their sugars in check. They'll have consults helping them with their diet and advising them, exercise, things that many folks take for granted. When that disappears, and that person is unable to get those medications or is unable to get that support, then over time that person is at a higher risk for complications, whether it's an infection in their foot, something that they ended up needing surgery, or some grave situation where they actually end up with a super infection or a blood infection, something that we call sepsis, and they end up in our ICUs. Hopefully, in the end, they survive after a stay in the hospital. But then what about after that? The impact on their families and their loved ones that ultimately have to care for them, and the long-term impact of them as a patient, and then the impact on the communities that are supporting those families, that are supporting that patient and that individual. These have compounding effects that really impact our community, their families, and the individual patients. Elsa?
So I just want to take us back. So in 2014, the Affordable Care Act went into effect, which included Medicaid expansion. And shortly thereafter, there were still individuals in our state that were not eligible because of their documentation status. So little by little, the state started to expand full scope Medi-Cal for these individuals, starting with our under 18, our 19 to 25-year-olds in 2020, expanding it to our 50-year-old plus in May of 2022, and just a couple years ago expanded it to our 26 to 49-year-old. But during this time, our county still saw that there was a gap in Medi-Cal eligibility. And so because of the community advocacy, Board of Supervisors support, Esperanza was created. And so your board in November of 2015 approved the Esperanza pilot, and that ran for almost 2 years. And then we expanded that to a more broader program between October of 2017 and December of 2023. The original pilot was funded by the county general fund with an initial investment of $500,000, and it covered primary care that were offered at our health department outpatient clinics and other services delivered by Natividad. And ultimately, we served about 2,000 lives during that period. And then in October of 2017, your board directed us to expand it. And so you initially approved a membership of 2,500 lives being served. And then at its peak, we were serving 4,500 residents with this limited scope primary care services, some specialty services, diabetes education, lab, radiology, and a limited formulary, all really provided by the county health system.
You know, the health department and Natividad were quite proud to provide this service to those roughly 4,500 lives. But how much did that cost overall? So Natividad and throughout the period of the program, from October 2017 to December 2023, it was roughly $12 million over that period of time. Noting the primary care services in the public health department were approximately $7.6 million. The pharmacy cost for a limited formulary, thinking back to that diabetic patient that I was just referencing, was $1.5 million. And then lab services, radiology services, and specialty clinic services were approximately $1 million. And the last part was the third-party administrator to actually administer the program was approximately $1.6 million, running about $2 million per year during the program itself. Now, with that, and understanding the need to ultimately meet the need of the community and those patients and those families that I alluded to, Elsa and I feel that, in our opinion, that we need to move forward with a pilot. With all the understanding that we all see out there, with the shifting winds, so to speak, in the state and the federal side, as far as the support, budgets, et cetera, we really need to understand where things are going, both from the need of the community and the patients, but also where is, from a policy perspective, things are going. And hence, we are recommending a pilot to run 12 months, initially with 500 lives, with the recommendation of the federal poverty level to 100%, covering costs similar to what were covered with the final Esperanza care that we had previously for primary care, pharmacy, specialties, clinic services, lab, and radiology. Noting all these costs are based on what were previous and does not include third-party administrative costs, which roughly previously ran in the range of $230,000 to $300,000 a year. An estimated 2026 cost, we think that would be in the $500,000 to $1 million range for an initial pilot. And the funding would ultimately come from a combination of Natividad, the health department, and the county. Elsa?
So, in conclusion, our staff's recommendation is that the board consider reestablishing a 12-month Esperanza pilot that we anticipate could go live July 1st of 2026, and to direct the CAO, Health Department, and Natividad staff to collaborate to analyze costs and identify funding for this pilot, and to ensure that we continue to monitor the impacts of the ongoing federal and state policy changes. And so with that, we are both prepared to answer any questions the board may have.
I would just add one other piece. I think Elsa and I are fully supportive and look forward to working with, of course, our community members too, as we really work as a community to really make a difference for those that particularly need it.
Fantastic. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for all the work that went into sort of building out a program originally when it was needed, and then being ready and prepared to respond to the changing needs as they've emerged again. I'll take it to Supervisor Luis Alejo to start.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and certainly would like to make a motion to approve this, since this has, I think we all know it makes sense. But in terms of questions, I wanted to ask you, because we know, as you mentioned and alluded to earlier, there's a lot of uncertainty. The president and his administration are doing everything possible to take more resources away from California in many different areas. But even the governor's budget that was announced earlier in January included $0 to address the impacts, the local impacts to counties, hospitals, clinics, social services in his proposed budget. So when I talk to the community, I say this is a start, not the beginning, hopefully. But if you could talk about what is your strategy or our strategy, I'm with you in this, to call on our state legislators and our governor to provide more resources to our hospital and our clinics to be able to offset the impact of HR1 that we know is going to result in thousands of residents, maybe 27,000 residents who will no longer qualify for Medi-Cal, and also increasing indigent care responsibilities, people coming to our clinics or our hospitals when they're very sick instead of getting treated much earlier. If you could just talk to that, because I think a lot of people should understand that we hope that this is the beginning. We could expand it more if we have more resources that are provided by the state.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo, for that question. It's a great one. I'll start, and I know Elsa has more to add, but I think with both of us, we're here to advocate for the community as a voice, really as we look forward to what is the solution for our community. And I know in both of our roles, looking really at how is the state really going to help at the broader state level too. We're committed to that. We regularly engage with our legislators as well as our respective county colleagues and the other parts of the state to make sure that our community members are protected as best as possible and really just taken care of and have our collective arms around them as best as possible. And we'll continue to do that work both in Sacramento and, for that matter, in D.C. as well.
If I can just add, our state associations, the Health Directors Association, Behavioral Health, Social Services, the public hospitals, CSAC, we have regular discussions in which we're trying to really ascertain what the impact will be from the unwinding of Medicaid expansion from federal changes, what it means in today's dollars for our public hospital systems, for our other counties, and really the reinstatement of Section 17,000, which mandates that counties provide indigent care services to their residents who are otherwise not eligible for any of the coverage. And so this collective of associations is really going to begin to put some policy briefs together to really paint the picture of what the impact is going to be to counties. As you mentioned, the state does not include any additional dollars to help us mitigate the anticipated increase of individuals without insurance who will be reliant on the county services. And so know that individually and along with our associations, we really are trying to lift up what these impacts are going to be and advocate, hopefully along with the community, to ensure that our state legislatures do what they can to fund, and also our federal legislatures do what they can to try to slow down a little bit of the ACA unwinding.
Great. And I want to let people know many of us are going to our legislative conference for National Association of Counties on February 21st to the 24th. We hope to have some meetings specifically on the impact of HR1 and the needs of needing funding to address the healthcare needs of our communities. I think we're all going on March 4th with the Public Hospitals Association, League of Cities, CSAC, and other organizations to also do a lobby day in Sacramento on this. But I think it's imperative that from now until the revised budget comes out in May, that there's a lot of work for us to do from now through then to hopefully secure more funding to address what we're talking about today. But I wanted to tell the community, the community has a big role to humanize this issue. Our legislators are going to pay more attention, not just listening to us, but if they listen to the community and the organizations that are working closely with our families, our workers, our businesses, to tell them what the real impact is. So there's a role for everybody to play on this. And I think this is one of those issues that I would say we're not going to be successful without elevating the voices of the community on this, what that healthcare access means to them and their children, our seniors. So I just wanted to say that I brought this referral forward because obviously it was an obvious need. We know we needed it. And Dr. Harris and Elsa Jimenez quickly recognized the need. They were working on this already. But I want to tell the community that we want to amplify this small program, have it grow to be able to serve as many people as possible. But our resources are limited in local government, and we do need Sacramento to also listen and provide us the resources we need to be able to serve as many people as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take it over to Supervisor Lopez.
I heard a motion, so I'm happy to second that, knowing that we still have to go to public comment. But to get that out there, I want to be clear why I'm supporting this. This is a tool to get us through a gap, as it was before. We solved the bigger problem. Unfortunately, a lot of folks didn't agree with us at the federal level and have put us in a position where we have to bring this program back. And it's here, we're hoping not as first line. If you qualify for other types of health care, I'm hoping through the sign-up process, folks are going to be put into the most effective approach to get them the correct level of care. But why this matters is to keep the same conversation about a potential diabetic patient, access to care, preventative care, keeps that person healthy and alleviates the possibility of that person showing up in a state needing, say, multiple amputations at the same time, where that bill will still fall in the same place on this county in one form or another through the hospital or other lines. That is the risk that we're trying to avert by doing the right thing and creating access to care to keep our community healthy. It's a smart fiscal choice, as difficult as it is given the same budgets we're staring at and the financial picture that's coming towards us, as was outlined by Dr. Harris in the outline of the different pieces of legislation and how they'll impact us over the next coming years. This is good policy. It's human beings being put first here in Monterey County. And so I wish we didn't have to be here feeling like we're sliding backwards, reopening this program, but this is an initiation of a realization of policies at a higher level that have had an impact on the ground. And hopefully someday we can reverse that and once again open up as much access to everybody who calls Monterey County home. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I'm also supportive of this, and since I can count, that's 3 right there. So I think this is a really good program, as we've already brought up. It's something we've been familiar with. The only thing I would like to see out of it is, I know we're starting with 500 for a year pilot, is however quick we can ramp it up past that. If the opportunity comes up within that year, and I hope the maker and the second would agree, if we can go to 600 or 750 or even 1,000, if there's any path for that, let's ramp it up quicker, because 500 with all the needs that are out there is really a drop in the bucket. And the sooner we can start to help more people, the better it is for the people, the better it is, just the right thing to do. So I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you, Chair. And I obviously agree with all of my colleagues' comments that have been made so far. And the sort of more practical matter at hand is to understand how we can best leverage the state and encourage them to meet us. I know they're likely working on whatever it is they're working on to fill this gap. So I know that it's a good place to start while we wait to see how the state is responding and get more details. But I think actively, as my colleague suggested, actively pursuing our state legislators and making sure they know what we're doing and what our expectations are and what we need. And then the reality that this is the right thing to do, but it also makes economic sense. This is how we serve people and serve the county. And so if the state doesn't act, if we don't get what we need, how we can ramp this up quickly to ensure that the folks who need this care have access to it. Thank you.
Well, I hear a motion from Alejo. I hear a second from Lopez. I hear a third from Church. I hear a fourth from Daniels. I'll just make a few comments and then we'll open it up to the public. I just want to start by stating that I had the honor and the privilege to work on with some of the most incredible community organizers ever with COPA and building healthy communities sort of in the early days, the Labor Council in the original when the idea for Esperanza Care was being formed as a staffer, and it's one of the programs and the things I learned the most from and am the most proud of being able to have been a part of. The reason that Esperanza Care exists is because the community, the residents, the community leaders of Monterey County saw that there was a need and said there has to be a better way to do this, and then got together and made it happen, organized and really built a program in partnership with Natividad and the county. You truly are the reason that Esperanza Care exists, and I want to give credit where credit's due. And and we find ourselves back here again today, not having to start from square one, but being able to say, hey, we had something that was really incredible and worked really well. The data from Esperanza Care, when you go back and look at the data that was collected by the previous administrator, it's not a health insurance program. It was a very, very basic access to care program, provided members with, access to a primary care doctor so that you could go to the doctor, and access to some really basic prescription medication. Not a very long list of prescription medications, but some really basic medication and some really basic specialty care. You need an ultrasound for gynecologic issues, you need your blood drawn, you need some really basic things. It was it's a basic access to care program. And if I'm recalling correctly, 70% of those enrolled in the program were women between the ages of 30 and 50. We're talking about moms. We were taking care of moms. And I look out in the audience today and I'm looking at moms and I'm looking at who the community organizers were back when it was created, and it was moms. And I think about, how we're gonna take care of one another as we try to move forward. And I'm moved and I'm heartened. And today's been a really long, hard day with really difficult topics and a lot of really challenging issues. And as much as I'm grateful to be thinking that we can reinstitute with there's support here, this program, it makes me really sad that we need to be doing that. But it's one of those moments where I'm, again, really proud to be in a community where we are committed to looking out for one another. And the fact that, COPA stepped up again and BHC stepped up and the community stepping up to say, hey, it's time and we're gonna be here and we're gonna, our county team is gonna be here and we're gonna figure out how to make it happen again. It heartens me that we're gonna continue looking out for one another. So I just wanted to briefly say, before we go to public comment, I just wanted to briefly say thank you. I know that there will be some ongoing details to sort out, and I know that there might be some other partners that would like to contribute. When it was set up last time, it was a very closed, closed network with just the county clinics and just Natividad as the partners. I think there's a desire for, or there could be a desire for others to contribute and be partners in the network. So I'm hoping that maybe that's a conversation that can happen as we move forward. I think there's some logistics in how that works, but I'm hoping that that's something that can be explored. I heard maybe some conversations about creating an ad hoc committee or things like that to have community be able to work in partnership. So just know that we're supportive of all those things moving forward. I'm supportive. I believe you've got some champions up here who are all on board, is what I'm hearing my colleagues say. I guess I wanted to be really clear about that. But with that, let's open it up to public comment. I'll just say, we love hearing from the public. We want to hear your comments. I've got a whole stack of comments here. But as we do so, we have 2 minutes scheduled on the timer for everyone. Don't feel like you need to take up the whole 2 minutes if you want to. We've been listening. It's been a real, I'll just say again, it's been a really long day for us. But if you want to come, I'll call your name. You can come up. You can just say yep, we're here for it. Or however you want to just express your support. And we do appreciate you being here. And we really do appreciate all of the engagement and participation. Your voices matter so much. And we're so glad to have you in your chambers here with us today. So,
can I ask one question, Madam Chair?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so before we get started, can I just ask those who can and are willing, if you're in support of this, would you do me a favor and just stand so that I could visually see? I know there's a lot of folks in the chamber, more than usual. Thank you. It means a lot to me to see you all. Thank you all so much.
Okay.
And +5 up here, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. We've even got some little ones running around who are supportive too. We like that. Okay, so I'm going to call for, actually, do we have those who need interpretation? I'm going to, and it doesn't say that on here, but I know our interpreters are on a timer today. Is there anyone who wants to comment but who needs interpretation? If you want to approach the dais first. That way we make sure we don't miss anyone. Mixteco interpretation. Do we have any Mixteco translation for public comment? Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Yeah, let's start with that.
No, without using
Interpretation. Okay, perfect. Okay. All right. Well, then let's just go through our list here. So let's start with Pastor Vicky Elder, and then Alejandra Ruiz, and then Mariana Ramirez.
Good afternoon. I'm Reverend Vicky Elder, pastor of Unity Church of Monterey Bay and a COPA leader. I was present at the 2017 Supervisors meeting where Esperanza Care was first initiated, and that was a powerful day for us. I was going to ask all of the people to stand up that were here, but you already saw that, so thank you for that. Providing health care for our county's undocumented workers is grounded in deep-seated ethical, religious, and practical reasons, as you have all said. First, simply honoring the human dignity of all of our residents. Second, fulfilling our spiritual vow to care for the most vulnerable among us. And finally, practically speaking, acknowledging the broader communal benefits of supporting a healthy and productive workforce that our county is so dependent upon. So we are all advocating that we pick up where we left off and establish and fund Esperanza Care 2.0, as we're calling it, as fully as possible. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Alejandra Ruiz. Soy trabajadora comunitaria con Mujeres en Acción y el día de hoy voy a contar
Good
una
afternoon.
historia.
My name is Alejandra Ruiz, and I'm a community advocate. And today I'm going to share my story with you.
Y el día de hoy voy a contar la historia de una persona que no puede contarla por sí misma, ya que tiene miedo.
I'm going to tell a story of somebody that cannot tell the story by themselves because they're afraid.
Ella tiene 53 años y vive con diabetes.
She's 53 years old and she lives with diabetes.
Fue operada hace 5 años de un pie y ahora necesita otra en su rodilla.
She was operated 5 years ago on a foot, and now she needs another one on her knee.
Ella no puede realizarla porque en este momento no tiene un seguro médico.
She's not able to do the surgery because at the time she has no medical insurance.
Cuando existía el programa Esperanza Care, recibió apoyo para cubrir gastos médicos y en esos momentos críticos.
When Esperanza Care program was effective, she received funds for these critical moments.
Desde que terminó, ella no ha podido tener acceso a medicamentos ni asistir a sus citas médicas.
Ever since the program finished, she hasn't been able to get her medicine as well as the medical appointments.
Una sola inyección le cuesta $3,000, lo cual es un costo muy alto para ella de pagar.
One single injection costs her $3,000, which is a high cost for her to pay.
Esta es una de tantas historias de las que escuchamos en la comunidad. Por eso es que es tan importante que el programa Esperanza Care regrese.
This is one of the many stories that we hear around in the community, and this is why it's so important for the Esperanza Care program to return.
Ya que para personas como ella, esto significa salud, esperanza y dignidad. Gracias.
For people like her, this means health, hope, and all that. Thank you.
Aluteo Hanata Tiana, Sergio Cruz Lopez, ni Cuentzahnia, ya Santa Cruz en Son de Pet. Y ni ya tan saca testimonio, es que usted no tan chay, nanga, cuayen de long. Mi nombre es Sergio Cruz López, soy trabajador de esta organización que ayuda a gente indígena de Oaxaca. Yo soy de Santa Cruz en Son de Pet y hablo chatino.
My name is Sergio Cruz Lopez. I'm a worker for this community, and I'm a native Oaxacan that works with this community.
Buenos días, mesa de supervisores. Mi nombre es Mariana Ramírez. Soy de la comunidad chatina. Hablo chatino de Santa Cruz en Son de Pet. Pertenezco al Distrito 1 en Salinas. Y soy líder
My
del
name is
comité
María.
chatino.
I speak chat. Por favor, si me puede hablar una oración, parar para que yo pueda interpretarla en español, por favor.
Buenos días, mesa de supervisores. Mi nombre es Mariana Ramírez. Soy de la comunidad chatina.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Mariana Reyes. I'm from the Chatín community.
Hablo chatino de Santa Cruz en Zontepet, pertenezco al Distrito 1 en Salinas.
I speak Chatín language and I belong to District 1 in Salinas.
Y soy líder del Comité Chatino con Centro Binacional.
I'm a leader of the Chatín committee with Centro Binacional.
Mi preocupación más grande en estos días es que estoy en riesgo de perder medical, ya que es la única aseguranza de salud que tengo.
My biggest worry is to lose medical, which is the only insurance that I have available.
Renovar cada 6 meses es un riesgo. Trabajo en el campo cosechando fresas, la temporada alta es de abril a octubre, pero en los meses de noviembre a marzo no tengo trabajo.
I'm a field worker in the strawberries for 6 months, from April to October, and when the off-season comes, I'm at risk of not having any jobs.
Sufro de presión alta, propensa a diabetes. Si no recibo atención médica a tiempo, es muy grave.
I suffer from high pressure and diabetes, and if I don't get the medical attention, it could be a grave situation.
Hace unos meses estuve muy grave, me lastimé el pie en una caída.
A few months ago, I was very grave because I injured my foot on a fall.
Estuve a punto de perder el pie. Fui a 2 hospitales y en los 2 me decían que la operación era muy cara.
I was at a risk of losing my foot. I went to 2 different hospitals, and I was told that the surgery was very expensive.
Yo tenía que pagar y eran más de $30,000 y no tenía ese dinero.
I had to pay out of pocket, and it was over $30,000, and I did not have the money.
Y por no tener el dinero, decidí quedarme sin atenderme.
So by not having the money, I decided not to get any attention.
Pero por mi condición de salud, la herida se infectó demasiado y volví a la sala de emergencias.
But due to my health condition, the infection became grave, and I had to come back to the emergency room.
En la última visita, yo pedí un intérprete de chatino para que me ayudaran a explicar cuál era mi situación.
On the last appointment, I requested a Chatino interpreter to be aware of what my condition was like.
Si yo no estoy bien de salud, nadie más podrá cuidar de mis 3 hijos.
If I'm not well in my health, nobody's going to be able to take care of my 3 children.
Sin tener la seguridad y el cuidado que un seguro me puede brindar, ha causado estrés y riesgo de situaciones trágicas.
Without having the security of health insurance has caused me stress and tragic situations.
Mesa de supervisores, en sus manos está apoyar mi familia y millones de familias más como la mía.
Board of Supervisors, in your hands is to support my family and millions of families like mine.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Maricela Acevedo, Carlos de la Cruz, Andrea Manzo, and Jack Herbeg.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Maricela Acevedo. Soy una líder con Copa y pertenezco a la parroquia de San Juan Bautista en King
Good
City.
afternoon. My name is Marina Acevedo. I belong to Copa and I belong to the parish in King City.
Y a Mujeres en Acción.
And Women in Action.
Estoy de acuerdo en que se apoye Esperanza Care,
I'm in agreement that Esperanza Care should be supported.
pero es importante que se tome en cuenta nuestra comunidad.
But it is very important that our community is taken into account,
Especialmente a las personas del sur del condado,
especially to the people on the South County,
ya que somos las personas que menos oportunidades tenemos de involucrarnos en las decisiones.
since we are the people that are less taken into account on the decisions.
A mí me gustaría que se pudiera expandir Esperanza Care en el hospital de King City,
I would like to see Esperanza Care expanded in the hospital in King City,
ya que muchas personas de San Nardo, King City y Greenfield no tienen carro y no pueden a veces venir hasta Natividad.
since many people in San Ardo and Greenfield don't have transportation and cannot afford to come to Natividad.
Y también no tienen dinero para comprar un seguro médico ya que es muy caro.
as well as to be able to purchase medical health insurance since it's very expensive.
Me gustaría ser involucrada en esta toma de decisiones
I would like to be involved in the decision making,
para involucrar más a mi comunidad. Gracias.
to involve more of my community. Thank you.
Oña iyondindo kiviuku Carlos de la Cruz ñabashiu ka ayushindo ña sha'aña esperanza taña nakasando ña manishunando ña chi ña sha'a medicadra intaiño yo kunina dasa renovadia ta campo chiño di sha'a simpresa ta 6 meses io chiño campo ta 6 meses de dash di coaching ta ko kana ta jondi chawin di hospital chivini shu dokuna hospital non di ako nya salu ko kana ta nya ta kundu
My name is Carlos Acevedo de la Cruz. So we work, sometimes we work 6 months, and since months we're home, we don't make enough money.
Sorry, hold on just one moment. Were you going to translate for us in person?
Voy a, va a dar don Carlos su testimonio todo en mixteco y yo voy a interpretarlo al español y ya pausar para que lo pueda interpretar. ¿Está bien?
To Spanish and then...
To Spanish to English.
Yeah, she's going to interpret from Mixteco or Chatino into Spanish, and then I'll interpret from Spanish to English.
Okay, so we'll use our Mixteco translator. So if we just hold one, so we'll do speak, and then pause. So to our Mixteco translator, can you explain the translation to pause and so you can translate?
Gachime na yo kaun looba kaun.
La traductora de Mixteco, si puede por favor hacer una pausa y traducir para que...
Diego, can you go back into the Spanish station? We have everyone on the English station.
Otherwise, it's triple.
Okay, so let's start at the beginning again. And my Mixteco's translator, can you explain from the beginning how the process will work?
Sa looba tu kaun takyo ichi nashikune nashikwa English. Unikomi kaun tanashikune nya English anti katukung kahasayirndo palabra de shikune nya English naganta inina. Yes, thank you.
Good evening,
all of you. My name is Carlos de la Cruz. I'm with the committee Centro Binacional. What I would like to say to you is about the Medi-Cal. Because they said that for us to renew it. We work in the fields. We pick strawberries. So there's work for 6 months, the strawberries, and then the other 6 months, there's none. That is why we don't have enough money to buy the medication. We can't afford it. That is why we are asking if you could support Esperanza Care to help us. A lot of people that I know and my relatives, they can't afford to pay for medication. They have diabetes, their sugar is high, and this is, they just can't afford this.
Yakan bashiu kan irat shavi ba ando che yo kundi we kan irakas ndo favor shindu.
And that is all what I wanted to tell you, and I appreciate your help.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's pick up where we left off. My name is Andrea Manso, and I serve as the Executive Director of Building Healthy Communities, Monterey County, and I'm also a leader for COPA. And I will once again ask all of the COPA, PHC, Mujeres en Acción, and Centro Binacional leaders to stand up if you support this. As you heard from today's stories, the question isn't whether Esperanza Care should be reinstated, it's how. And I'm glad to hear that all of you are in support of making this happen. Back in 2017, the Board of Supervisors asked COPA to organize a study session on healthcare access for undocumented residents who were not eligible for Medi-Cal or for the Affordable Care Act. Following that session, the board created an ad hoc committee that included Health Department, Natividad Hospital, the CAO's office, Supervisor Salinas' office, and 6 COPA representatives, of which Jack and I were actually part of that committee. We were given 3 months to develop a proposal, and the result was Esperanza Care. After the approval, COPA worked closely with the health director in Natividad to shape the program's design, working through real decisions like whether we need to provide more services or reach more people. We brought forward the priorities and the stories of hundreds of families to ensure it truly met community needs. Over time, as the program stabilized, we coordinated mainly around budget requests until we shifted, with COVID, shifted our focus to the Vida project. And so today we support bringing back Esperanza Care. And as you move forward, as you've heard from a lot of the leaders, we ask that COPA and community partners be included from the start, so those most impacted help to shape the design. We've been trusted partners in the past, and we want to continue in that role. And we're also committed to holding house meetings in each of your districts and invite you to be part of those conversations so that you can hear the stories directly from those that are struggling with healthcare.
Good afternoon. I'm Jack Herbig. I'm Jack Herbig, a COPA leader organizing at San Pablo Episcopal Church in Seaside. Why not pick up where we left off? Thank you, Supervisor Alejo, for starting this conversation, and thank you, Director Jimenez and Dr. Harris, for putting a proposal on the table. But we're living at a time when immigrants are more vulnerable than ever. And we believe this is a time when local leadership needs to stand up with more courage and optimism and risk-taking than they might in normal times. We agree that healthcare ought to be a state or federal responsibility, and we've gone to Sacramento. We've had events bringing Speaker Rivas to hear these stories, and we will continue to do that, and we hope to collaborate with you in doing that. But nevertheless, I too recall that more than 70% of the people in Esperanza Care were women of childbearing age. This is a program for moms. You have heard these stories today, and you've heard the economic, not only justice, but you've heard the economic advantage in having a program like this. And to, at the first jump back to the commitment of funding that we were at in 2015 breaks my heart. There are people standing with me here from every one of your districts, and we have 2 things to ask of you. We ask that, as we did in 2017, that we be involved from the beginning in the design and in the implementation of Esperanza Care 2. And secondly, we propose that you reauthorize Esperanza Care at the 2024 levels. I was thinking, I'm trying to give some validity to this. Clearly, not everybody is going to be on the program on the first month, right? So there's going to be a ramp up. And I don't want to get into the details of all that, but what I'm trying to ask you for is more courage, more optimism. We ask that you say this is important to us, and that you say this is a budget priority and direct staff to help make it happen. That would be a concrete way to protect the health and dignity and prosperity of our immigrant families.
Jack, I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Why not pick up where we left off?
Thank you. Thank you. All right, I have one more speaker card for Father Martin, who I know is on his way. Okay, he's not here yet. I'm going to call for any other public comment in the room or online. I'm not seeing any hands raised, but come on up.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Joel Hernandez. I have the pleasure of serving as the Executive Director for the Center for Community Advocacy and also the President of the Board of Salinas Valley Health. So this is a critical important for the institution, for CCA and for Salinas Valley Health, to continue to provide services that are preventative health, but also in emergency situations. Esperanza Care is that, and I'm really happy that COPA, at the beginning, with several organizations, brought this together to the table. And I tell you, Esperanza Care, it saves lives. So I think it's very important that you take this decision and take this action to support it. How do we start it? How do we scale it? And then what support do you need from us to help you scale that, to make sure that we continue to impact those 4,000, 5,000 people that were in Esperanza Care before sunsetting during the pandemic. So here to support. Thank you for your courage and continue to work with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one hand raised from Ana Velasquez online. And bear with us, Anna. Have we
went
given?
On mute and off mute. She might.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
We do, yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Ana Velasquez, and I'm the mayor of the city of Soledad, but I'm speaking as an individual tonight. And just want to say that our immigrant families continue to struggle with access to quality and affordable health care. And as you know, this is an issue we can't ignore. And it's critical that the cities work hand in hand with Monterey County to advocate for increased federal and state funding that expands healthcare access for our vulnerable communities. Programs like Esperanza Care are not just important, they are essential to the health and the well-being of Monterey County residents and those residents that we serve. Monterey County demonstrated true leadership during the COVID-19 pandemic by stepping up to protect our communities, especially those who were most at risk. Now, once again, we must rise to meet this moment. We need the same level of commitment, collaboration, and urgency to ensure our immigrant families receive the care they deserve. Access to health care is a human right, and together we must continue to lead with compassion and action. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands raised online for public comment. So I think we're going to close public comment with a deep appreciation to all those who spoke, all those who didn't speak, but who are present, all those who've shared their stories in a various assortment of ways. We can bring it back to the board.
Be very brief. I just wanted to respond to a few things that I heard. So the question as to why not start where we left off, I think it's going to be ramp up, right? Given folks coming off of Medi-Cal eligibility as folks taper off, that's part of that reason why. The fiscal picture for the hospital is a lot different than it was back then. Remember that most of the money that's coming into this effort is coming from Natividad. Right? These are profits made at that hospital. That also answers the question of why not open this up at other institutions right now. Joel said, how else can we be helpful? So knowing that he's been on the board at SVMH, I would say fund it, come in, join us, be a partner on this. Let's not leave it at just Natividad in the health department. So I heard you. I think we're looking for that kind of partnership, and the same would be to our friends from King City, right? That being my home, I want to see the same with the hospital down there if they want to come in and join us and be part of the partnership. But given the fiscal picture that was painted about the loss of funds due to HR1 and all else, I want to make sure that for now we're clear that we need to keep that at Natividad. These are profits made at that hospital, and that workforce deserves that investment too. They deserve to try to keep their jobs based on potential long-run depleting returns. And so if we keep that partnership there, that means that folks coming in Natividad keeps the profit there and that ability to keep reinvesting through this cycle. But if we get partners investing, let's do it. Let's open up those doorways, help us make that advocacy work. But again, I know we've got a motion in a second ready to make this go. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yep.
Yes.
And if you could just clarify the motion as well.
Yeah, just a motion to approve staff's recommendation. Everyone, I just wanted to say, if these are very uncertain and challenging times, and our hospital is at risk of losing money, our clinics are at risk, our social services, the amount of work they got to do is going to double with the double verification for Medi-Cal or CalFresh. And that's not only going to hurt our hospital and our clinics, it's going to hurt other hospitals that are already struggling. Watsonville Community Hospital, Beam Memorial, Hazel Hawkins in San Benito County. And that's why there's a lot of uncertainty. If we had more money, we could do more, but we are expecting losing millions of dollars in the year and years ahead. But I did want to take a moment before we vote on this to thank all the people, all the organizations and community leaders who met with me, COPA, Centro Binacional, Clarissa Becerra, and others, and everybody who came here today, and all the workers and families who came after work to be here today. Thank you for working with us again and being a voice for the community. That's why we're going to vote on this, because we worked together. And as soon as you brought it up, I moved quickly on it to bring the referral. And I want to thank our hospital, Natividad Hospital, and our health department. Lastly, I just want to say, as Dr. King said, out of all the forms of inequality, injustice in healthcare is the most shocking and the most inhumane. It's horrible what we see happening right now all across our country, and we're trying our best to try to counter some of that, to save lives and to help our neighbors, not only in healthcare, but in many other ways. The protests that are going on, all the work that you guys are doing that is making a difference, and we greatly appreciate it, and we see you as partners and look forward to keep working on this throughout the year. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So there's a motion, a second, a third, a fourth, and just to clarify, the staff recommendation that's being referred to is to proceed with completion of the referrals outlined in the preliminary report in here. And I guess the question that I would just ask is, there's been a request to include an ad hoc committee of some sort that works with the community and allows for some partnership. Is that included? I'm just looking for clarification.
Definitely.
To be very
It
clear.
would help us facilitate that collaboration we're going to need throughout the year.
If I could add, even if you didn't direct us to do that, that is something that Dr. Harris and I are committed to.
We already
is
intended.
ensuring that the community voice helps to shape this.
But the ad hoc would be from our board to have at least 2 representatives to work with this effort.
Okay, I'm just looking to make sure very clear about the direction moving forward, because the staff report speaks to a go-live date of July 1st. So there's a lot that happens between now and then. And do we want to provide any direction? I'm assuming Supervisor Alejo that you're on board to facilitate that?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Of course.
And I'm happy to also participate, given that a third of our previous participants were District 4 and from Seaside specifically, and with the partnership of the Alliance for Health, I think there's a lot of participation, and then finding ways to partner South County and beyond, but definitely on board. So just, would you like to clarify the motion?
You read the motion. We'll just add the
Microphone.
direction to create with our Natividad Hospital, our health department, and the community to continue to work on this
And the
development.
second stands?
Second stands.
And the third stands and the fourth stands? Okay, good. All right, with that, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. All right, onward. Onward we move. Thank you all. Okay.
Paso a paso.
And I just have to say what a delight it is to have some little ones in chambers. Thank you for bringing your children with you. It's a pleasure to have you here with us today. Thank you for joining us. All right, we're moving right along to, we're moving right backwards along to item number, item number 19. We've been all over the place today. Number 19 is a presentation on the development of options for 1281 Broadway, the Seaside Community Benefits Office Replacement Project. You're all welcome to stay, or if we could move conversations to the lobby so that we can continue on with the rest of the agenda. But thank you all for joining us. We appreciate your participation today.
Speak loud, Randy.
Whenever the board would like to hear the item, we're available.
We'll say thank you again to our interpreters who stayed late. We recognize that our agenda ran late, and we really appreciate all of the flexibility from everyone today and our changing agenda.
That's right. There, you got it for us.
So this is item number 19, receiving a presentation on the development options for the 1281 Broadway Seaside Community Benefits Office Replacement Project. We have Florence and Randy and team to present with additional staff available in the room. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities, and Parks. And with me today from the department are Florence Cabasa-Green, Chief of Facilities, Luis Ochoa, Capital Improvement Manager, our consultant from NMR, as well as various staff members who are available in person and online for any additional questions and for comments. For the board's edification, there was a revised attachment D that has come in. That is a letter from the city of Seaside. That letter is distributed amongst your board members and is also available for the public and will be included with the packet. But again, there is a revised attachment D letter from the city of Seaside themselves that is to replace the one that was previously in the board item. And so with that, staff will hand it over to our facility staff to begin the presentation, and thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair Ruth Askew and members of the Board of Supervisors, Florence Cabasa-Green, again, Chief of Facilities, Public Works, Facilities and Parks, and Luis Ochoa, the Capital Improvement Manager, and I will make a presentation. We also have with us Roderick Frank, the Director of DSS, that's going to present on a few slides, and also in the audience, I believe, is the Director of the Monterey County Free Libraries that is here, Hillary Thayer, that would be available at the end to answer any questions. Briefly, we're here today for the board to receive a presentation on the development options for the 1281 Broadway Seaside Community Benefits Office Replacement Project. And we're looking for the board to provide direction to staff on the preferred development option for the project to include in the County of Monterey Facility Master Plan, which all came before you a few weeks ago. We also are looking for the board to provide direction to staff on any continued project planning and design activity for the fiscal year 2026-27 capital improvement program that we are planning for. Our agenda today, and we'll try to go through it, at least the first part of it fairly quickly so we can get quickly to the alternatives, is we do want to remind everybody and provide information on the facility services. This is where the Director of DSS will provide some information on the facility services that are provided at 1281 Broadway. We want to give you just some background on the facility itself, the structure and its condition, and just a reminder of how we got here today. So just a reminder of the project timeline and key decisions that brought us here today, including feedback that we received from the CIC. And then we'll go through the design work that's completed, expenditures to date, and the options 1 through 7. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and invite Director Roderick Franks from DSS to come up and give everybody some background.
Thank you, Florence. Good evening, Chair Root Askew, Supervisors, Roderick Franks, Director of Social Services. So I'll move through these slides pretty quickly, understanding that it's continually getting darker outside. But these slides show the real reason for why we're even here today, and that is for us to have a resource to provide these important community benefits to this community on the peninsula. Why don't you flip to the next slide, please? So you can see at any one point in time, we're serving over 30,000 people from this office in Seaside, which includes a third of those being children. And so you can really see that there's a lot of people that come through. Now, this could even be more people as we allow persons, regardless of where they live, to visit any of our offices. We know that many of the people who live potentially in the Salinas area do work on the peninsula, and this would be a convenient location for them to be served as well. So when we see this 30,000 people being served, those are people who have cases that live within the geographic service area. However, those being served at any one point in time could certainly be more. Next, and you can see that 2/3 of those being served out of the Seaside office really have residences in Seaside or Marina. Next slide. And so you can see here, consistent over time, we have seen a slight drop in year 2025 over 2024, and unfortunately, we believe that is due to some of the factors surrounding the immigration enforcement activities, which has led to kind of a depression in those actually coming in for an enrollment. However, just as an aside, and the board will be hearing some information about this later on in another meeting about how Medi-Cal enrollments have actually seen an uptick recently, so good news there. But really, this is an important local resource for the community, and it is our desire to maintain our presence in this community to continue to provide effective services and provide these really life-changing benefits to the community. Thank you, Florence.
Thank you. So on this next slide, just again reminding everybody of the location, 1281 Broadway, the Community Benefits Office. It is a county-owned single-use facility operated by the Department of Social Services. It's about 11,000 square feet. It was built in 1975. It's a 2-story wood structure. It has a number of deferred maintenance, ADA, and code updates that are needed, and estimated about $16 million just to bring them up to current standard. And as Director Roderick mentioned, it serves primarily Monterey Peninsula and North County, but also residents, from throughout Monterey County. Adjacent to the benefits office is the Casa de Noche Buena at 1292 Olympia Boulevard. And this is a county-owned modular facility. It's leased long-term to the Community Human Services and Gathering for Women, a 501c3. It's about 4,500 square feet. There's a 10-year lease that was signed in 2019 with a deed restriction for that use that was recorded in 2020. Over $1 million has been spent on renovation by the Community for Human Services. So, a lot of investment into this site. The facility serves about 35 residents, and my understanding as well is that they have very long wait list. So it's definitely a very needed, used facility. Briefly, again, all of you, I think, have seen this before from our previous presentation in November and also to the CIC. Just want to remind everybody that the reason we have this project, the reason it was brought to the CIC as a CIP project by DSS is because of the existing condition of the facility. As you can see, there's aging building systems. There's photos here of the HVAC system, the roof, aging facade. As I mentioned, ADA improvements are needed. And more specifically, the public space is undersized. It's really not set up for DSS to provide optimal services, including the lobby, interview rooms that are very small, training rooms that are small. And, basically, it was in need of a refresh, and reason why a CIP project was developed. Here, I want to briefly just remind the board of how this project came to be and all of the key decision points that were made on this project. Again, starting in fiscal year 23, this project was funded through the CIP for some preliminary planning and programming to see what could be done to address this facility. It culminated in a project estimate of about $68 million, and that was used starting in March of 2023, was brought forth to the Capital Improvement Committee to be added to the fiscal year 24 CIP. In that fiscal year 24 CIP, the Board of Supervisors approved additional $2.95 million for continued design, engineering, environmental, and permitting. So basically taking it from the planning stage to, developing that a little bit further. So the development in earnest started in terms of the drawings and more importantly, programming discussions with all of the key stakeholders to really understand how they function, how they deliver services, and associating that with the space that would be needed to optimally provide the services. In January of 2024, we're kind of midway through this process, and after all of the programming and design was completed, it culminated in order to meet all those programming needs, culminated in a 64,500 square foot, 4-story building that would be needed to meet those with project cost estimate of about $112 million. That included the relocation of Casa de Noche Buena that would be needed because with this size facility, a parking garage was going to be needed. And so that cost anticipates also making Casa de Noche Buena whole off-site. So this information was shared at a community meeting at Oldermeyer Center in Seaside, where all of the key project team members and stakeholders attended. Casa de Noche Buena was there, and some of the renderings and ideas of what this facility would look like were shared. In June of 2024, we presented then to the Board of Supervisors as part of the CIP process, this new design. And at that point, an additional 2.1 of appropriations was approved, and the PWFP staff moved forward with design, permitting, and cost estimating through permitting almost, so for full design. Also, we went to the Budget Committee to discuss, funding strategies, and in October, the project was prioritized as a priority capital improvement project. In November, through the CAO, they presented financing options for various priority capital projects, including the 1281 Broadway project. Due to the financing constraints and the limited funding that was available to the county, the decision was made to pause the project and go back and look at, is it possible to come up with some other options that are less costly and more particularly would leave Casa de Noche Buena on site. We did present these options to the Capital Improvement Committee in August of 2025, and we'll be reviewing those options with you, including some of the financing strategies. And we're here today to present to the full board. Briefly, just for everybody, since not everybody went to the CIC, here's a summary of some of the comments that we received from the CIC. Obviously, the supervisors supported the need for this facility due to the condition of the facility and all of the services that are provided. They did request more detailed information on the expenditures to date, and also more information on how the costs for the options were developed, and we're going to provide that information in our presentation today. In all, Supervisor Alejo was supportive of options 1, 2, and 3, and Supervisor Daniels was supportive of options 2, 3, and 4. But really, they requested that all options be presented to the full board for consideration and full vetting. So that's why we're here today. And one of the questions that was brought up was, this $3.6 million that has been spent to date, what was it spent on? So we did want to remind the board that of full construction documents, 75% construction documents were developed for this facility, which was included 4-story building. It's a very large facility in order to meet all of the programming needs. And so this slide just is a summary of what was provided. And another question that was brought up at the CIC was just better understanding the expenditures to date. So I have this slide that just breaks down what we've spent, since 2022 on this project. Staff time, we did engage geotechnical services, and again, the bulk of the expense was towards the space assessment, the programming, the schematic, design development, and construction documents. A number of subconsultants were engaged by NMR, including civil, mechanical, electrical, structural engineers. We had cost estimators, as well as, it's actually not showing here, but landscape architects, because we did have, we wanted to get to the point where we have construction documents that will allow us to understand the full cost. And with that, I wanted to also address a comment that was made in the CIC as far as those expenditures, is to really explain that in general, when we're in the design services in general, we're looking at between 8 and 15% of construction costs on projects. And this particular projects, we actually did pretty well compared to the industry standard, in the sense that at 75% construction docs, with what we have spent, we're just looking at about 4% of what the construction costs were. So just wanted to just help put some of these numbers in perspective. I know a lot of times you see these numbers, it's a little bit of sticker shock, so I wanted to provide this background. With that, I'm going to pass it on now to Luis Ochoa, the Capital Improvements Manager for Public Works, Facilities, and Parks. He and his team of project managers, depending on direction that we receive, will be taking the lead on moving this vision forward.
Thank you, Florence, and Board of Supervisors. My name is Luis Ochoa, and in this next couple slides, you will be seeing the different development options, but just to give everyone a quick overview, kind of high level, that way you understand in better detail as we go into more detail in the following slides. Option number 1 is a $6.4 million option. It's a option where we will do rehab of existing facility, do upgrades, to bring the building into code compliance as well as ADA. Second option is a $42 million option that will do rehab to existing building plus an addition to the existing facility. Option number 3 is a $42.9 million option with that will include demolition of the existing facility and the construction of a new 2-story building only for DSSS. Option number 4 is a $73.7 million option that will be all new construction with underground parking, 3 stories, and it will include programming for DSSS plus the library. Option 5 is a lease option with build-to-suit at Hillby site that we'll be discussing. Option number 6 is a lease option 2, build-to-suit with additional square footage to be added to that existing facility should we go for that option. Then option 7 was an option for a property acquisition. So just to go into more detail into option 1, as previously mentioned, this option is to renovate existing 2-story facility. The benefits of this option is to extend the useful life of the facility, address code compliance issues, as well as ADA upgrades that the facility needs. Casa de Nochebuena will remain in place. The negatives of this option does not meet the current or future needs of DSSS, does not include space for the Monterey County Free Libraries, as well as the DA's Family Justice Center. And as previously mentioned, it will cost roughly $16.3 million to get this work done. And based on the previous slides on August 11, 2025 CIC, this option was supported by Supervisor Alejo. And we go to option number 2. This is about the renovation and expanding of the existing facility. As you saw from the previous slide, the square footage of the new facility will increase between what will remain plus what will be added. The new 3-story addition that you see there in the slide, overall, this option will cost $42 million. It will meet DSSS current and future 10-year needs. It will include 1,000 square feet for the Monterey County Free Library satellite space. It will include 2,000 square feet of shared community space. Casa de Nochebuena, once again, will remain in place and in operation. The negatives with this option is because the existing facility is remaining in place, it has a less efficient use of the space, does not optimize the public serving the lobby space due to physical constraints of the existing facility. And also, it will not accommodate the DA's Family Justice Center. Similar to the last option on August 11th, CIC, this option was supported by both Supervisors Alejo and Daniels. Can we go to the third option? This option will include the demolition of the existing facility and reconstructing or basically constructing a new 2-story facility, a little bit less square footage than the previous option, which was 30,000 and change. But we're able to do that because the new facility will be designed more efficiently to optimize all spaces. It will meet DSSS current and 10-year needs. It will include a space for a Monterey County Free Library satellite library. Once again, Casa de Nochebuena remains in place. The negative aspect with this option is this option will not accommodate the DA Family Justice Center. At the previous CIC, this option was supported by both Alejo and Daniels, and it will be a 3-story building with meeting all space requirements on site. Option number 4. Same as the last one, demolition of existing facility, but this one is the construction of a new 3-story building with underground parking. And as you can see, the square footage significantly increased to 46,000 square feet. With this one, there's going to be some off-site parking requirements that we're going to have to address. But just to go back to the pros of this option, it meets DSSS current needs, as well as the down the line for the next 10 years, provides a full library space and shared community space. Casa de Nochebuena remains on site. The negative requires parking variance with the City of Seaside to use 64 off-site parking spaces. Does not accommodate the DA's Family Justice Center. This option at the last CIC was supported by Daniels And in that letter, and as my director indicated in that last letter provided by the City of Seaside, this was the option that the City of Seaside is supporting on that letter.
I would add that in the letter, the City of Seaside also indicated their support to collaborate with finding a solution on parking requirements for this one.
Option number 5 is the lease, a 10-year lease negotiation that is currently in progress with 2 5-year extensions. This facility is roughly 14,000 square feet, and it's located at 915 Hillview Avenue in the City of Seaside. There's many pros with this option. It's a cost-effective alternative that maintains existing square footage for DSSS without the need of a $16.4 million renovation that will be needed at 1281 Broadway, allows Casa de Noche Buena to remain on site, provide time for the county to evaluate the future use of 1281 Broadway Avenue, addresses ADA, meets current space needs, and allows continuity of DSSS services without interruption. The negatives with this option is it does not meet DSSS 10-year space needs, or it does not accommodate the Monterey County Free Library or the DA's Family Justice Center services. If lease negotiations fail, the county must fund minimum state-required ADA upgrades at 1281 Broadway, estimated at $3.9 million.
Or I would add, or I'm sure DSS may have to look for an alternative temporary site, because I think it's understood that depending on what happens in the future, the DSS services would have to continue. And I wanted to see if Director Roderick wanted to add anything to this slide regarding the ongoing lease negotiations.
Supervisors, yes, thank you, Florence. We are currently actively engaged in a lease negotiation process with the landowner. Actually, drafts of a lease have gone back and forth between DSS, Public Works Facilities and Parks, and the landowner. We believe that we are close to coming to a resolution in securing a 10-year lease for DSS to occupy the site located on Hillby. It would include a build-to-suit arrangement where we believe that all of the interior reconstructions on the site would be completed by the landowner, we think sometime by January, if the lease is successfully executed soon. Next January, obviously. Anything additional? We believe at 14,000 square feet that the space would be maximized for our use, that while it does not fully meet our 10-year needs, we believe that it would be a useful facility to adequately serve the public for the 10-year term of the lease.
Thank you, Roderick.
Option number 6 that you have right on the screen, this is an option that can be done and replicated in other facilities in a build-to-suit option, but it was presented because, this was already site that was been contemplated, so I just wanted to express that as part of this option. Once again, 10 years lease negotiation, 5-year extension, same square footage, plus the new 2-story addition that will be there. With the one key aspect of this is this will require tenant improvements, renovations, parking to DSSS to meet DSSS space needs, and this will be done under the build-to-suit lease option that Roderick was describing. Pros with this option, it meets DSSS current and 10-year needs. It will require renovations, but the one good aspect of it, the county does not need to put up these renovation costs. It will be part of the build-to-suit lease option. Casa de Noche Buena remains where it's currently located. The negatives with this option requires identification of off-site parking should we want to increase the square footage. And also it does not provide space for the Monterey County Free Libraries or the DA's Family Justice Services.
And just to add, if you compare the option 5 to option 6, this is basically a major renovation of this facility, or it could be another facility within Seaside. So that's what this option represents.
Option 7 was really an acquisition and the potential remodel of a nearby building at 2959 Monterey in Salinas Highway. With this option, it was a cost-effective alternative to the previously discussed CIP for $112 million project. It's a facility that is 64,000 square feet, four-story replacement building with adjacent 250 parking spaces, can accommodate the SSS and other county functions. It is a significant building. And then Casa de Noche Buena remains on site. The negative aspects with this option is facility is not located within the city of Seaside. It lacks adequate public transportation. And the SSS has a big need to serve clients, and these are clients that will need sometimes public transportation. Access to the facility is complicated, either vehicular or pedestrian. Facility is outside of the Monterey County Free Library's jurisdiction, so that will be something else to consider with this option. And regarding the first four options presented here, part of working with the architect involved in this project, NMR, they actually help us put this table together for options 1, 2, 3, and 4, which involve either renovation or construction. And PWSP's contribution was really that 331 Sanborn and the 2022 bid that was submitted to the county. It's already a completed project, so we have some numbers to rely. And the one thing that we want to point in here is when it comes to renovating a facility per NMR's numbers and the cost estimating that they used that $694,000 for renovation purposes. So you see there for options 1 and 2, they use that number. And then for new construction, it was $850 per square foot. And you see how that is being displayed in options 2, 3, and 4. And then you can see how that compares to the Sanborn facility. And I just wanted to acknowledge a quick correction in regarding to that number for the 331 Sanborn. The cost per square foot should be $827, roughly $50 less, but it's still in range of the 850. If we consider that is a 2022 bid, per escalation and industry standard of what we're seeing in California, it is anywhere between a 6 to 7% escalation year over year. If we were to put that cost per square foot in today's number, 2026, that will probably put us in $1,084 per square foot for a brand new construction building, with a 6 to 7% escalation. So as you can see here, those development options were developed with an $850 per square foot. It is, in comparison, very close to 331 Sanborn. And you see the cost comparison of all the options in regards to Sanborn. The one big thing that we want to highlight and the differences between options 1 through 4 versus the 331 Sanborn is a constructed, executed project. Options 1, 2, 3, and 4 is a scenario based on square footages of modifications that we will do to the existing facility. There's no, the options have not entered into design development. We don't have construction documents. So there has to be a reasonable amount of, as you can see there, construction escalations to the midpoint, depending on when we hit construction. And then there's the cost for soft cost that goes beyond architects. We need architects, engineers, estimating, geotechnical, and other firms, including CEQA, that will need to be performed. So as you can see here, those percentages and those cost per square foot are comparable between the options presented for 1281 Broadway and 331 Sanborn. And for this slide, it is a collaboration between PWFP, the SSS, NMR, And I will have to give credit to Gruen and Associates, who really help us do to help us put these financing options for this project. It is, this table considers the cost of the facility on all the options being presented here today. It includes operations, it includes a 20-year financing, and at the very bottom in that blue line, you see the monthly per square foot cost for the county for all of these options. So the original CIP, it will cost $11.7 per month per square foot. Option 1 will be $6.96. Option 2 will be $8.17 per square foot. Option 3 will be $8.73. Option 4 will be 10.02 cents. Option 5 will be 80 cents per square foot. Option 6 will be $2, and option 7 will be $3.27 per square foot on a monthly basis.
I would just add, just to clarify, that this is the cost over 20 years, and it also takes into consideration for any of the options that include space that might be occupied by Department of Social Services. It takes into consideration the potential DSS reimbursement, kind of in looking at the scenario. And this is really intended to give the board a sense of, the magnitude of cost after you consider, financing and operations costs and financing costs, obviously.
And with that said, we're back to the second slide of this presentation, staff recommendations to the Board of Supervisors. We have 3 of them. The very first one, receive a presentation on the development option for the 1281 Broadway Avenue and Seaside Community Benefits Office Replacement Project. Second one, provide direction to staff on the preferred development option for the project to include in the County of Monterey Facilities Master Plan. And third, provide direction to staff on continued project planning, design activity for fiscal year 26-27 capital improvement program. And with that, we're concluding this presentation, and we're opening for any questions or comments you may have for us.
Got a bunch of drinks up here. All right, thank you. Thank you for the detailed presentation and all the work that's gone into this project. I'm going to take a privilege and start off with some comments, just since this has been a District 4 project in the center of Seaside since I joined the board. And just a couple comments to start. Questions. I wanted to just highlight, I think, to start with, the letter from the City of Seaside that came on January 22nd from Greg McDaniel. Makes it clear that the city's position is in support of option 4. I want to make sure everyone has a copy of that letter. So that's a highlight. I wanted to just be clear everyone had that. And that isn't in the staff report or isn't on the public agenda, but if we could make sure that that gets corrected just for the record, that's there. I think that that's important. And then to back up and review the history of this project, on pages 9 and 10, this project has come to this board every year that I've been on the board, been approved for funding in the capital improvement program and in our annual budget process as a funded capital improvement project, and as well as gone through a variety of committees, the capital improvement project committee, the budget committee, as well as I believe it was a legislative priority in 2023 or 2024. So the board has been tracking this project and staff has been working on this project for many years. We brought the community along in 2024 to do a check-in to say, hey, this is where we're at. Is this the right path? This is where we're headed. Every step of the way, the decision-making has been inclusive of community and the city partnership. And so where I want to just correct what happened in the meetings when we had in 2024 in October, the Board of Supervisors approved and continued to identify this as a priority capital improvement project. And in November, didn't include this as a project to fund immediately and asked for some more additional some additional options. And I think that the framing of everything was put on hold or everything was sort of paused. I think I just want to be clear that, to go from having a priority project to then everything is stopped. There's some framing there that I just want to, we've had a priority project, we're invested, we're at 75% design drawings. We definitely want to look at how we fund it and the timeline by which we fund it, and the scope of what gets included in the project, and this is appropriate for how we're doing that. But I want to make sure that everyone is on the same page that what we're talking about is something that is necessary. It's a facility that has 65 of our county employees who are at the building every day, serving thousands of county residents in a central location in a community that is a second largest city in the county. And the need to continue investing in the facility is very clear, given now that it's been identified by the state as not meeting ADA criteria that is necessary. So we've been calling these things out all along, so nothing is a surprise here. So just that's highlighting slides 9 and 10. The situation with the library in Seaside, the city has been identifying and asking for a library to be relocated for years. And so when looking at, and when the community and the city was looking at the need to address the situation with the social services building, relocating the library it made sense. Going up to slide 24, I wanted to call out, going to the different options that are in front of us. When we identify that the facility itself is not suitable to remain, the need for investing in the facility, all of the work that's been done to identify this as a project for investment, all of the everything that got us to where we're at, it really does look like, from the community's point of view, and all of the design work that's been done, option 4 is the option that is the only one that meets both the needs of DSS and the needs of the city to move the library to a new location. Option 4 is the option that the city of Seaside has identified as the need, and it's the option that the community has said over and over again, given what the needs are. Option 4 is the answer to how we meet the community needs. It's not an immediate need that needs to be built immediately, because we now have a 10-year ramp for social services to continue providing services. But once we get to that 10-year timeline, having a facility that meets the needs for social services and a library, option 4 is the only one that provides that. On slide 24, where we look at the financing cost options, I think there's what I'm going to be asking this board as we give direction to move forward is some direction to our CAO staff to look beyond just the simple option of having the county be the one to build on this. I think we're going to need to think creatively about what the financing options look like, because of the way that financing works for social services and the way that libraries have been built throughout the county. Social services needs to be able to lease their facilities for reimbursement purposes, and that's why the operating costs on this particular slide look so different. And so we need direction to our CAO, to the CAO and the CAO's budget team to be able to develop some funding strategies that allow us to complete the project within a 10-year timeframe, while allowing potentially some leaseback options. And so we haven't had that direction, so it's been difficult to develop some options that show how this could work in a way similar to how we've had some of our clinics built by outside partners and then have those leased back. Those are options that could be available to us with a number of different partners, but we need that direction in order to have those conversations. So I'll frame a motion onto that point. We also have the City of Seaside who's interested in working with us on the design of the facility as it continues. There's downtown objectives that the city has for Broadway. They've offered to work with us on the parking strategies, which also impact the cost of the project. And I also wanted to mention, before we go to discussion, that given the timeline for social services in their current location, there may be a desire or ability to find a temporary utilization of the current building. But if there isn't, I'm looking also for direction that we give direction to have a reuse or disposition plan for the existing site, the existing building, while we make plans to finish out the 10-year plan for the site. So I have sort of a list of things that I'm going to need to have addressed, and I'm needing direction from the board that's very explicit and clear so that we can move forward on this property while we actually get it put into the long-term facilities master plan. So having, I think, muddied the waters with all of my comments, I'll take it back over to my colleagues for questions and comments, and we can then open it up to the public. But we'll start over here.
Thank you, Chair. I got a few questions just to get a lot of information here. Let's just say that. So I want to make sure I'm piecing everything together. And my questions are on 3 and 4, essentially. And I want to make sure I'm understanding on a couple of things here. Let's go for one just on the size. 4 is about 18,000 square feet more than 3, and about 15,000 is usable. 3 has a satellite library. 4 has a full library. How much space does the satellite library take up? How much space does a full library take up?
So the way the square footage is set up here, the satellite library, probably between 2,000 and 3,000 square feet. That was what was set aside as either satellite or it could be used for community space, basically flex space. And just to clarify, the satellite library, that would be in addition to an existing library. So it wouldn't be a replacement of a full library.
Okay, but it's an option 3, a satellite or community space, yes. And how big is a regular library?
The square footage, we have to look at, it's about, in terms of this floor space, I think it's about 13,000 square feet that they would have in option 4.
So you have a 13,000 square foot library.
It's just one of the floors, floors.
I understand. And then, but there's actually, so then there'd be another 2,000 square feet for like a community space, if I'm understanding correctly, because you have 15,000 you're adding in working space, right? Or would that be going for social services and other uses?
Are you referring to option 3 or 4?
Well, I'm referring to option 4 because it has the full library.
Yes.
I'm only going to ask questions about 3 and 4, just to help make it easier here. So the 3 has a satellite, and it has a couple thousand feet or so in there for community space for satellite. And then 4 has a full library at 13,000, but it has altogether 15,000 more feet than 3. So I'm just trying to pin down, what's that extra 2,000 for?
It's going to be for that shared community space or from shared space. And it may not land exactly 13,000 for the library.
I understand.
This is conceptual, yeah.
Right,
so the idea is to provide, both of that, yeah.
Okay, so that's, Hillary is here, or you can either ask. I'm just curious on trying to piece together the size of our libraries around. I'm kind of familiar with Perndale, Castroville, for example. Those are a little smaller, I think, but what's the size of our other libraries?
Our largest physically library is Marina, and that's 11,000. Seaside and Castroville sit at about 10,000 square feet. So those, I would say, are your three biggest facilities. And Marina is slightly larger at about 11.
That 10,000 in Castroville is the library and the meeting room and the hallway, but not my office?
No, we don't count your office, sorry.
How big is Parkfield? I'm just curious.
Parkfield's in the 7. Carmel Valley is in the 7.
Okay. Great. Thank you. It helps me put conceptually where we're standing at on this. Let me see. I go back to my scribbles here and ask a few other questions here. So, looking between 3 and 4, 3 seems very, most efficient space use. But 4 seems to be offering the most community benefit, at least in my view, as I'm looking at this. My question would be then, what's the operational downsides with the option 3? Any other operational downsides besides not having the library?
I'll let, that's really the main thing, not having the library. And I know that the library, when it's in a space like this, when they were doing the programming discussions, the idea was to have a one-stop shop, to have areas where the community could benefit from other information that can help them. So it's really kind of that holistic approach to social services. So that was the idea with having the library be close to the social services space.
And then for option 4, aside from the cost and the parking variance, but since it looks Seaside seems to be very open to that may not be the problem. Is there anything else that makes it less viable that we're missing here?
Again, these are concepts. Yeah. These are concepts, and so we do need to go through the full design. I would say it's going to be an underground parking garage that's required. So, that might present, some challenges, not that it can't be overcome, but that would be the one thing that I would point out.
And then just 2 other questions. One is, I can't remember that question. I remember my second one now, but it's getting late in the day. So my first question is, I'm going to ask you for my second question. I remember my first one. We've obviously seen some building costs recently that were not very firm. How firm are these costs?
I'll let Luis Lejo speak to that, and I think we had a slide that went into that.
Yeah.
It's too late.
It is getting late.
I'm sorry.
And there's 2 Luises in the room.
Luis Ochoa.
You repeat the
Oh my
question again.
goodness. We needed a laugh.
How firm are these costs? I want to make sure we're looking at costs that aren't going to become 20 or 30 million more.
Actually, Florence, can we go back to the estimates?
Which slide was it?
A little bit forward. So, and that was the one thing I was mentioning to the whole board. The reality is for options 1 through 4, and more specifically for you, Supervisor Church, you're more curious about options 3 and 4. So specifically talking about those, the numbers that you're seeing here are really estimates barely based on square footage. It's an option. We haven't gotten into the design. We have not gotten into construction documents. That's when really the more reliable numbers come in. Construction contingency decreases. We're closer to construction. Therefore, escalation at the midpoint reduces. So these numbers could really depend also when we will be ready to be in construction.
Right.
So if we delay this project, really up to the 10-year mark, to either be in construction or be completed, we could be talking beyond the time frame that, for the numbers that you're seeing here today. Because let's say we were to start this project in 27, 28, we will have to do an adjustment factored of 7%, which is the current number we're seeing in today's construction industry. So if you add up 7% every year, you could be seeing a difference in some of these numbers. And the reality is, to really field confidence in the numbers, we need to be done with construction documents. Once we're done with construction documents, those numbers will be very, very solid. There's no more moving around as much. Of course, not until the official numbers are when we receive bids. But our construction documents, there should be a good confidence on what the cost of the project will be. Before that, there could be wiggle room because the design is not done.
Okay, I appreciate the straightforwardness on that. It's important to know. My other question, and this is it then, is which one of these options, if there is any difference, gives us an opportunity for expansion in the future?
That would be any of the options that.
Well, three and four, basically.
Out of 3 and 4, it would be 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
And I also wanted to add regarding the options, although yes, it is, just an estimate based on cost per square footage, based on concept, we do benefit from all of the programming work that was done from the previous project. And the idea here, when NMR put this together, is they were able to benefit from their knowledge of the site, from their knowledge of knowing which aspects of the current design could be transferred over. So I'm pretty sure they took that into consideration, to help, come up with these numbers. So there's some background, especially for these sites that we were able to benefit from the original project. And hopefully, whichever option is chosen, we'll want to take advantage of that. We don't want to reinvent the wheel in terms of just the vernacular, the design ideas, the color, all of that. Hopefully, we'll be able to take advantage and transfer over.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I wanted to start out by reminding that I went to the social services building in Seaside, going in person and seeing who works there, the condition. No disagreement that we need a modernized facility. So I get it there. My concern from the very beginning was finding the most cost-effective way of doing that. And we recently learned with the Health Department project, and we had more extensive numbers, that as you, going to Supervisor Church's comment, as we go and vet the numbers, the cost increased. The cost of that project went from 45 to 75, and then it went to a $276 million project once debt service was factored in. And what you did in that project was you also told the board, which we don't have in front of us, under those cost estimates, and from these numbers, you said they're outdated already. They're 2022 numbers, and you said they might already be at least 6, 7, 8% more. That's millions of dollars more for each of these. But we don't have the numbers of the debt service telling this board, okay, if we do this any of these projects, this is what the annual additional debt obligation is going to be, and we're going to have to find some way to pay for that. It's going to come from somewhere. And we are living in a reality where the social services department, like our health department, are getting more work and perhaps less funding to be able to do that. So on these numbers, which I think they're very early, and I can almost guarantee that a few months down the road, when we've already spent over $3 million, we're gonna, if we give direction on any one of these that require that the more extensive design and construction documents, we're going to spend millions more. And I don't want this board to repeat what happened in the health department, where we keep telling staff, keep spending and spending, and then we find out the price tag is too big, that we can't afford it, and then we figure out that maybe we should go to another project when we've already spent millions of more dollars unnecessarily. I want us to learn from what just happened the other day in the health department. And I also want us to know what is our responsibility. If we do approve one of these projects, what are we going to have to pay, and where are we going to get that money each year that's going to take away from other needs? So on these numbers, on slide 23, I don't see a cost for the demolition of the current building or an additional cost. Digging is always very expensive. Digging underground garages are very expensive. So I don't see that reflected in these raw numbers of demolition or digging on option number 4 for underground parking lot.
So this is the full-on building cost, and that would include all that is necessary for the building. I will invite Kyle Maddie from NMR to maybe help answer that question.
Hello, board. So typically demolition of a building is included in the site costs. And then you can also see in option 4, that's the only one that has underground parking. That's in the parking garage. It's not very many spaces. That's why that number is much smaller than the larger parking structure that was in the CIP package.
So what else is factored into site costs besides demolition?
It's the excavation and putting the parking lot together and landscape, anything site related.
Okay. Thank you for that. I want to go back to staff. I thought the Seaside Family Justice Center keep getting repeated, but in our CIP committee, the DA said they're not going to Seaside anymore. I don't know why it was continued to be factored in as a pro-con consideration.
We can remove that. We were just trying to, for the record, show the history.
Right, but I want all our board, because they haven't heard that the DA is not moving this, so it got repeated over and over, and that's not even a factor. It's not even up in the planning from the DA's perspective.
If I may, Supervisor Alejo, I do think that as part of the facility master plan, the DA has identified, the need for some space to provide services in that area. So the reason it was removed, so there's still some discussion about space needs in that area. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, going to option 5 and 6, because these seem like the most effective cost measures. Staff is ready to move into Hill B, as we talked at that last committee hearing. One would cost us $2.6 million. The other one would cost us only $12.6 million. I heard after this was proposed, and staff said this can meet our needs for the next 10 years at least. The one, option 6 has a 2-story addition being built, and that's the biggest cost there. It's tied, this plan is tied in with the library issue. We currently are using the building next to Seaside City Hall. No cost to us. We provide the services and the books. They provide the building. They want the building back. But in the CIP committee, I raised, why isn't the city of Seaside, if they want us to move out of a building that has no cost to us right now, and they want a new library, why was that not part of the CIP process, right? It's like a new project in the millions of dollars, jumping ahead of all our other projects that we're not going to have to pay for. And the city hasn't talked about what will they contribute to a new library, and why haven't they discussed a library bond, for example, for the residents to consider to help offset that cost? I heard after we talked about Hillby, I think our CAO mentioned that the city had expressed interest if our county moved into Hillby, that they could renovate the old building for a library. Is there any truth to that you've heard?
Let me respond to a few of those. First of all, in terms of option 5, and Director Frank can clarify as well, that is definitely a compromise solution. If DSS were to stay there long term, it would be a compromise solution. It would not meet their ideal, long-term needs as far as fully servicing the community. It's functional and it would meet the current needs, but it wouldn't meet their programming ideal. And I'll let Director Frank speak a bit more about the vision, in the long term. So yes, it's possible to stay there long term, but it wouldn't meet that the long term need, which is why in option this option 6 was presented as a way of showing the long-term
Exactly.
need. Yeah,
Which that's one of those projects that's really cost feasible.
right. And I'm trying to remember if there was any other questions that I needed to respond to. Did you catch those?
I think the other question I just wanted to make sure we point out, and I think this is where more work could be done along with the CAO's office, is in that cumulative cost over 20 years. And I think that was the other option I did wanted to flag as, I was not part of when this work was completed, and I know Florence and NMR were involved in that process before I joined the county. But those numbers of how much it will cost the county are on that chart. So I don't know if maybe we can look at slide 24. That one, if you see their cumulative cost, 20 years, it will show for each option what will be the overall county cost. Should those numbers be updated based on when this was completed? That will be a recommendation. But I just wanted to acknowledge that those numbers have already been calculated through this collaboration with Gruen and Associates, and based on this chart here.
Ms. Cabasso, but my question was about has City of Seaside expressed their interest in repurposing the old social service to the current building as a library, and we could save tens of millions of dollars by simply moving into the Hillby with the addition on option 6?
So I think the latest letter from the City of Seaside pretty much sums up the position in terms of the preferred option. I think in that letter, they talk about their willingness to collaborate with the county on, the option 4. And
I get that, but the question was that had they at any point expressed interest in the option of them repurposing the existing building for the library, to relocate the library?
Yes, in that letter, they also mentioned that depending on the future disposition, depending on the decision that the county makes on this future disposition of that, of Hillby, they would be, interested to speak with.
So that is accurate. Thank you very much. I just wanted to speak just to option 3 and 4. Obviously, these are the more expensive options at $58 million in option 3 when you factor in debt service. And then option 4 is $111 million with debt service using the old numbers, which we know it's going to be at least $8 million more. So we're talking about $120 million. But just going at the square footage, we were talking about under option 6, to meet the needs over the next 10 years, we're talking about 13,900 square feet for social services. The current library, as our librarian pointed out, is 10,000 feet roughly. That's 23,900 square feet. That's what the need is. But option 4 is double that. We're building space for the sake of building space without having a purpose for it. That's 22,600 feet that are unaccounted for, that we haven't told the public what is going to be in that space. Why are we building more space? And I know we need a little bit more space for the future, but that's almost double the size of the building is unaccounted for any county purpose or that we're trying to meet. It's not compliant with our CIP plan. Even if we are fully paying for a brand new library of 10,000 feet in that building, that's what has me very concerned. I just want to look at these other, I already expressed some of these. And also I'll make sure that as we're talking about the design of any of these options, the more folks involved in it, the more costs seem to increase. And I want to express that, how important it is to keep costs down at all possible. But I was hoping to get your opinion on why are we building 23,600 feet when we haven't expressed what is going to go in that space? That to meet county needs, not to meet any outside needs. We're trying to build to meet county needs, but why so much space that is unaccounted for?
And I think I can answer that. So all of these numbers were based on programming that was done with all of the stakeholders, all of the departments and the library, DSS. The programming effort looked at exactly what their needs are going to be. For DSS, for example, it broke it down by all of the different services that they provide, all of the staff that's going to be required to provide those services into the future. And the same thing was done with the library, very in-depth discussion on programming. That programming information translated to the square footage that is here. And I'm going to see if we can find that square footage space, and we can provide that to you. So we do have that accounted for. And we can provide that to you after the fact. If you'd like.
Last comment, Ms. Cabuasa, thank you for your responses to you and Luis. It's like when we built the county building, we built the behavioral health clinic, 13,000 square feet. It cost us less than $25 million. We didn't build that building, and then Elsa didn't say, let's build 26,000 square feet to meet the future needs of East Salinas. That's what we're doing here. For me, we're building a bunch of space in one of our county buildings to meet whatever needs, but we didn't do that with that last project. We built for what we needed. It was focused. We were cost efficient, in fact, under budget on that project. And that's what has me concerned with this one. We're planning and building capital projects where we haven't told the public what it's going to be used for in terms of county services, not just building space for the sake of space. And I haven't heard an answer what is going to go in there. There wasn't a clear response about what county services are we building additional almost 24,000 additional square feet. Thank you.
Yeah, and as it was mentioned by Florence, we will have that. For everyone, we have the programming. So as Florence said, it is really based on the programming and how that whole exercise was done. But also, I just want to remind the Board of Supervisors that these options were created here based on, the different square footages. They are very, very preliminary. Not until we get into design development and construction documents, we're going to be able to identify the efficiencies of how all of these spaces come together. This is very, very raw. The options that you see here is literally plotting the square footages that we needed based on the uses that we had contemplated. As we get further into the design, those spaces will be not more condensed, but more efficiently placed together to have opportunities for saving space. But once again, we will have to get into the design to create those efficiencies and develop these options further based on the option that you guys provide us direction to pursue.
And I did, if I may, Chair Root, ask you, I did want NMR to respond to some of the questions regarding programming and the cost for square footage.
So, Supervisor Alejo, you were talking about option 6, right? Unaccounted for square footage? Option 4. So, the total square footage that DSS needs for their 10-year build-out, let's see if that's... Well, the 10-year build-out on option 3 plus the 2,000 or 3,000 of library plus community space is 28,000 square feet, plus or minus. And then option 4 just adds the library, takes 1,000 square foot of satellite library out and adds about 12,000 square foot of branch library. So that's why it changes from 28 to 46?
40.
My math doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm just comparing what you have listed on options 5 and 6, which is the 13,900 feet.
Option
which could
6.
says it could meet the.
So that's the addition, right?
Yeah.
But then you have to add in the existing space too, because you're remodeling part and you're adding on the second piece.
It doesn't make that clear, I guess, on the slide.
But it's still about 26,000, right?
Okay, I finished my comments.
Sorry, that was copies of the legislative priority slide that goes into detail about all of the programming priorities that were included from 2024. Sorry, who did I cover already?
I haven't gone yet.
Supervisor Lopez, did you, Supervisor Daniels?
I just haven't gone yet.
Okay, thank you.
I'd love to
Supervisor
go.
Daniels.
I was on the CIC, so
Got it,
I'd like
yes.
to just pick up a little bit, if that's okay, where we left off. So one of the things that, where I'm coming from is that this was taken out of the presentation that we had and the discussion that we had for facilities in the facilities master plan discussion. We were told that we were going to see this separately, and that is what we're doing right now. So I think it's truly only fair to have this conversation within the context of what the needs are for the next 20 years, like we afforded to every single other project that we discussed in that context. And with that in mind, and just listening to the conversation that we've had right now, am I wrong that option 4 is the only one that meets DSS's current and future needs, well, between options 1, 2, 3, and 4, DSS's current and future needs, as well as the library's needs, as well as keeping Casa de Noche Buena in place, which is important for me, but that seems like it's all options. But is that the case in DA Justice Center off the table? Is that the only one that addresses the current and future needs of both the library and DSS?
Correct.
Okay, and
unless there's a identified site, like an option 7 type of site, but this one is not ideal because it's not in, this option that we're presenting is not in the city of Seaside, but unless there's an identified other site within the city of Seaside that would accommodate both DSS and, yep.
Which makes sense. But we really drilled down to 1, 2, 3, and 4 in our CIC conversation. And then in regards to that, the Hilby space is needed no matter what in terms of DSS's current needs. Like if we address options 1, 2, 3, or 4, there is going to need to be a space for the Department of Social Services to work from.
That's correct.
Okay. And so that investment's going to have to be made no matter what. And then the other part is just knowing that in the current building, $16 million is needed in deferred maintenance already. Like, that's the context. The complying with ADA rules and regulations is not optional. We have to do this. I think the context for our conversation right now has to be, what are the future needs? And with that in mind, it looks like option 4 is twice as much money than the other options that are possible. And for me, they were limited to 2 and 3. But I would think that at this point in time, we need to be having a conversation with the city of Seaside and finding out, all right, we're all on the same page. We want to move forward. How do you meet us halfway? What conversations can we have about partnering in this effort? If I remember from the CIC meeting, the library was initially a partnership in terms of the money that was raised or however it was raised. I remember some conversation we had about that. It sounds like that's something that we need to replicate. We don't want to cut ourselves short in terms of what we need. We need to plan for what we need. That's a facilities master plan. But we need to figure out how to do it. And it sounds like in this regard, it's really in concert with Seaside. So what can we do to make up that difference? So together, we have the best project and the one that we need in the city of Seaside. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, a couple things. One, to go back to the historical conversation, I think for me, the confusion the last time this came up was back to conversation 2 rounds ago, where I remember hearing that the desire was to keep it alive, to be able to advance funding options. And that was on the biggest possible project, right? That was the 120 plus, I think at the time was the number we were told. And the desire was to keep the conversation going so that the state was, I think the one mentioned, could be approached and other potential funding partners to look at bringing forward solutions. The next time it came back, I think is where I got lost a little bit. It was more a conversation about how can we fund this ourselves moving forward. That to me is where I lost sort of traction on the project, because it was two steps backwards from the approach and what I had heard in that meeting before. And so rolling forward, I hear the desire to engage additional partners. I'm a little frustrated that we're sitting here a year and a half later not having had those conversations. Again, understanding that this fiscal picture at the state is what it is. At the federal level, there's not a lot of love and desire to send money to California for projects like this. I get that right now. I'm being realistic about the potential partnerships there for anything that is significant in terms of investment. And to the same, I guess, line of questioning or framing that Supervisor Daniels just put forward, as I look at option 6, right, and think about that horizon with $2 monthly square footage, and if we partnered with the city to remodel the existing building into a library, right, then I think we're checking all the same boxes at a much lower cost. And so I guess that's, to me, an easy approach in terms of the affordability to the question about reimbursement rates to the Department of Social Services and the fiscal component of how they get reimbursed for leases and the work that they do. Now you've got a guaranteed cash flow on that side. What is left is the question around negotiating, perhaps, or collaborating, if you want to frame it that way, with the city of Seaside, remodeling the library space. And we've been successful in that, like in Gonzales. This board put in $2 million to help build that new library. That's a $30 million facility, but for $2 million, we got a new library, right? In the core, in the heart of that town, forever. And so it's not unheard of to have that collaboration, to find processes. And so I guess as I'm looking at the need, I see option 6 checking all the same boxes at a much lower cost if we engage on the negotiations. But at the same time, back to that conversation 2 times ago, and it's the reason that I opened with it. I am not opposed to other funding models if the desire is still the big picture, right? But I don't want to come back and be surprised again, like I felt last time, kind of caught on my heels and told, well, we're looking for ways for us to fund the whole thing. I'm not interested in that based on the fact that, and sorry, like I told Fabricio, I trust your numbers today and I trust what they are, but by the time it comes time to pour concrete and put a stick in the ground, based on tariffs and everything else we're seeing on the national picture and the international, right, trade fights that continue to happen, I don't trust these numbers. And it's not you. I think this is the best you can do today given what we know. But where we're headed, I don't think anybody can promise that. And that's my bigger concern, the same that I had with that $100 million project. It's the same concern that I'm setting up here today. So I see an easy path forward, right? But I get that the community has heard there's a possibility of much bigger. And so I don't want to slam that door shut based on that. But at the same time, I do see a smooth path forward at $2 a square foot to check all the boxes. And so I guess that's the piece that I'm struggling with right now, given the fact that we're trying to make all these different things work, and I see that as a path to do so.
Appreciate all the questions and comments and conversation. A couple points before we go out to public comment. Just wanted to comment that the Broadway building as it currently is not ADA compliant, so it really can't be repurposed for any kind of external serving purpose. So if it wanted to be used as a library, and Hillary, I saw you trying to stand up to speak. I wanted to give you a chance to do that if you wanted to speak. But the City of Seaside is looking at it and scheduled a tour, but it would not be, it couldn't be used for anything external serving or public serving at this point. And so that's my understanding in the conversation that's been had, but please.
I just wanted to address a couple things. A question of Supervisor Alejo's from my perspective doing the programming on the Envision space. We're in a tight 10,000 square feet where we were doing things like they were asking me, how many staff members do you have in your office? How many desks do you need? And the office they laid out was hugely bigger than the office we have those staff members in there today. Restrooms came up. Our programming with the City of Gonzales, the amount of square footage a restroom eats up when you build it to code is just crazy. So I don't know if that would contribute to the library and the Envision building going from 10 to 13. It's not an envisioned increase in capacity or service. And the existing building, as I understand it, is 2-story. Right now, we are staffed with the expectation that we can supervise the public floor from 1 service point and not 2. So a 2-story building, even if fully compliant, would change the staffing needs of the library to safely staff the public floor. So that's why all the options are a single story for the library, even if we're 1 story of a multi-story building.
Right. Thank you. Great, thank you. So with that, there's some other comments to make, but I'm just going to, given the time, I'm going to open this up to public comment at this point. I'm going to open it up to public comment. So if you're with us for public comment, I don't think I took any speaker forms for this item. I'll double check, but please approach. And then if you're with us online and you want to raise your hand, please do raise your hand so that we can call on you. We appreciate all comments. We did receive some in writing as well. But thank you, Councilmember Miller, for spending the entire afternoon with us, picking up your daughter, and coming back to join us for this particular item. I appreciate your flexibility very much.
Before tonight, I thought that the city had long meetings, and I changed my mind. You guys have longer meetings, and so I know it's late into the hours. We want to just thank the supervisors. Thank you so much for investing and even talking about Seaside. You know, Seaside is a diverse community. It's the largest city on the peninsula, and we have a lot to offer. And we are growing. We were just named one of the fastest growing cities in California, partly because of our college. And we have a lot of things happening, and especially in this area. We have our street program on Upper Broadway. We're going to go do a road diet from 2 lanes to 1 lane on each direction. We're putting in roundabouts. And I'm greatly concerned about the Hillby site. And I know Supervisor Lopez, it does look appealing on there, but I challenge you to go by, because the building is an older building. And I have a feeling in 5 or 10 years, the supervisors are going to have the same conversation again about that building, because that's not a newer building in Seaside. And that building has been there for a long time. But what I hope for the supervisors is to think for the future. Think what is going to be the best thing for our residents in 20, 30, 40 years from now. And when I think about that, I look at the options and I really think, and this is the city's position, you saw the letter, that option 4 meets the needs, and it's also, envisioning for the future, for the next 30, 40 years. And I know it's a hard pill to swallow with cost. I mean, I understand. In the city of Seaside, all of our total funds are around $68 million all in. And I know the county is, I believe, upwards of $2 billion. And I know that money is tight. Money is tight. But we believe that this is a long-term investment into our students, into our community. We really think that this is going to be great for the community, and also shows that the county can do more with that building if we have a little bit extra space, a little bit more room. Maybe we can even have supervisors there or do some kind of meeting for our community. But we really appreciate and thank you very much for even considering this project. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Alvarez. I'm a field rep with the NorCal Carpenters Union. I know it's very early in this project, on the process of this project, but we believe that it's important to get involved as early as possible. Being part of the conversation from the beginning helps projects run smoother and stronger. We will really like the opportunity to stay engaged through the entire process. Our members are skilled, hardworking, and proud of the work they do. We will be happy to help build this project, and we will also be happy to build the next projects on the pipeline. I was going to say have a good day, but have a good night.
Thank you so much for being here. If anyone else is here for a public comment, if you could approach so that we've got everyone lined up. And if you're with us online and you plan to speak, if you could raise your hand now so that we're ready to.
And I'll be translating. I'll be wearing my other duties as assigned cap
Other
here,
duties
so.
as assigned. Thank you so much.
Buenas noches, mesa de supervisores. Soy Francisca Arroyo Rosales. Soy trabajadora comunitaria. Soy residente de Seaside.
Good evening, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is, su nombre otra vez?
Francisca Arroyo Rosales.
Arroyo Rosales. She's a resident of Seaside, and she's a community health worker.
Mi comentario es porque yo trabajo en la comunidad.
My comment is that I work in the community.
Cuando se hicieron las juntas para este grandioso proyecto, estuve yo ahí presente y llevaba yo estudiantes.
When the meetings were held to talk about this grandiose project, I was present and I brought with me students from the community.
Fui porque yo quería saber qué proyecto tenían novedoso para la ciudad de Seaside que está creciendo en demografía.
I went because I wanted to better understand what new projects were in the pipeline for our community of Seaside, which is a growing community.
Tengamos en cuenta que los edificios que ya tiene Seaside ya son muy viejos.
Let's keep in mind that the buildings we currently have in Seaside are very old.
Y una de las cosas que tiene, por ejemplo, es la biblioteca, que ya queda muy pequeña para los eventos que se hacen para la comunidad.
And as an example, the library is a building that is very small for the type of events that we hold there for the community.
El centro de medical, las oficinas de medical,
The Medi-Cal offices
son bastante inaccesibles, están muy pequeñas, tampoco ya son accesibles para la cantidad de población que tiene Seaside.
They're very inaccessible. They're very small, and based on the population we have, they're inaccessible for the quantity of folks who are currently utilizing that facility.
Y también las otras oficinas que ellos mencionaban también están muy pequeñas. O sea, tengamos en cuenta que Seaside no tiene los suficientes recursos que deberíamos de tener.
The other facilities that I mentioned are also very small. And so what I'm referencing here is the fact that the majority of resources that we have available to us in the community of Seaside aren't sufficient for the needs of our community.
Porque yo trabajo precisamente en eso, en dar los recursos que tiene el condado de Monterrey y definitivamente siempre tengo que mandar a la población aquí a Salinas. Ustedes cuentan con más, nosotros no.
This is the very thing that I work in every single day. I work with the community to make sure that they can connect to county resources and that they understand where they are available. And too often I'm required to send them to the community of Salinas to access those resources because those resources are available here. We don't have that same access.
Entonces yo nada más les pido de la manera más atenta que lo consideren, que nos den un poco a la población de Salinas, que son gente trabajadora, que también contribuye y que de aquel lado son de construcción.
So I'm asking you with the sincerest ability that I have to please consider our community. We know that there's a lot of hardworking people in the community of Salinas and a lot of folks who also work in construction in the community of Seaside.
Jardinería, hotelería y servicios de limpieza, ¿verdad? Pero entonces por eso mismo yo les pido que consideren y que nos den un poco a la ciudad de Seaside.
These are hardworking folks who work in everything from gardening to cleaning services, and that's why we are asking for you to make this investment in the community of Seaside.
Bueno, buenas noches.
And with that,
Y
good
les
night.
agradezco todo su trabajo porque es un día muy pesado para ustedes y yo los admiro demasiado.
And thank you for all the work that you do. I know that this is very heavy and long work, and I admire you all for the work that you do. Mil gracias.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. I want to thank you guys for having this conversation. And most importantly, I want to talk about the people behind these numbers that we're talking about. The data is clear. The demand for food assistance, housing support, healthcare access, and mental health services is rising. Emergency rooms are increasingly used as last resort for untreated mental health and social crisis. Law enforcement is often the first call for issues that are not criminal, but they're human. And every time that happens, it costs more financially and emotionally than early coordinated support ever would. Someone mentioned earlier this morning during session that our county should supply grief counseling for the recent incident in Marina. Behind every statistic is a resident standing at a breaking point, a parent trying to keep food on the table, a senior choosing between medication and rent, a young person in crisis with nowhere safe to go. When services are fragmented or housed in spaces that feel temporary or inaccessible, people don't just fall through the cracks, they give up asking for help altogether. We know that when services are centralized and designed around dignity, outcomes improve, co-located social service hubs reduce repeated emergency visits, shorten the length of time of homelessness, and improve mental health stabilization. They restore something that can't be measured easily in a spreadsheet: trust. Trust that the county is a place of help, not judgment. This is not a facilities discussion, it's a reflection of our values. A dedicated social services building says to our residents, you matter, you belong here, and help is available before crisis becomes catastrophe. It also says to our staff, we are giving you the tools you need to succeed and serve effectively. So I'm asking all of you to support this initiative and identify a secure new location that can house our county's critical social services under one roof. This is about compassionate, data-driven investment, one that saves money, reduces strain on emergency systems, and strengthens the fabric of our community. Today was filled with very heavy energy, so I want to thank you all for all that you've done today. Take care.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else in chambers for public comment on this item? All right, and we see you, Stacy, too, in the back. Thank you for joining us. All right, we're going to go to our, we have a couple of hands raised online. We're going to start with Carla Lobo and then go to Councilmember Garcia Arizola.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can, yes, thank you. Thank you for sticking with us so late into the evening.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, everyone, for staying here and having this discussion. I'm in strong support of option 4, and to emphasize that this is not just a facilities issue, it is a public safety issue. While I understand the county is facing budgetary restraints, delaying this project any further is no longer physically responsible, nor is it ethically acceptable. The Broadway building is aging, inadequate, and unsafe for both the workers who serve our community and the residents who rely on these critical services. When we talk about public safety, we often focus on policing and emergency responses, but public safety also means ensuring that our social services infrastructure is stable, accessible, and secure. These are the systems that prevent crisis, reduce harm, and support families before emergencies even happen. What is especially concerning is that Seaside has not been prioritized in this process. This project has been discussed for several years. Each year, it is recognized as a necessity, and each year it is postponed. At some point, postponement becomes neglect. The residents of Seaside deserve the same level of investment, dignity, and safety as any other community in this county. Option 4 meets both current and future 10-year needs for the Department of Social Services. It provides a full library space, shared community space, and allows Casa de Noche Buena shelter to remain in place, which is critical. That alone makes this option a stronger and responsible investment. The project is costly, approximately $73.6 million, is significant. However, delaying this project will only increase that cost while continuing to place staff and the public in unsafe conditions. Responsible budgeting means investing before conditions become emergencies, not reacting after harm has occurred. It is also important to note that this option was supported on August 11, 2025 by the CIC, Supervisor Daniels, and the City of Seaside. The support is there. The need is very clear. This project is about equity and follow-through. Now is the time to move from discussion to action. Prioritizing option 4 shows leadership and true commitment to the safety and dignity of the Seaside community and ensuring services are housed safely and appropriately.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Alexis Garcia Arizola, and that's the last hand I have raised.
Good evening, Chair and Supervisors. First, I want to thank you all for staying late to continue the discussion. I acknowledge the hard work that you all are doing, and I appreciate the time and care you're putting into this. I just want to express my support for moving forward with the dedicated social services space, and clearly that's option 4, and I understand those budget concerns. They're real, and so are the needs of our community. And when we weigh both, this is the right decision long-term for the city of Seaside, considering it's the largest city on the Monterey Peninsula. And as unemployment rates continue to rise across Monterey County, more families are relying on social services to stay housed, fed, and connected to opportunity. Securing a permanent space is not just about infrastructure, it's mostly about stability, dignity, and meeting our community where they're at. So I just want to say that I personally benefited from these types of programs growing up. They were a lifeline for my family and helped me go through a path I'm on today. So for me, it's important to say that when we invest in people, we change outcomes, not just for individuals, but for generations. So thank you all for having this under consideration, and I urge you all to move forward with option number 4, a project that would benefit our community and would choose resiliency, compassion, and foresight. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. We have one additional hand raised, Rosalind Green.
Thank you and good evening, supervisors. Been with you all day. I'm here to speak in strong support of this Seaside project, specifically to option number 4, Department of Social Service building and the addition of the library being both housed together. So these places are places where people go to ask for help, and they shouldn't feel like punishment. Right now, too many residents walk into public service buildings already carrying stress, fear, or shame, and whether they're seeking food assistance, housing support, childcare resources, or benefits they are legally entitled to, the condition of a building sends a message before a single staff member ever speaks, not to mention the conditions that the staff folks have to work in. So a new social service building in Seaside is about more than paint and infrastructure. It's about dignity. It says you matter, like we heard Councilmember Alexis Arizola Garcia say. You belong here. You deserve care in a space that reflects your humanity. A library is a gateway. It's where kids do homework when home isn't quiet. Placing a library alongside social services is a powerful statement that support doesn't stop at survival. It extends to education, imagination, and long-term stability. And this is especially important for Seaside, a community rich in culture, resilience, yet too often overlooked when it comes to investment. This project says Seaside deserves high quality public spaces, not leftovers. And as a lifelong Seaside resident, again, I am asking that you all consider option number 4. And I know that we have submitted letters and are willing to be in negotiation as partners for affordability of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm seeing no further hands raised, so I'm going to bring this back to our board. I did want to, just from a process standpoint, a couple other clarifying points. In terms of process, just reiterating that recognizing that the need for this service to have a dignified place that is safe to provide services is necessary in our county, is why we brought it forward through the CIP process starting back in 2021 to include the library, knowing that that was a need. The library didn't bypass the CIP process as was suggested. It was literally included in the CIP process for the past 4 years, 5 years. And the I'm to the point of funding processes, and the project has been on a CIP list as a priority for the past 5 years, with funding requests every one of those years. Moving forward, I think we'll looked at getting moving to get the project design drawings done, so that then we've under the understanding that that's how the prospect moves forward, and that then you can go out and start getting additional funding partners to participate. At the same time that all of that was happening, we have had quite a bit of change in county leadership and changes on this board. And so I think as part of those changes, we, bringing everyone along in that process is part of where we needed to take a minute to say, okay, let's make sure we're all still on the same page. Let's keep bringing everyone along. I've wanted to make sure that we do just that, and then keep bringing the community along in the process. And hopefully we've done that as well. But having thought about this a lot, I came in with a draft, a written resolution. So I'm just going to read this. I'm going to try to put a motion forward so that I can be very clear about the direction that I think would be most helpful moving forward today. And that would be a motion that the board reaffirms the multiple decisions over the past 5 years to identify the Broadway project as a priority capital improvement project, and direct the CAO to include the option 4 as planned for future development of the 1281 Broadway parcel in the facilities master plan. 2, utilize remaining allocated planning funds to complete construction plans and specs for option 4 in the 26-27 capital improvement plan. 3, work collaboratively with the City of Seaside to ensure project design remains consistent with city standards and their Broadway objectives, including but not limited to evaluating the parking strategies that support project success, as city identified and offered in their letter. 4, develop funding strategies necessary to complete the project within a 10-year timeframe, allowing DSS to move operations back into the facility at the completion of its temporary lease. 5, develop a reuse or disposition plan for the existing building within 3 months of the Department of Social Services exit to ensure that the county property does not become blighted, considering interim use of the facility by other agencies, if possible, including but not limited to the City of Seaside if possible. So that would be the motion that I'm going to lay out, and I'm happy to reread it, or we could figure out a way to get it up on the screen, but hopefully that was very clear.
May I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
So Supervisor Askew, 100% I support getting this into the facilities master plan, having it be option 4. As I iterated before, I think it makes sense that we're putting into this plan the projected needs and the space requirements for those needs, and it checked the boxes. The part about utilizing the remaining funds that had been allocated. That makes sense to me as well. And my question, I go back and forth about whether or not, that could be used to address some of the questions that have been asked today about the size, but it also sounds like that is part of the process that we're going to be undertaking in the course of work on this project anyway. So not sure, but I was just sort of thinking, some of that may be utilized for that, but neither here nor there. There is funds left over, and they need to be put to the correct use, whatever that use is. In terms of the City of Seaside, I feel like we've heard a lot about their desire, their objectives. The public comment was very helpful for me here today. The part that I feel is missing is, what about the conversation with the City of Seaside on how much they're willing to participate in this? And the reason I ask this is I don't want to find ourselves in the same situation that we found ourselves with the health, the mental health facility. So I don't want us to be at a place where I support your motion, we get it across the finish line, but we don't have a plan. And I know part of your motion was to come up with a financing plan, but I don't know that we can be on the hook for all of this. And so if this is something the City of Seaside wants, let's come to the table and figure out whatever type of financing it's going to be that we can do this together. Because I do think this is the building that the city needs. It's definitely the building that, from what I've heard, the city wants, and it makes sense to me. You know, there is a reason that this location must be dignified, and it's in the heart of the Broadway revitalization zone. So let's do what the 20-year vision requires. Let's put our energy into that, but let's also include in your motion somehow that we're coming to the table, because the real concern that I'm hearing today is it can't be that the county's on the hook, especially when there's an option that I heard articulated today in 6 that could accomplish the same build-out objectives. So we need to understand why we're moving forward very clearly with 4. And if that can be addressed, I am your second to this motion.
So I'll add a little bit more to, I think, and I don't want to speak on behalf of the city directly, but the city's economic development situation, as with all cities, is precarious. There potentially is options for all cities to have bond issuances. And I think that that's part of the direction that I'm looking for, so that the county CAO and our team can engage in those conversations, and that we can have that clear direction. The city, I don't think, is prepared to have that conversation at this moment in time, or make those commitments at this moment in time. I will also add that very clearly, the facility of a social services building is the responsibility of the county. And so if we're talking about shared responsibility, that's the responsibility of delivering social services falls on the county. It's not the responsibility of the city to build a social services facility. The library piece, I think there's a conversation to be had about libraries and how libraries are built. And there's opportunities for that conversation 100%, as we've done in other communities. But when we're talking about a social services building,
we're on the same page. It's the
we have that
library component that brings me to 4.
But the conversation about the shared, where we can find a way, you know, the opportunity to have a lease back situation for social services building, that's where I'm asking for. We need direction to develop funding strategies that maybe potentially allow the county not to be the ones that's doing the building of a facility, so that we can find ourselves in a lease back situation that doesn't put us so that social services can have that lease, so that there's ways of, like, we need to be able to look at all of those options that are available to us. And maybe it's that the city, builds out the entirety of the project, and then we lease from the city. That depends on that's a conversation to have with the city, and they may or may not have the capacity to do that now or at some point in the future. And those are conversations that we need to be able to have, and we need to be able to direct the CEO to have those conversations with the city or with a different partner. We haven't been able to have those conversations is where I'm saying. The other thing that I want to comment on that you had mentioned, oh my goodness. In regards to option 6, with the alternative site that the lease is currently in, Seaside doesn't have a lot of commercial space, lease space. This is some of the only commercial lease space in the city. And, it's a great option for social services right now. But we just caused to have some small businesses, some of the small businesses in Seaside moved out of some of the limited lease space that's available, commercial lease space available in the city for our needs. And there isn't other lease space available. So I think there's other economic development reasons for the city that when we say we support small businesses and we support economic development, there's other factors at play that I thought would come up in public comment, but have definitely been raised with me directly that need to be, I think, just are factors, and as well as the fact that it is we will find ourselves in a similar situation to what we find ourselves in now if we're not thinking ahead. So and we can't leave Broadway blighted. No. I mean, I'll just say, we can't leave Broadway blighted. So we're going to have to figure something out. So if we don't like this option, maybe we add I'm open to taking out the looking at the funding strategies piece, so that we can have those develop that funding strategies portion moving forward, but putting option 4 in as our preferred development option for the Broadway parcel, I think is something that needs to happen. Directing the CAO to develop those funding strategies so that we have a plan moving forward, and working collaboratively with the City of Seaside to figure out how we do this moving forward. But we've been blocked from having some of those conversations. It's been difficult to move those conversations forward without more direction, is I guess what I wanted to be really
That
clear
makes
about.
sense. So if you make that modification or just that clarification for the record, that it sounds like what Supervisor Askew is putting forward is to include option 4 in the facilities master plan. I still don't know what's going to happen with those extra funds, but it's good we have them. But then the third part being that this gives the CAO the direction I've heard from this dais that she needs to engage in the conversations that we need to have with entities like the City of Seaside to figure out what the funding options are that don't end up being this is all going to be resting on the county's shoulders. And I think if it's the inclusion
Specific to the library.
well, I'm just since well, it's a couple things. It's inclusion of the library, but I think there's a value too in the county producing a site, a campus even, for lack of a better term, that is part of the vibrancy plan or the Broadway. I mean, this is something that would be a major aesthetic improvement at that location as well. It sounds like there's going to be community space in addition to the library. I think, there is a really big benefit to what this option 4 would be versus if we went an option 6 route and then the library we would still have to be in somehow with the library having to update the renovate the current location. So we're still going to be on the hook, it sounds like, somehow. So I just think, I think option 4 makes sense. I just want I want our CEO to have the freedom that she needs to engage in those conversations. So it's not only in the facilities master plan, but we can be figuring out some cost sharing.
So to this, hold on, to the CAO. So is that a second to the motion
Yes.
then? And the changes that were made, hold on.
amendment.
Yes.
And the
Just for the
changes that were
record.
made to the motion was to be more specific, was to not specify the remaining funds in the 26-27 CIC.
So I think we're not specifying them in that. When the CAO has this conversation and we come to the table, they may be needed to reconfigure the 75% work that's been
So as
done.
necessary.
Yeah.
So we'll leave that out of the motion per se, but with the flexibility to.
Flexibility.
As needed.
She needs the flexibility to engage with the conversation, to engage in the conversation. So the fourth part of your motion, we're able to come up with funding strategies that aren't just the county.
Okay, so I'm going to restate this as a motion, if I can, because it's a second. So I'll say we're motioning the board reaffirms the multiple decisions over the past 5 years to identify 1281 Broadway project as a priority capital improvement project, and we're providing direction to the CAO to include option 4 as the plan for future development of the 1281 Broadway parcel in the facilities master plan. Working collaboratively with the City of Seaside to ensure project design remains consistent with city standards and Broadway redevelopment objectives, including but not limited to evaluating parking strategies that support the project's success, developing funding strategies necessary to complete the project within the 10-year timeframe, allowing DSS to move operations back into a facility at the completion of its temporary lease, and develop.
That's the part.
Yeah.
It needs extra. You need another sentence in there.
And what sentence do we want to add?
I want to add that, or we can modify, developing funding strategies necessary to include financial collaboration. Or, I mean, I'm
Funding
very tired
strategies
of
and
this part.
partnerships.
Yeah, with the city of Seaside and other, I mean, whatever it is, but there needs.
Funding strategies and
Yes, please,
partnership.
go for it. It's been a long day.
So just to be clear, so developing funding strategies are not necessarily guaranteed. I just want to make that clear. The only guaranteed funding strategy is for us to pay general fund money and issue debt. That's the only thing guaranteed. We can have conversations with the city, and if anybody's listening and they want to partner with us, by all means, reach out to our office and we will be willing to have the conversation. But I just want to make sure that when we do the wording, it's not like develop funding strategy to ensure that this is going to be done.
So
with
my question
partners.
then
Looking
becomes,
for the direction that allows us to have the conversations that we haven't been able to have.
Oh.
And that's what I'm
How
looking
about like
for.
speak with, community partners, or discuss funding strategies with community partners.
Yeah.
The way this is kind of written or worded right now, it sounds to me like go out and find these funding strategies, and the only one I can promise you that we can come back with is issuing debt.
so
That's a guarantee.
The problem I want to solve, though, is that we want to put this in the facilities master plan, just like we put all the others that, of course, did not have funding strategies associated with them, but they still made it into the plan. And if they're in the plan, then we have some direction, right? Like, this is the project, if we have 3 votes today, that is in the plan. And I think that is really important. Then part of the motion, though, is it doesn't just sit in the plan, because this one has a timeline. And we're working on moving DSS out, which has to happen no matter what. And then there's going to be a period of time to get them back in. And so because it has that timeline, I think that part of the motion needs to be, and maybe developing funding strategies is wrong, that there is board direction that this board wants to see a partnership. This isn't a lift that we can carry alone. So have the conversations about what potential partnerships may exist or what funding options exist outside the county holding the sole burden to build the library and to participate in the outcome that we're building this site and doing this project, which the community desires and the county desires, over another less costly option that doesn't create the campus, because the campus is also the benefit.
How about explore funding policies?
No, I want them developed. We gotta.
Like I said, I can't promise we can come back and develop
it's the
actual,
direction. It's
as
the
long as we get a partner.
Yeah, I mean, it's the direction that I'm looking for. So we're directing to say, work on this, allow us to work with the CAO's office on this, and that's where we haven't been able to work with. We've been stuck on this point. And so I'm looking for the direction from the board so that we can pursue this with the CAO's office. We haven't been able to do that because of this, we don't have board direction, and that's where I'm looking for the board direction. So if there's a second on the motion to that language, the final thing being develop or reuse our disposition plan for the existing building within 3 months of DSS moving out to ensure it doesn't become blighted. So either allowing it to be reused by someone who can move in, or we need to have it demoed. We can't just let it sit vacant. So that's my motion. If there's a second, we have a second. And
I'd like to speak to the motion, Madam Chair.
talk about the motion now.
Yes.
Thank you.
First of all, I wanted to respond to my colleagues, because I agreed, and I've been raising that too. And it seems like we're negotiating ourselves when we're saying, oh, we're going to go with one option without having that discussion with the city first. It's different when, when we went to law school, we took a negotiations 101 class, when you could go with a potential partner and said, we're willing to consider an option, but we need you to make a decision if you could partner with this in terms of the cost. It's not just saying we're going to waive the parking requirements. That doesn't cost anything. But there is options. You can negotiate with the city of Stateside to say, if you want this 10 to 13,000 square feet library, if you want the additional community space. Now we're hearing leasing space. These are stuff that we never heard before. But if you want that, how about the city pay a significant portion, whether it means taking out bonds, just like we're going to have to do, or going to the community. And the elections are coming up next June, next November. Talk about a library bond. They're very popular with the community if they're explained and promoted the right way. We're not even considering that when we were saying we're already choosing one option without having a partner. We're making a decision, oh, we're going to go with this, but can you please consider giving me some money? I know what the answer is going to be. No, we don't have the funds. We heard it earlier. So that's what I'm concerned about. I do want to express, I do want to meet the needs of a new facility, but one that is cost effective. Considering the political climate and the financial climate that we live in, I agree with Supervisor Lopez. I agree with option 6. It leaves the building to be repurposed for a library. Secondly, it would be an option 3. It's much more expensive, but the cost is half of option 4. And I wanted to go ask staff on if option 4 goes forward, which I'm not going to support because of the significant cost. It's 111 out using old numbers. If 7% is factored in, it's 120. I guarantee when you guys come back again with the more accurate numbers and the 5% bonding amounts, I can almost guarantee we're going to be closer to 150, if not up to 170 in cost, because we're digging. The demolition, I think, was very conservative cost. The digging is very expensive. And I know what's going to be said, oh, the costs were much more. We know that. It happened with that last project we just considered. We were looking at a potential parking garage. We thought it was 30 million, it was 60 million. And your offices were involved in that. So I'm just saying, don't act like we're surprised when the next time we come and it's going to be tens of millions more. And then we're saying, oh, can we afford this? Because then the next question is, so the question I want for staff to come is to bring us back sometime down the road is what are the most accurate numbers? Number 2, the yearly debt obligation, because then this board is going to have to say, where are we going to get that money from? And then the question for you is, what is the timeline to get those more updated numbers after today? Ms. Cobasso?
So that's one of the reasons we came here for direction on the options. So if we're looking at option 4, that's exactly what we would do. We would use the remaining funds to, flush out all of the requirements. In terms of timeline for developing full design or just costs, because as we mentioned, in order to have the full cost estimates, you have to go further in developing the design and investing in that. And so that's part of the direction that we're looking for so that we can go beyond these ROM and estimates that we have here and, fully develop those.
Ms. Cobasso, to that point, we've already spent $3 million. There's $2 million left. Is that going to be enough? Because we spent a lot of money developing the original plans, the Taj Mahal version, 4-story building. We're not even using all that. Now we're starting over. Is $2 million going to be enough? And what's your estimate? Will it be 6 months from now, a year from now, when we're going to get the exact numbers, when we know the costs are going to be greater on construction and materials? So there's 2 questions. Is $2 million enough? And what's the realistic timeline when those numbers will come back to us? Is it 6 months? Is it a year?
I don't want to put our architects team on the line right now, but I think we do have to have a conversation with the architects team in terms of making sure what the timeline would be. Our intent is to use the remaining funds to further develop the option that's here. Sorry that I can't give a more direct answer, but we would now that we know that option 4 is what we want to go for, we can go back and talk to the architect team and provide that information. And I think Luis Ochoa wants to add some comments.
All right.
And just something I wanted to offer, just to make sure that, there's transparency and that you guys are aware of the project and the project costs as it's moving and before we start spending more money. Let's say we were to go with option 4. The idea will be to use those funds. Of course, we'll have to talk to the architects how far those $2 million can get us. But the idea will be, before we go into construction documents, basically the next phase of this project is to do complete design development. We can complete an estimate, a professional engineer's estimate at that time, which will give us a more realistic number of what it will cost before we enter construction documents. As a team, that's what we can offer to bring it back when design development is complete, and we'll give you a new number based on a new engineer's estimate. And of course, we will have to talk with the architectural team and ensure that the current funds will allow us to be able to do that.
And just to be
when construction documents are done, the idea is we will complete another estimate. That way we ensure that we are basically keeping the project in check.
And to be like really clear, I think part of the direction that we're looking for is like there's a variety of funding mechanisms and construction mechanisms and development mechanisms that we're in the motion that we're looking to get direction for so that we can pursue a whole variety of alternatives, knowing that there's ways that we need to structure this so that it allows for an operational, a functional operational, ongoing operational financing model. So that's the direction that's been outlined here, and there's a whole series of pieces of that puzzle that we haven't been able to explore, that we want to be able to explore, that potentially don't even put us on the building and construction side of the puzzle. So that's fundamentally like what we're looking for direction for in the motion that's on the table.
And I did want to say, I did earlier, I had looked up the County of Monterey Capital Improvement Program 5-year plan, fiscal years 2025, 26 through 29 and 30. And there is no Seaside Library listed on all those pages. There's a social services building, but not a brand new Seaside Library. And I would encourage folks to look at that document. It's not listed in there.
So just a couple things, only because there was a public commenter who I think miscontextualized my comment. And so I want to be clear, I'm not asking in my initial proposal that the library move into the existing building as is. It would be with a reinvestment, hopefully in partnership with the city, to reinvest in that facility. It's not as is. I've walked it, I've been there. That's not what I'm asking for. Hillary, I would never do that to your staff. I want to be clear. We're looking for better. So number two, my concern on the finance piece is we're hearing from our internal financial expert on is sitting up here, right, that right now the bonding is what she sees as the key opportunity. That concerns me. So the last piece that I'll just speaking to the motion, I won't be able to support it. I'll share that is, in my mind, as a compromise, what I could support is moving forward with both options to continue to have staff analyze both. So that, again, if we hit an exit ramp and realize that the only option is for us to bond, we're not behind in looking at option 6 with a redevelopment, a remodeling of the current building as a library. That would be my compromise. I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you.
Can we get 5 votes for that? I mean, let's have some support here. The CAO needs direction. And so does, obviously, staff.
Sure. I've been waiting for about half an hour to make a comment, so I'm sorry. We're not going to vote yet unless you want to just vote with 4. All right. Looking at this, I like option 4 for its ability to expand, because I think you need to, if you're going to do something, you got to look to the future. I am concerned about that, the parking issue and what it could cost into there. But the big thing is I'm looking at this is Seaside's expressed some interest, and I'm all for going forth on this. We got to negotiate with Seaside, and I'm happy to go forth and put 4 as a primary as we communicate with Seaside or other funding options. It's been some time since I looked at the certificate of participations when some are expiring, but I think it's around 2030. And, we got to figure out what the timeline's going to fit in here, how it's going to fit in before we pick up a lot of debt. But I brought up initially, I'm supportive of 3 or 4. I hear 6 being floating around a lot. I'm happy to go with 4 as a primary. As our effort is, that's what we talk with Seaside about. That's what Seaside says they're interested in. So if we got a partner, that's great. But I don't want to throw out 3 and 6 in case they just bail on us. I mean, that's just, you got to have a backup plan if everything falls apart. But 4 is, it's got, as I say, it's got room for expansion. It's got the library. It covers the needs that are down there. There's a lot of different. Frankly, our whole the offices for the Department of Social Services are in terrible shape, a lot of places. And that's not on you, Roderick, by any means. But, I know in South County, I've been down there, it's scattered about. And over here, these buildings are totally inadequate. So that's the only thing I want to just say is just keep 3 and 6 in the pocket. And that's where I'm not saying go ahead with them onto things, but keep them back there. 4 is what we go with. I'm happy to support that. I want to see for the negotiations with Seaside, and we look at funding, operating on that. And if we can pull that together, that's great. So that's where I'm asking for, if you want to, throw that in there and just keep that as the backup out of there. That's all I'm asking.
Can I express one concern, Chair?
Yes, and I can throw, for the motion, I'm comfortable, I can throw option 3 in as a backup. Like option 6, I think I can't add that at this point.
Personally, I only threw 6 in because I heard others talking about it. 3 is the one that, that I really view as just as the backup. So I'm.
Yeah, okay. So I'll make a to get to 3 votes. If that's what it takes I could add option, but.
Can I just say that as someone who's just been here for a year and watched how it's played out in the last year, there is an issue of lack of clarity. And yes, you get board direction with 3 votes. I realize that. But if you leave this meeting and say somehow that 3, 4, and 6 are all okay, and that's the board direction, I don't know how different our situation is than it's been.
Well, we don't have
year.
7. We only have 3, but we already threw out 6, so we're down to 2. 4 is the primary. That's what we stated in the motion. That's what I stated. I hope that's what we're going to be voting on. But, I'm not putting all my eggs in one basket when I don't know. We haven't figured out how we're funding this thing yet. And I want to go up to Seaside and say, hey, you're interested in 4, let's talk about it. This is what you want to do. Let's talk about it. Let's work it out. Let's make it happen.
But Supervisor Lopez said he wanted 6 and 4. So if you make a motion for 3
we have a
and
motion.
4.
We have a motion with a second, and I said, like, if you're requiring, if it takes adding like some element of.
I don't want to put any money into 3. I'm saying, if 4 falls apart, I want to have something to go back on.
Then it comes back here.
Yeah, I know it comes back here, but we've already had a thorough discussion on this, so I want to start with something if it comes back here and say 3 is what we've talked about, instead of looking at all 6 options again at 8 o'clock in the evening someday in the future.
But to Kate's point, the reason that we're even back here at all and we didn't move forward with a project that is now escalated in price already is because we asked for more options. Like, we're now 2 years delayed on what would have been a project that was something at a different 2 years, because we're not clear, and I'm trying to be as clear as I possibly can.
I'm unclear how we're not being clear by saying 4 is primary.
Okay, so as long as we're really clear, that's really clear. And I read what I wrote 3 times. I'm going to send it to the CAO. It's now in record, and I think it's very explicit. So with that, I'm going to call a vote.
I'm not sure staff understands the motion with the various amendments. I'm
going to read it. I'm going to read it then.
We already read it so many times. I think we're only talking about whether we add alternative options to remain in the motion, right? Either option 3 or option 6.
No, it's prioritizing option 4 as a plan for future development.
That's already given.
1281 Broadway parcel, of the 1281 Broadway parcel in the facilities master plan. We're going to work collaboratively. We're directing the CAO to work collaboratively with the City of Seaside to ensure that the project design remains consistent with the City of Seaside standards and the downtown Broadway objectives, including but not limited to the parking strategies to support the project's success. We're directing the CAO to develop and explore variety of funding strategies necessary to complete the project within a 10-year timeframe. That would allow DSS to move back into the facility with the completion of its temporary lease. We're directing the CAO to develop a reuse or disposition plan for the existing building within 3 months of the DSS exit to ensure the county property does not become blighted. considering interim use of the facility by other agencies, which could include the city of Seaside. And if option 4 becomes not viable for a variety of reasons, option 3 could be considered as a backup option. That's the motion as it's written. And it started with reaffirming the multiple decisions over the past 5 years of this board to identify the 1281 Broadway project as a priority capital improvement project. That's a motion. We have a second, and I'm going to call for a vote.
Can I get one clarity?
You can ask,
Super
please clarify.
quick. So my only question is on the 3 months, so it doesn't become blighted. If we're going with option 4, the building's going to be constructed. So what, I mean,
Well, maybe it doesn't start construction within 3 months. So if it needs to be, if there needs to be something that happens to the building,
I'd have to work to Public Works for that.
well, we'd have to work on that, but
Construction's
that's
not
the
mine.
direction. That's the direction. So, and there's a motion. And we're going to call for a vote. All in favor? Let's do a roll call vote since it sounds like there's a split on the vote. We'll do a roll call.
Supervisor Alejo, Supervisor Church,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez, Supervisor Daniels,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you all for participating. Thank you for the comments. Thank you for the discussion. Okay, I said we were going to end at 7, and it's 8 o'clock. What has to be completed today?
The Carmel Valley traffic should only take 2 or 3 minutes, and it has to go today.
And that's the only thing that has to go today? Okay, let's do the Carmel Valley traffic item.
When are we going to, I may ask here, just when are we going to come back with AA? I mean, that's kind of a
I
big
think that's
issue.
coming the next meeting.
Next meeting, was this morning, but it's now the next meeting. I'm just stressing, I'm really unhappy with the way that's developed.
We could stay till 10. I just don't think we're going to make good decisions continuing on. Okay, we're good to go. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and members of the board. I'm Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks, and I'm presenting the 5-year traffic report for the Carmel Valley Master Plan on behalf of the Public Works Traffic Engineering section. The presentation itself is available to the public and is also available to the board members and anyone who is in the chambers today. And the board report and the 5-year traffic report done by our consultants and presented to the Carmel Valley Road Advisory Committee have all been done, all available online, and the documents speak for themselves. So in short, staff is going to go to the more germane comments and summarize the 5-year traffic report. This is a requirement of the Carmel Valley Master Plan, one of the plans within the 2010 Monterey County General Plan. All the segments were analyzed for the average daily traffic, which is one of the thresholds of the two that has to be analyzed. None of the segments exceeded the 20% threshold, so no new additional segments need to be met. All the road segments met the level of service except for 3 of those segments. Segments 5, 6, and 7 for percent time spent following, the other measure of effectiveness. And as part of the 5-year report, the intersections, in addition to the road segments, must be analyzed. So the intersections that are signalized all met the levels of service. Of the unsignalized intersections, there were 3 of them that did not operate at an acceptable level of service. However, all the others were compliant. And of the unsignalized intersections, 3 of them met the traffic signal warrants and none of the others did. And it's noteworthy that one of these intersections is being studied under a separate study through the Carmel Valley Road Advisory Committee. And staff would point out, as it says in the board report, that for this monitoring year, the data and observations may not be typical, primarily because there were several construction activities along the Carmel Valley Road corridor that have affected traffic flows along Carmel Valley Road. As an example, observations showed vehicles platooned behind construction vehicles that were likely traveling to or from construction work. And what should be noted is that during the study period, there were construction projects being conducted by the county, such as the Carmel Valley Road Lorelis Grade Roundabout. Another entity, Carmel Area West Railroad District, was doing a sewer project, and a private developer was working on their offsite improvements at Carmel Valley Road / Village Park Road as part of the intersection improvements. Again, as required by the Carmel Valley Master Plan, this was presented to the Carmel Valley Road Advisory Committee at their January 8, 2026 meeting. As noted in the presentation and in the board report, a comment from one of the members was that while in summary, the traffic numbers from 2008, 2020, and 2025 have not ballooned as forecasted and are relatively stable, the use of the 24-hour counts is totally erroneous and should count only during the morning hours and not at night when there's no traffic. So Public Works staff responded to the committee that the data presented report is per the requirement of the policies. Hence, all of the average daily traffic had to be acquired. And these are all technical analyses for operations that use the standardized methodologies. And it's noteworthy that the peak hour volumes, as required by the percent time spent following, were sussed out from the entire 24 hours. And so again, in summary, the volumes did not exceed any of the thresholds, and the 3 segments that exceeded the percent time spent following were segments 5, 6, and 7. Of note is that last year, at last year's report, these same 3 segments did also exceed the percent time spent following due to construction activities, most likely, that were also occurring during that time period from other projects. That concludes staff's presentation, and what staff would also point out is that there was a letter received as a comment letter for this item from a member of the public. Staff have reviewed the letter and will be tendering it to staff to review and respond back to the constituent who submitted the comment letter. But what is pointed out from the comment letter is that there was some other intersections that they felt should be studied. And so as a reminder for the public and for the board, the purpose of the 5-year traffic monitoring report is for compliance with the general plan and specifically the Carmel Valley Master Plan's requirements. There are separate studies that are conducted for recommending improvements that could be done. One of those main documents is the Carmel Valley Road Corridor Study that was commissioned by that same Road Advisory Committee many years ago, and the latest version is available for the public if they request it, and it was last adopted in 2018. Again, that document has more of the recommendations of improvements that could be done, whereas the 5-year traffic report is meant as a compliance matter with the general plan and Carmel Valley Master Plan to keep the county in compliance. And so that concludes staff's presentation. The staff recommends that the board accept the report on traffic volumes on the Carmel Valley Road for all its segments pursuant to the 2010 general plan, and to accept the 5-year interval report. That concludes staff's presentation, and we're open for questions or comments, and thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Approval.
Second.
We have a motion from Alejo, a second from
Public comment.
second from Daniels. Is there any public comment on this item? Anyone in chambers? Anyone online? I'm seeing no hands raised. We will thank you all for the participation. Thank you for the report. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. All right.
Are there concerns with AA?
I have questions and comments to discuss. So,
How about committee assignments?
do we want to?
Those will be easy. Just kidding.
One has discussion, yeah.
Okay, so there's discussion on those. We can bring those back. I'm ready to adjourn. And can we?
See each other at 9 tomorrow morning.
Can we?
There is a report out from closed session.
Let's do a report out from closed session.
The board unanimously agreed to join an amicus brief in the case Columbus versus Robert Kennedy Jr., case number 25-2012, and that's joining the city of Columbus in challenging a final rule issued by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services that creates significant obstacles to patient enrollment in health insurance. Other than that, there is no reportable action for either agendas.
Thank you.
Memories?
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to trail item 15 and 16 and 16 point, sorry, we're going to trail 15 and 16.1 to our next meeting. We are going to, and it sounds like that's only two. Okay, and then we have adjourn in memories. Thank you. Do we have just two? Do we have
I
photographs?
actually had one to add if we could. It's
We have
Rob
we have
Reiner.
three. Okay. And do we have photographs? Okay. Yes. Thank you. And so we're going to, we have three adjourn in memories. And I'll just say thank you all for joining us. This was a long day. It was a long, heavy day. And just my colleagues, I just really appreciate serving with you. And I know we don't always agree on everything, but I really, I couldn't imagine sitting in a dais and with a board with anyone other than you. So thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. It is with the heavy heart that we adjourn our meeting, our late meeting today, in memory of the Alisal Union School District trustee, Jose Antonio Jimenez. He represented Area 5 since 2018 and served as board president in 2022. He lived a life that truly exemplified the American dream. He was born on March 21st, 1971, and raised in Lima, Peru. Mr. Jimenez immigrated to Salinas in 1987, and his parents and his two younger siblings, although he was 16 at the time, he had already finished high school studies at Colegio Claretiano, a Catholic school in Peru, and he studied 2 more years in high school and graduated from Salinas High in '89, later attending Haruna College. He wanted to pursue a career in radio broadcasting in the local community bilingual radio station, KHDC, later working locally for Wolf House Radio. In his career as a radio broadcaster, he became involved as a volunteer in local issues concerning the migrant community, particularly education. He was certainly one of its greatest champions here in our community. He was active in his children's education. His 4 children attended Alisal Union School District, and for nearly 2 decades held many leadership roles as a parent representative in both the Alisal Union School District and Salinas Union High School District. He served as a parent rep, vice president, and president of the School Site Council for Oscar Loya School, president of the Parent-Teacher Organization, and president of the DLAC and the DAC. He was also elected as a parent representative of the School Sites Council for La Paz Middle School and Alisal High School. As a public school parent and son of an Alisal Union School Union retired teacher, Mr. Jimenez's belief in quality education, safety, and the well-being of children in his district was second to none. I want to express my deepest condolences to his family and friends and all the staff, students, and families of the Alisal Union School District. Lastly, I want to express my love and my condolences to Mr. Jimenez's 3 children who were my young supervisors, Gabriela Jimenez in 2019, Natalia Jimenez in 2023, and Nestor Jimenez in 2025. I want to say that your father was a great man who not only cared and loved his family deeply, but he also deeply cared about his community and worked hard every day to make it better and to provide the best educational opportunities for our families and to uplift all of our families and neighborhoods in East Salinas and throughout our city. For his work and dedication, Salinas and the County of Monterey are forever grateful. So today we adjourn in loving memory of Alisal Union School District trustee, Jose Antonio Jimenez, a loving father and a beloved community leader of the Alisal. May he rest in peace, que descanse en paz. Thank you. They're gonna the other photo. Thank you. Good evening. On behalf of the Board of Supervisors, We express our profound sorrow on the passing of Desidorio Palma Barroso, a respected farm worker activist, bracero, and community leader who sadly passed away on December 30th, 2025 at the age of 93. Mr. Barroso was born on February 3rd, 1932 in Romita, Guanajuato, Mexico, and throughout his life embodied humility, perseverance, and an unwavering commitment to social justice and service. Mr. Barroso was among the first workers of the Bracero program, courageously laboring under difficult conditions while helping lay the foundation for opportunities for future generations of farm worker families. It was a true honor to recognize him this last April in Chular, along with Supervisor Lopez, during the inaugural ceremony of the mural dedicated to Los Braceros, a tribute befitting of his lifelong contributions. Mr. Barroso was also one of my strongest supporters and stood by my side during my first victory in 2010 for the State Assembly at the Teamsters Hall in East Salinas. Brave leaders like Mr. Barroso fought tirelessly to create better opportunities for our families and generations to come. He was a humble man with a deep sense of service to others, always placing the needs of his community before his own. His life was a testament to integrity, resilience, and compassion. I just want to express my condolences to all his family. I was with them last night at the funeral here in East Salinas. And I just want to say I will always be grateful for having known Mr. Desidorio Palma Barroso and for his lessons that he taught me through his own example. He will be deeply missed, and thank you for always being a true defender of the people, un defensor y campeón para nuestro pueblo. May Desidorio Palma Barroso rest in peace, and may his legacy of service, courage, and love for the community live on forever. Que descanse en paz nuestro gran amigo, Señor Barroso, and we adjourn today in his memory. Gracias.
And Madam Chair, if I could, I wanted to take a moment here at the end of our meeting to also adjourn in memory of Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle Reiner, who were tragically murdered in December. A lot of folks don't know, but he championed and chaired the committee for Prop 10, which passed putting a tobacco tax on forever, creating an enduring legacy of investing in our youngest children. That is the funding that feeds into First Five and allows us to positively impact so many lives here in Monterey County and throughout the state. And so his tragic loss is one that was felt, obviously, from folks who understood his work in Hollywood as a film producer and a writer and an actor. But more importantly, I think to all Californians who may never know his name as it is connected to First Five, we wanted to adjourn in his memory and honor the legacy that he leaves behind that will forever endure through First Five and its commitment to our children and ensuring them the strongest start possible. That early vision of equity, before that was a popular word. And so today we also adjourn in his memory and in the memory of his wife, Michelle. Thank you, Madam Chair.